This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845, the symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoke and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
A very good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval for the final day of Surrey against Hampshire. My name's Henry Moeran. This is Felix White. Felix,
Hi, Henry.
how are you, mate?
I'm very good. I'm looking forward to today.
Poised beautifully.
All 4 results possible.
And that's what we like.
Yes, mate.
That's what we need. So how are we in this position with the score at? Where are we overnight? 198 for 5 is the Hampshire score. The lead is 182 runs. Another intriguing day yesterday. And what better way to start our coverage than to see what happened on day 3.
That's 50 for Ollie Pope. Parkman deep with a sliding stop. Slippery out there after overnight rain yesterday. Oh, gone through him. Kemar Roach with the first breakthrough of the day. Pitch got that away nicely. Glorious from Ollie Pope. Takes him into the 80s.
It was only a small crack though. It was the crack that I've already had.
Well, he's hold out.
Who knows what happens? He's certainly got the ability to be a good all-rounder in the future.
Well, that's a magnificent shot from Abbott. But his bottom hand now, a bit short. That's 4, yep. Parker can't get onto that.
Really swing the ball, Mohamed Abbas, and he's got Pope out immediately, dragged on I think, looking to cut that one from probably not very wide, 20 behind. Tom Laws is the number 9 and that's a big shout at LBW first ball. He didn't get forward and Mohamed Abbas has pinned him LBW. Oh, that could be close. That's out, and that is a 5-wicket haul from Mohamed Abbas. I don't think that the batsman would review that even if he could. 4 men on the leg side boundary here, and he doesn't care, and he smashes it over their heads. What a shot! Incredible, and into the lead. Field spread. He's hit. That's a mighty blow, and that has gone a long way over the leg side boundary into the stand. Roach is well in anyway, and there's a man there to see if he can catch it. Only got about 15 minutes. Gone, finished. The innings is over. Mohamed Abbas finishes with 6. Middle stump out of the ground. It was Dan Worrell who was the last man dismissed. Abbas has 6 for 64, but Surrey have a 16-run lead, which was probably unexpected. Nice shot. Good, crisp drive from Fletcher Middleton, over-pitched by Kemar Roach, trying to find some swing. That's a much good get if you haven't found any form. He's put that away for 4. Lovely shot. Kick off next week. Oh, what a delivery. That's amazing, isn't it?
Really?
That's a chance, and it's taken at the second attempt. And Felix White departs. He looks so good. And there he is again. Almost on cue, he's out the way that he always gets out. And that probably was a good delivery. Sean Abbott. He's a classy player. That Bruce Wayne is really well. That's brilliant.
Oh, done it again. He's not on his way before.
Governance. Probably going to be is that a top edge? It is a top edge, but it's over the top. Shot. Lovely shot. That's really a shot. It's going to be at least 3. Maybe make it all the way. Yes, it does.
Shaq for Abu Dhabi and given. That's the breakthrough that Surrey were looking for. Worrell's got it. And over. It's flashed away for 4.
There it is, 50th run. It's going to have to be big quick though, but made it through. The Hampshire fans are proud. It sounds like quite a number of them giving Government a good hand. I think it's a bit right. Holland manages to get a thick edge for 4 down the third man. Shot. Nice forceful backward drive from Gubbins. He's going to pick up the boundary then. Slashed away by Gubbins and forward to that very short third boundary. Gone for the pull this time, he's hit it well in front of square, so he sort of knew what was coming there. He dealt with it excellent. That's a good shot.
So there are the highlights of yesterday's action, and the match is beautifully poised. Can't wait for it to get underway in what? 3 minutes time, Felix White.
It's exciting, isn't it?
It's very exciting.
Trying to work out from which perspective they'll be looking for the game to go, but anything could happen today.
Anything could happen today. Let's hear from one of the protagonists from yesterday then. Sean Abbott took the crucial wicket of James Vince to follow his half-century, and after play he spoke to Mark Church.
Well, it's very nicely set up for the final day, isn't it? It's been a terrific day's cricket again.
Yeah, entertaining day's cricket. I mean, yeah, it's had a bit of everything, and it's beautifully set up for a blockbuster finish tomorrow. So there's plenty of work still to do from Moeran. We've got to go out and take some wickets tomorrow morning. You know, Gubbins has played nicely there. I thought we bowled pretty well at him. You know, I thought we were pretty unlucky. You know, we bit the outside edge quite a bit. You know, but he's still there and batting quite nicely. So still some wickets to take, and then we get out there batting and hopefully come home with a win tomorrow.
Word for Ollie Pope. I thought that was an outstanding innings, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, as you'd expect from the Hampshire attack, he got through some very tough spells yesterday. You know, we're on and off quite a bit, and every time he went back out, he was faced a little bit of adversity. The ball was moving around quite a lot, you know, as you'd expect from their bowlers. As I said, you know, they challenged him all day, and you know, he managed to get 90 odd on what I thought was quite a challenging wicket and quite a number of challenging spells of bowling.
You made it look quite straightforward with the bat though, Mr. Abbott. I have to say, how pleased were you with your first Surrey 50?
Well, to be honest, I played and missed quite a lot, and they found the edge quite a lot. You know, both edges of my bat are painted red at the moment, but yeah, I mean, you know, we sort of had to push the button there towards the end of, you know, Mohamed Abbas does what he does, yeah, and was taking wickets there pretty regularly at the end, and we just, you know, there was a few balls that would have had our name on them if we didn't get on with it. So once Frankie came out, Frankie said he had a bit of a licence, so I said, you know, we're close enough to their total, so let's just, you know, let's pin the ears back and have a bit of fun, mate. Yeah,
and looking ahead to tomorrow, obviously keeping is trying to pick up those 5 wickets as quick as you can. But it looks, once you get in on here, there are runs to be had. So with a chase, then it's not a minefield out there by any stretch, is it?
No, absolutely not. I mean, there's some divots there from the first day. I wouldn't say that they're hard, but I think, you know, there's reward there for good bowling, and there's also reward there for good batting, which is what you'd ask for from a cricket wicket. So, you know, whatever team turns up tomorrow, wins that first hour and goes on with it, I think it's probably going to be the team that, you know, sings a song at the end of the day. But I'm pretty confident that we're the team that can do that. So, like I said, plenty of tough work to do in the morning, but you know, we know it needs to be done, and I think we can do it.
Terrific. Thanks for your time as always.
Thanks, Churchy.
Well, lovely to hear from Sean Abbott there. A nice Antipodean brogue to start our Sunday morning, Felix White. How good is this little setup we've got here? 198 for 5. It's a decent lead, but it's not an unassailable one. This partnership worth 79 is what feels problematic.
Yeah.
From a Surrey point of view.
I actually wasn't here yesterday, and it was so well set up even for day 3. So it's intriguing to feel like no one's got away from the other, really. I think, well, firstly, from a Hampshire perspective, how are they looking to set this game up? Do you think they're going to bat as long as possible?
Well, I wonder if, ahead of this game, if you'd said to them,
yeah,
get out of it with a draw,
yes,
would they have taken it?
Yeah.
And you sense, probably.
The answer might be yes.
The lead's 182 runs. They will probably think, well, if 1.5 sessions they ain't going to get 280, say.
Yeah.
So maybe they'll be thinking 280, 300 as a lead if they're being greedy. Put a bit of pressure on Surrey.
But this Surrey batting lineup at home on the last day, even if they're chasing 300 in a day and a half, I think they'll fancy it, won't they? They'll go for it.
I think they would.
Oh, it's exciting.
It's beautifully poised.
Brilliant.
It's a lovely old job. We're ready to go. It's chilly enough, but it is not the windy conditions we saw in the first couple of days. The flags above the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion are lying limply, as we see the aforementioned Sean Abbott kicking things off. It's immediately a run for this Hampshire duo of Holland and Gubbins. Gubbins, former Middlesex man, looking to try and cause some pain for the cross-London rivals, but with 1 run required for the 200, you have to say all credit to Hampshire having lost those early wickets to fight back the way they have.
Interesting looking at it that Kemar Roach hasn't been in the wickets. I didn't watch all of yesterday, so I can't tell you whether was his radar slightly off, or this is just cricket sometimes, isn't it? People chip in. The Dan Worrell wickets are explosive in the highlights.
Oh, it's almost an absolute screamer, but it is the boundary that takes the Hampshire total past the 200 mark, but it is not far away from the dive of Ollie Pope at second slip. We see that again, Felix. That was as sharp can be, really, as a chance.
I don't think. My head is still swimming, Henry, with your pronunciation of Antipodean at the start of play.
Which I thought was bold first thing on a Sunday morning, because that can go horribly wrong.
It was brave, it's so well executed.
It was high-risk strategy. Now looking at those highlights we saw yesterday.
Come on.
Lots of stumps doing the old cartwheel.
I noticed it too, yeah.
I reckon one of the great things about the county championship in comparison to the international game, and indeed many white ball games,
right, go on,
is you get more cartwheeling stumps, because I think the heaviness of the Zing stumps and bails means you don't get the cartwheel.
Yeah, I sort of know what you mean. My explanation was going to be because people were bowling better line and length, so they're more likely to hit the stumps.
Well, that's not the best line and length. A bit full, but well stopped in the covers.
With more regularity.
Perhaps. Top of off stump, because you want to hit high on the stump for the maximum.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's an interesting point you raise. And it's an interesting counterpoint to the short form game, actually, because that's the most exciting thing you can see in cricket.
Yeah.
The stumps cartwheeling.
Yeah.
And they're trying to do it with zing bails because it will look colourful. But actually, you'd rather see the stumps cartwheeling than them light up, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, maybe you would. Unless you had, a bit like they do in the ice hockey.
God,
you know, they got the big sort of siren behind the goal when a goal,
right.
because it's quite hard to see the puck go in sometimes.
Oh, so what, a siren goes?
Yeah, so you get the when it goes in, so everyone knows it's a goal.
You're not suggesting that in county champ, are you?
I think maybe, yeah, maybe the batter that is out has an enormous siren on top of their head, and to add to the inglorious nature of the dismissal.
Looking at the crowd here, I don't know if that's up their street.
Comfortable in this over as Gubbins.
Do you know what I've really enjoyed, Henry?
Yeah.
The quality of the seam bowling. Both sides have got four seamers that really go at you. They all offer variations of sorts, back of a length, different plans. Abbas and Roach, greats of the game, bowling consistent lines and lengths. Dan Walls swings it visibly. Jordan Clark bowls slightly back of length, and I believe it's going to be Tom Laws, isn't it?
Yeah, who got another beauty to bowl Liam Dawson, having repeated the trick that we saw from the first day. And Tom Laws, 20 years old, sparking our conversation a couple of days ago as to whether you'd rather be 20 or really good at bowling. I still don't know what I'd rather, really.
We've had a lot of great correspondence, but not too many people have corresponded with that. Would they rather be 20 or really good at bowling?
Because it's an impossible question to answer, isn't it? Falling into the category of not really fitting either. Nice line outside that off stump, and I like the approach that we're seeing here from Laws, going across the left-handed Gubbins, trying to induce that edge.
Laws is an exciting one because he's felt deceptively quick across these 4 days. He's rushed batters, which you don't necessarily expect with that short run-up.
Yeah, he's quite a short run. It's a straight run-up as well.
There's mutterings back here, Henry, of a young Chris Wokes.
Oh,
can you see that?
I can see that. Quite a simple action, not much can go too wrong with it.
Exactly. Repeatable action.
There's worse people to be compared to.
Yeah, and he can bat as well, of course.
Yeah, the Brummy both of them.
That's there he is.
I think there needs to be a degree of patience from Surrey's bowlers this morning, because if there's one period of this game that I thought perhaps lacked a little bit of quality, was that evening on the first day when Hampshire got the ball in hand. It was a little bit straightforward for Burns and Sibley. They were sort of hunting wickets a bit too much.
Yeah, you're right.
They've got to be patient, Surrey.
That's a good point you raise. I think they were maybe just over keen then, Hampshire, to take wickets. Just felt like they had an hour to make a breakthrough and they didn't. The other, I mean, wickets have felt like they've fallen steadily across the game. The only other time was when Surrey abandoned their plans and just bowled short of Keith Barker and Ben Brown for a period of time. If you hit a good length, it just feels like there's always going to be wickets here.
Bit of music in the distance somewhere. I'm trying to work out what it is.
It's not a musician's 11 turned up, is it?
It might be. Maybe Elton's popped round. I'd love it if Elton John showed up.
I mean, it's not he has turned up at the Oval.
Has he?
It's not completely inconceivable that he would do that.
Do you know Watford? One of the stands is the Elton John stand.
Yeah. Wasn't he chairman of?
Yeah, he was. Yeah. My favourite Elton John fact.
Go on.
As we see another over go by, 2:04 for 5. The lead. Well, the partnership first of all is heading towards the 100 mark. The lead stands at 188. Elton John fell out with his mother.
Okay.
And for her 90th birthday, she still was a fan of Elton John's music. So
yeah.
she, rather than inviting Elton himself, she got an Elton impersonator.
That's not true.
It is true. Promise you. Oh. That's a beauty. Is that an edge? Abbott thinks so.
He just dangled his bat, didn't he? It felt nothing from the slip cordon. Or Jamie Smith, importantly. They're the people that probably know best.
See that again, though. It's absolute, as you were saying, there is going to be something on a good length in this surface. And it was
rolling.
He was sure, wasn't he?
Abbott, in a way, has set this game up with a bat as well. 50 or 40 odd yesterday. Swung it back Surrey's way.
It's another good piece of bowling, this.
It's just high quality cricket.
It's lovely to see, isn't it?
It makes me melt.
Good number of people in as well. Arrived at the ground this morning. You can always spot, when you're on the tube, you can always spot people on their way to the cricket.
Come on.
Because there'll be one of those picnic cool bags.
Yeah. Yeah.
Possibly 2 if they're really planning on settling in.
Yeah.
Normally, quite an old hat that they've been wearing going to the cricket for a long time.
Yeah. A well-loved hat.
Yeah.
Oh, that's your areas.
And then, normally lots of layers, particularly this time of year.
Yeah.
You can always spot them.
Talking of spotting people, we haven't spotted our crew of 5 or 6 people on the tinnies from 11:20 in the morning, have you?
I think they're probably still going. From Thursday.
They were at mid-wicket.
They were having a lovely old time. Is that them over there? Far side of the ground, could be.
Yeah. I'll keep my eyes peeled for them.
It's been a high class over this. That's another beauty. Abbott will be thinking he can't do an awful lot more here.
Do you know what? Surrey are blessed this year with high-class all-rounders. The bowl team, aren't they? It just makes you feel like that if they don't win it again, they're going to be very close.
I think that's probably fair, isn't it? I think you look at, you've got Abbott, Clark. That's a proper spine of a team, that, isn't it?
Oh, I thought he hit that from there.
I'm not sure that's not a sort of bat with a hole in it. Let's see that again.
I mean,
A little bit of seam movement. I think we've seen consistently that bowling from the pavilion end got a little bit more zip and bounce, I think, during this game. Right then, it's been pretty much the perfect over from Abbott. And not a bad way to finish either. You can't do much more than that as a fast bowler. It's a maiden. Deserved more, really.
That's almost rendered me speechless, that over. We've seen a lot of wickets actually fall across the game where they've just landed on it, just seemed a little bit, haven't we? Haven't they? Where batters have set up to play the line, it's just deviated slightly. I think it was a 5th ball of that over at Abbott's. It seemed, and it just seemed slightly too much.
It was almost too good.
Almost too good. This is the thing with cricket, you can be too good for your own good.
You can be too good. And it's never been a problem that's befallen me in my career.
No, I haven't had that issue either. But do you know what I mean? If the ball spins or seems too much, then it'll miss the outside edge.
Well, it's the thing is, you know, Jimmy would have found a lot of his career that actually the wickets he gets are top order players that are good enough to edge it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There was some analysis doing the rounds that James Vince was the unluckiest batter because we saw it twice in this game, edging to slip.
Exactly the same.
Exactly
I thought it was the same ball.
Yeah, and it's done it throughout his career. But there was a theory doing the rounds that actually he was so good, he was getting edges on balls that most people would miss entirely. I'm sure he didn't really help him.
Yeah, that's a form of narcissism, that saying, do you know what, I'm just actually too good. And that's what I keep getting out. I'm just sort of, I'm ahead of my time.
Yeah.
I don't know about the 2 dismissals this week, whether he was too good. Well, they weren't hitting the stumps, I don't think.
No, he was dangling that bat out, wasn't he? I think one thing we can be reasonably confident of from what we've seen this morning is that Hampshire don't look in the mood to try and set up pressure on Surrey from what we've seen in the first 4 overs.
I mean, there's responsibility on these two as well, because obviously they've got a bit of batting to come, but if they're going to get close to setting anything up, these two are going to have to provide the runs, really. But it does feel a little bit like our pattern set, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does a bit, but wicket or 2 changes. I suppose the question will be whether, you look at who's to come still, Barker and Fuller, both can move through the gears. Will they want to? Bit pace, another maiden goes by. It remains at 2:04 for 5 with the lead standing at 188. Should we have a look what's going on elsewhere?
I'd love to do that, Henry.
Because I think
rained off games and it's so frustrating. No cricket in some games at all.
It's so frustrating. So, game between Essex and Lancashire we've been keeping an eye on. Lancashire 179 for 4, leading by 167.
Okay, with 1 day to play, just trying to do the maths there.
I mean, not far away from the situation here, I suppose. That's a good shot. It was there to be hit. Abbott's previous over was superb. That was just a bit short and wide. And no matter how restrained the mentality might be, I think any batter worth their place in the side is going to want to put that away. It's a good shot.
Before we go back through the other scores, Henry, just a question for you. When Jamie Overton's fit, he bowled quick and got himself into the test side or roundabouts last summer. Who's he going to come back in for in this team?
It's a very good question, because they've gone for the extra bowler this week because Folkes has,
of course,
been rested.
So there's one less spot even.
Yeah, because Tom Laws has been the extra bowler, isn't it? And so
it's going to be. What's the front line attack here? If you're fitting 3 out of Roach, Worrell, Abbott, Laws, and Overton, or Clark as well.
I don't know what you do.
It's a conundrum, isn't it?
It is. Good problem to have.
Yeah.
But again, that shows the depth of this Surrey side, doesn't it?
It's exciting. Sorry, Henry, I've really interrupted you because
that's all right.
I just couldn't help but ask that question. Let's go back around the grounds.
Oh yeah, so Essex trail Lancashire by 167. Lancashire still have 6 wickets remaining. Northants are cruising towards victory against Middlesex. They need 83 runs to win with 8 wickets in hand. So you'd have thought that'll be pretty much their game.
Yep.
Game between Notts and Somerset. Well, there was bad impact of rain on day 2, and Nottinghamshire in their second innings 206 for 7, leading by 289 runs. So they may try and push this forward and see if they can force the issue a little bit. And we've got Warwickshire against Kent. That again has been affected by the weather, but Kent having been all out for 158. Warwickshire 4-5-3 for 4 declared. Kent in their second innings 29 for 1, still trailing by 266. So Warwickshire will be thinking they can rattle on through today, maybe.
That set up, that could be good at Edgbaston.
Div 2, there was no play between Gloucestershire and Yorkshire. That one was The weather was good yesterday, actually. It was just too damp on the outfield.
So they've abandoned that, have they?
Yeah. Dunsky.
Right.
And so that was frustrating, that one. But, you know, kind of to be expected, I suppose. But there are a couple of games in Div 2. With Durham leading Worcestershire by 177 with 8 wickets remaining. And Leicestershire still in their first innings against Derbyshire, so I think we can be pretty confident where that one's going.
Yeah.
At 263 for 2. So that's the picture around the county championship today.
The rain's scuppered a lot of it, hasn't it? I mean, we can be grateful that we've got something beautifully set up here.
Absolutely we can. And also, we can be very grateful that we've got some high quality cricket in front of us. Yes, it's not really going at 100 miles an hour, but it is intriguing nonetheless. Edge gone. Gubbins goes for 84, and there's the breakthrough. It's that angle across the left-hander, and exactly what Laws was looking to do. The 20-year-old, who's had a brilliant game for Surrey, strikes to get the big wicket of Nick Gubbins. And for the 3rd time in this game, when it looks like a batter is heading towards 100, they've fallen marginally short. 208 for 6.
It's classic and thematic of the whole game, actually, that it's been really hard after rain breaks or start of play to get set again, whether you're on 84 or not. I'm just looking at this again. It's a beauty, isn't it?
You've got to play it.
It's a beauty at that angle coming across Nick Gubbins. I mean, I'm not sure what else he can offer there. Is his foot, is he stuck on the crease a little bit?
Maybe a little bit.
But that would be harsh. I think they've just bowled beautiful areas, Surrey, this morning.
You've got to play at it because it's threatening the top of that off stump.
Really probing.
That's the thing, patient.
Yeah.
Don't worry, a couple of overs go by without the wicket. You can see what it means to Laws. That has been excellent, hasn't he? You look at this game, first innings, figures are 4 for 58. This second innings, he's already picked up a couple, and he's such an encouraging prospect for this Surrey side. Gubbins looks furious, but I don't think you can feel too bad about getting out to a ball like that.
Have I been too fair to him? Then I don't know what you'd be thinking, or maybe is there a stride there? Maybe you can make towards the ball.
Decent zip, decent carry as well. Bearing in mind this has been the end that has maybe offered a little bit less.
Yeah.
That's gone beautifully to the hands of Slip. And so we see Fuller come to the middle.
You know what? That's a big wicket to take. He's a huge addition. He's a prospect, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go back to that analogy. It was Chris Wokes-ish at his best, that.
Yeah, it was. So Fuller comes to the middle. How many cricketers have cricketing terminology as their name?
Yeah, exactly. High praise. Oh.
It's not far away from a stunner. Ollie Pope, as the first ball was chased by Fuller, it was a little short and wide, but it nearly yields the wicket. It nearly is the best catch that you'll see this week.
Just as I was thinking, I think our pattern's set and Hampshire are going to just try and bat as long as they can and avoid Surrey setting something up. Jamie Fuller's come in with other ideas immediately, and he's had a thrash at that. Oh, is that takeable once you get there? Maybe it is.
Maybe we were being a little generous.
Is that Ollie Pope at second slip there?
Yep.
I think it's Ollie Pope. I think he'll feel like once he got there, he should be catching that, shouldn't he?
Slip cordon is reasonably close in, isn't it? But still, you'd fancy yourself to take that, but not to be. Dramatic over so far. Wicket for single. So yeah, James Fuller, he's a cricketing terminology player. Darcy Short as well.
Yeah.
Oh, big appeal. They like it. No.
That was close as well, I thought. This is everything in this over. Okay, so James Fuller, Darcy Short.
I'm not having Matthew Wade.
What, is that a play on Matthew Wade?
Yeah. A really poor one. Here we go. Little leg side. I mean, seen him given.
Sorry, I was distracted there trying to think of cricket in terms of...
That's nicely struck, but will be cut off. Yeah, so there'll be others out there. Get in touch.
Yeah.
I mean, Jenny Gunn, I'm going to accept. A bit of a gun back.
Okay, yeah, no, I'll have that.
.213 for 6 then. Final ball of a dramatic over.
Bowl in.
Is absolutely on the money, but well played by Ian Holland to conclude things, and the applause rings around the Kia Oval with Hampshire 213 for 6. The lead is up to 197. By no means unassailable on a final day where the pitch has not looked like a minefield.
Oh yeah. But you know what, even more intriguing, if Surrey come out swinging, trying to get these runs, and Abbas and everyone's at it as they have been, especially in the last day, you could have a sort of 5 down situation, 100 to get, couldn't you?
Woof. God, it could be fun, couldn't it? That was nearly that second wicket there. Now, what can Abbott do? Bowled a beautiful over, a couple of overs back. Can he threaten that outside edge for the new man?
Oh, shot.
Nicely whipped away, but protection at
Bristy.
fine leg. It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, beautiful. Not unlike John Lennon through mid-wicket.
Not unlike John Lennon. I think Lennon might have got it in front of square.
Yeah, it's true. Good analysis. Can I come clean on something?
Go on.
When you were saying cricket terminologies in reference to James Fuller, I thought you were referring to the fact that I had said Tom Laws is a bit Chris Wokes-ish.
Oh no.
So I was thinking, what players do you see someone do something and reference another cricketer?
Oh, no, I mean purely on the name front.
Yeah, okay.
As in he's bowled a bit fuller.
Yeah, of course. No, I've got that now.
Yeah, so if you've got any ideas, get in touch. You know how to do so. Oh, I know there's some very creative people out there. There's one thing we've learned from the last few days, Felix, is that there's some very creative people.
There are too creative, anything, sometimes. I'm not going to lie. That was a nightmare putting that musician's 11 together. And indulgently, it lasted 2 days compiling that 11.
Oh, big swing from Fuller. He's come out with a fairly clear game plan, as far as I can see it. That was quite the swing. Deep in the crease. Looking to blitz it through the offside. It was not necessarily the most elegant of strokes.
He's going to have a go, isn't he, Fuller?
Bowl from Abbott again. I want to know where this music's coming from.
I'm starting to think it's from my own brain, so I'm glad that you're hearing it.
I am hearing it. Someone's having a little bit of a shindig somewhere near the Oval. It might be our friends on the tinnies from day one.
This is what happens day 4, already 4 days in.
Oh. Again, chasing it.
Yeah, he's going to have a go.
I don't mind this from Hampshire. Understandable that Gubbins and Holland might just try and settle in early, but if you lose an early wicket, then why not push on?
See what we can get.
He's not far from a little edge on this.
What's the lead now then? The lead is...
The lead is 199.
So you'd want to have a 250 lead, wouldn't you, really, just as that carrot at least?
I think so. That's the lead up to 200.
Because if they go through them too quickly now, Surrey will be able to do it at their own pace. You want that time. We've had issues with fading light. You'd want that to be in Surrey's heads when they're batting.
Force the issue a bit.
Yeah.
Looks like Jordan Clark is going to have a bowl. He's got it. Most tattooed man in the Surrey side.
Oh.
By some distance.
I was going to say the most tattooed man in the history of Surrey, but Jay Dernbach would maybe take that.
Possibly.
Again, this is a good one for correspondence. We've already got our cricketers' names for our cricketing terms. Is there a more tattooed man in the history of Surrey cricket than Jordan Clark or Jay Dernbach?
And we're not having speculation. We're not going to say that, you know, I don't know, Alex Stewart has an entire back tattoo that we don't know about. We're not having speculation.
I wouldn't put it past him having a Surrey badge on his back, though.
Possibly. Surrey and Chelsea.
That's Chelsea, yeah.
So Jordan Clark into the attack then.
One of my formative memories at Surrey is in the old, yes, they still do it, but when it was a new thing, when in the mid-90s, when players used to come out to music, and they'd obviously chosen their own music.
Yeah.
And Alex Stewart walk out to Chelsea, Chelsea.
Back in the days when it was a lot more rogue.
Yeah, it was a rogue thing to do, exactly.
Would you go for a Maccabee song to walk out to?
Henry, are you mad? I'll do anything but that. You couldn't pay me to do that.
Really?
What, walking out to bat to Toothpaste Kisses? I don't think it's going to strike fear in a bowling size, is it?
What? What would you go for then?
Not Chelsea, Chelsea. And not Toothpaste.
So you go like Iron Maiden.
Let's just leave this with me for a second.
Because it's quite difficult, because you want to be cool but not too cool.
One thing we love doing with Jimmy is asking him what songs are in his head when he's playing cricket, because that's the beautiful thing about Tailenders. We've been able to reveal what's actually inside the mind of England's greatest fast bowler. And he often says, which is not unusual actually for a lot of bowlers, that when he's in a rhythm, he'll just be singing a song to himself.
Really?
And there was a famous one. Yeah, there was a famous one last summer before. It escapes me what series it was against, but he was singing to himself, "Which is a lineman."
Oh.
Which I thought was really beautiful and touching, because you know, it's quite a visceral, aggressive act, isn't it? Being a fast bowler and being Jimmy Anderson, but that's such a calming song. It kind of made sense in some ways. There's an element of zen to it. Bowling.
Fuller from Jordan Clark. It's interesting that, because it's quite a gentle, almost sort of ethereal kind of...
Exactly, ethereal is a good word. But I don't know whether he'd walk out to bat to it. I think when you're walking out to bat, you want to make a statement, but not too big a statement.
Or you want to just go for confusion. So if you walked out, like, lights dip, crowd wait, lady in red.
Oh, wow.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Really throw someone.
Because, because that's the last thing they'd be expecting. Yeah.
Again, full from Clark, targeting those stumps and dug out by Fuller. So end of the over, 218 for 6, just the one wicket that's fallen this morning, but it's a big one. Nick Gubbins nicking off to Sibley in the slips off the bowling of Tom Laws for 84.
Just to go extra correctly for a second, Henry, I heard you on the football commentary yesterday.
Yes.
It was exciting.
It was a good game, that. Oh, last minute winner for Bournemouth.
Henry, I was in a car listening at 4:45, which is the best time to be in a car, because you're getting all the football scores, people coming in. And Henry was on the radio often, because Spurs it was 2-1 to Bournemouth, wasn't it? And 2-1, 3-2 in the dying moments.
It was very exciting. And they didn't necessarily like it all that much, the Spurs supporters.
Well, yeah, I can't imagine, yeah. Because you used the phrase, and it was a very well-used phrase, it's pandemonium in the away end.
And it was. You know, then when they say limbs is the phrase.
It was, limbs, yeah.
And they got out the flares, the red flares.
Did they,
out.
yeah. I thought it was a great use of, because without telling anyone what the score was, you just knew from that phrase what had happened. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so in this it would be a very confusing reaction to a last-minute defeat.
Well, it can be, yeah. Oh.
Feet going nowhere from Fuller.
Internal pandemonium, I guess.
Yeah. But because you're a Fulham fan, great result for your
It was a good result.
Yesterday.
Yeah, you're having a good season.
Very good season. I know what you mean. Saturday afternoon, about 4:45.
Oh, best time in the world.
Results coming in. In this, you'll be. I support Oxford United 0. That's my team.
Right, Oxford United 0.
Again, they're really going wicket to wicket at the moment. Sorry.
We were talking about the other day, weren't we? But there's an ideal time watching county cricket on a stream to have a little snooze.
Yeah.
And I always find it that time in the afternoon is a good time for the football as well. When the football scores are coming in, you're sort of in and out of consciousness, and you come back around with Henry screaming at you, saying it's pandemonium in the away end.
Yeah, I mean, I could do that any day of the week if you ask me nicely. I could just ring you up if you like. A sort of weird fever dream. FaceTime.
Yeah, that was set as my alarm.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's probably. What better way to wake up? So what are they going to do here, this Hampshire duo? Because it's a really delicately poised position, this, isn't it?
It is.
Whipped away again, and Fuller's showing good intent here. Strike rate of around about 70 or so.
I don't know if I'm reading this wrong, but it's almost like they don't quite know whether to stick or twist. Fuller's gone out a few, hasn't he?
It's one of those where you could easily find yourself in the position where a false shot leaves you in all sorts of trouble. But equally, if you find a few streaky edges, a few off the middle of the bat, it could get you right ahead of the game. End of the over, 2 from it. And the score 220 for 6. We are having a double change here in the commentary box. And in a moment, Phil Walker will be joining you. Cameron Ponsonby, very good morning to you.
Thank you very much, Henry. Good morning to you. We'll let Phil take his seat. It's been, an intriguing start. Good morning, Phil. How are you?
Good morning, Cameron. Very well, actually. This has been exactly what I was expecting. A tight, taut, early half an hour or so, 36 minutes into the day. A day that promises much. I think it's, with Hampshire's approach now, it's hard to imagine that this game will peter out into anything approaching a draw. I think we get a result here. And I think with the way that James Fuller's come out, he's only on 9 now, but he played a big wahoo first ball, didn't he? And I think that is now their approach. With Gubbins having gone early, I think the feeling now is that with 6 down, 4 in the hutch still, now is the time to push on. And I think we're in for an absolute humdinger of a day.
Couldn't agree more.
And there, bang on cue, is another big swish outside off by James Fuller. He's not going to die wondering here. 220 for 6 as it stands. Lead of 204. And we have the best part of 86 overs left in the day. So yeah, everything to play for here. Jordan Clark just doing what he does as well, keeping it very tight, bowling wicket to wicket.
I wonder if, because in the first innings, Keith Barker came at 8, and they've shuffled the pack here, and which, on the face of it, would seem quite bizarre given how well Barker batted in that first innings. But I just think the time that Hampshire lost that wicket, I think they had about 9 overs to go into the new ball, and they thought, here's the chance with the ball not moving. Maybe Barker's the better, more technically correct player. Let's send in Fuller to have a slash, try and get some runs on the board quickly, and if we lose another one, then we've got...
Through him. Nothing doing though. It's well bowled though, coming slightly down the slope and cutting him in half. They just keep on coming at you, don't they, Surrey seamers? You know, it's a serious battery that they have. I thought Abbott in particular was extremely unlucky this morning. I don't know how much he caught of it, Cameron, but he must have gone past the bat half a dozen times, maybe more than that. No luck at all today.
I think it's been interesting, this first kind of hour of play. It's almost not quite a holding pattern, but there or thereabouts, because that new ball was looming. Surrey started with their first change bowlers as opposed to their openers. We're kind of waiting for that new ball to come around and Roach and Worrell to have a go again. But Abbott has bowled, both Abbotts in this game have bowled so well. And Sean Abbott in particular, anytime he comes on, there just seems to be kind of an injection of energy to the play.
And again, it's been Tom Laws. So 6 wickets now in the match for Tom Laws. He's 20 years young. He's the kind of cricketer that you very easy to get behind. You know, he can bat, he can field. He's a natural athlete. There's not much of him. He's not a particularly physically imposing kind of cricketer, but he'll get stronger and bigger as well, of course, as he gets older. But he comes in, hits that length hard, and he seems to get a little bit of zip off the pitch. That comes from the wrist as well. He's a very technically sound cricketer. One off the conveyor belt. They just keep on coming. Here he is again. Interesting, actually, that Rory Burns has decided to keep the cordon relatively modest. He's just had one slip and a wide-ish third slip. One's already burst through Pope's hands, and there was an edge from Gubbins in the first over as well that went just past second slip. Would have been a nice one for third slip if he was there, but he's kept it relatively conservative with 4 men on the boundary.
It's been a theme of the game, especially there's been 2 fielders on this short side of the ground over towards the gasometer for pretty much the entirety of the game. And I think having just those 2 slips in at the moment and for this morning probably speaks to, as we were saying that earlier, the fact that the ball is at its kind of oldest now. They're probably extracting the least movement. They're just wanting to make sure that they know for Hampshire this is their best opportunity to score runs, just to prevent them from doing so.
Another edge, but all along the floor this time, down to third man. And again, this is the challenge, the beauty of captaincy, especially on the final day into the third innings. You take a little bit here and a little bit there, and you hedge your bets. It's absolutely understandable that Burns doesn't want this target to run away from them. I think anything north of 250 will take some chasing on a pitch which is 4 days old, and it's an early season pitch as well, of course, although it's played beautifully as you'd expect for Lee Fortis's pitches.
I think it'll be interesting to see how Hampshire approach their declaration and if they have the choice. It's one of those scenarios where almost for Hampshire's best chance of victory, they'd almost be better off playing worse. If Hampshire play very well, they then have to give themselves a decision and to work out when to pull out, when to declare. Whereas it's actually quite helpful if you kind of score a few runs quickly, get yourselves out and go, well, it was out of our hands. This is the way the cards have been dealt.
It's good again from Laws, hitting that strong length.
He's a fantastic celebrator of wickets.
He is, isn't he? I noticed that. Yeah, he gives everything he's got.
I wanted to say it's a childish joy, and I don't mean that in a condescending way. I mean that in a genuinely joyous way. But you go, oh, that looks fun.
Yeah, the treadmill's not quite got to him yet. Give it a few years. No, but he's a serious prospect. I heard Felix comparing to Chris Wokes. Good shout. Good shout, that. Very repeatable action.
It's a wonderful shot.
Nicely played, though. Very emphatic through mid-wicket by James Fuller, and he's come out playing some shots here. But this is what the game needs. You know, you're not going to go anywhere if you just plod around, and of course this is not the tenor of the game these days either. And so the game is moving forward. Lead now at 213. Probably not here for a long time, but certainly a good one at the moment, James Fuller. And as you say, with Keith Barker in next as well, he can hit a long ball. And again, so can Sean Abbott as well. You know, he's a very, very useful number 10. Moeran Bass might not be good for that many, in fairness, although he has other virtues, to say the least. Bowled beautifully, didn't he, in that first innings?
Abbas has had is a fantastic start to the season. Hampshire tried everything they could to keep him off strike in the first innings, so much so that Abbas just decided to run himself out, which was an interesting decision.
Clark in again, hitting that heavy length as he tends to do. He always offers a bit of control to Rory Burns. He's probably pound for pound as valuable a cricketer to this club week after week as any inspired signing, and he's really grown into his work here as a all format, all action, all rounder.
I'm slightly surprised with Ian Holland and James Fuller are batting very differently at the moment. Fuller's going at basically a runner ball. Holland's on 36 of 107, playing a very important hand for Hampshire here. But even against Holland, Surrey still have these 2 men out on the offside boundary, which is the short side, admittedly. But for Fuller, that makes sense because you want to prevent the boundary. He's probably going to try and score, attack you. But Holland's not been doing that, so actually having that fielder out, that allows Fuller to come back on strike if Holland can get the single. And I feel like that's probably what Hampshire would like at the moment. We're seeing another change in the field here. We're losing another fielder from the slip cordon. Dom Sibley's coming into mid-wicket, which suggests we're going straight.
Yeah, wicket to wicket. So yeah, 2.5 overs away from that new ball, which would explain why Kemar Roach lurks with intent at third man. He will be a key factor, I think, in the latter part of this Hants innings. I think things may start moving apace once he's brought into the attack in a couple of overs. Holland is digging in though, isn't he? Intriguing cricketer, really, Ian Holland. Wisconsin born. He won cricket's version of X Factor.
No, he's
in Australia.
He's a walking pub quiz, Ian Holland. And I feel a bit sorry for him a little bit in that. So someone like Adil Rashid he can't go to the crease without it being mentioned. He scored 10 first class centuries.
Yeah.
Holland can't have a bat without going, he's born in the States.
Yeah, extraordinary story. No doubt it's been touched upon earlier in the game as well, but it bears repeating. He won the equivalent of X Factor for cricket in Australia. Alan Border was chief judge, I think.
It's amazing.
Got himself a rookie contract for, I think it was Victoria. And is now carving out a very useful career for himself into his early 30s as a US player and a Hampshire stalwart.
I just love that. It is an insult, a sledge to call someone a competition winner. Oh, here comes the competition winner. And it's literally the case.
So another over ticks by, 78 gone in Hampshire's 2-3-1 for 6, and the lead 2-15. This game could not be more exquisitely poised.
Laws is going to continue. He's bowled throughout the morning session, whereas Abbott and Jordan Clark have shared duties. Laws has had a change of ends in the morning. It's fascinating. There doesn't look anything about him that's particularly unorthodox, and yet
Shorten played comfortably enough off the hip, but down to long leg, to that short boundary, so just a single.
And yet we had Will Jackson here on the first day, and people talk about Laws in that he kind of is an example of the intangibles of the sport. So he's not that quick on the speed gun, but he feels a lot quicker. He just kisses the surface, gets the ball to zip through. He's moving the ball. He's not quite swinging it, but he's moving it. And it's just that, what does he have that makes him special and to have had such a fantastic start?
Yeah, well, that Gubbins wicket, the only one to fall so far, of course, this morning, that was a perfect example of it. Just angled across the lefty. He was caught in two minds as well, Gubbins, whether to play from the crease or try and get out into the ball. As it was, he was caught somewhat, but it just zipped and nipped off that surface and carried comfortably, didn't it, to Sibley, who's caught well in this game. Yeah, they like him a lot. Have you interviewed him, Cameron?
Tom Laws?
Yeah.
Not yet. Not yet. He's on the...
All in good time.
I'm sure it'll happen. I'm sure there'll be a good excuse. They'll come up soon.
I've spoken to him briefly. He's one of these preternaturally mature Surrey cricketers. Jamie Smith, by the way, is as old as the hills. To talk to him, I interviewed him at the start of last year, and he is a model of maturity. Nicely played. There'll be a couple at least. I think they'll settle just for the 2. But he's growing into his work here, is James Fuller. It's a useful 20 from 22 already. Partnership blossoming, 27, at a crucial time really for Hans. As you say, how they want to approach this. Do they want to force the issue, or do they want to just get up to lunch, see where they're at, and then potentially try and expand after lunch?
It is an example. There is a world here where it all kind of looks after itself. They've got about an hour and 10 minutes until lunch. 20 overs, 65 runs, that takes you to a lead of 285. 2 sessions to play. Those are numbers that we recognise in the cricketing world. That seems like a scenario that could play out and everyone could be quite happy with. It's funny you mentioned that about Jamie Smith kind of being old as the hills. I was just talking to a colleague downstairs saying Smith has this very tall, slender build with his plain black gloves.
Full again, nicely played out into the onside by Ian Holland, who just inches along.
Because of his quite slender build and he's quite tall for a wicketkeeper, you can imagine him being quite an old-fashioned player. We were saying we could imagine seeing him playing in black and white. If I saw a photo of him with his kind of cricket cap on, gasometer in the background.
You can understand why the gaffer loves him so much. You can understand why Alex Stewart has taken him under his wing. It's not just that he wears the gloves, but there's a tidiness to his cricket. There's a formalness to his cricket. And the gaffer likes that kind of stuff.
They've known and liked and raved about Jamie Smith for years, for a decade now. When he was 14, 15, he was very much known around the county.
In again, Clark. He's not giving much away here at all. He's doing a useful job in the build-up to that new ball, which you assume will be taken straight away. You assume.
I'll try this one out on you, Phil. You might not find it interesting, but I found it interesting. I was having a little look through Surrey Championship play cricket scorecards.
As you do.
As I actually regularly do, unfortunately. I'll wait for this delivery from Jordan Clark.
So bowled again, squared him up.
And I had a little look at Jamie Smith's record for Sutton. And back in, I can't remember exactly what year it was, something around 2014 I want to say. There's a second 11 game. Sutton 2s versus Spencer 2s. Jamie Smith is opening the batting against Gus Atkinson, who's in the matchday squad. And also in the Sutton team is Dan Douthwaite, now of Glamorgan.
Right.
And Josh Blake, who is on Surrey's books as well.
Played last year. Oh, another swish, another play and miss. Ian Holland is hanging in there. Surrey have not really had the run of the balls, have they, this morning, it's fair to say, to nick a snookerism on the first weekend of the great Crucible experience. I'm hoping to head up there, by the way, in a week or so's time. But yeah, it's not quite gone their way. They must have beaten the bat, certainly double figures this morning already. Air of resignation now to the bowlers.
I think Surrey will still be content with the way it's gone. They haven't got, Hampshire haven't got away from them at all. Fuller's injected a bit of pace to the innings. But there's been, well, they started at 198, so we've had 39 runs in the day. It's kind of, we're just waiting. I think the match starts in about 2 balls time, I reckon. Because Surrey could be batting in 10 minutes if Roach and Moeran have their way. Or Hampshire could start scoring a bit more briskly.
Full and well played again. There'll be another couple out into the onside. Boundary riders coming round to tidy up. But another 2 to Ian Holland, who inches into the 40s now. It's been an absolutely crucial knock. It's not one that will necessarily stick in the mind. It's not full of extravagant stroke play or anything of that ilk, but it's been doughty and dogged and absolutely essential to this workmanlike 239 for 6.
That Sutton 2, Spencer 2's doing
yes,
for
so
you?
I wanted to ask you, so did he get any, Jamie Smith?
I think he got 54 run-outs.
Run out.
By my mate Abid Jaffrey of the great AJ Sports.
So were you looking to try and find an echo of your own experiences in these scorecards? Is that what happens of a lonely Saturday night? You know?
Absolutely. I don't know. Everyone seems to have played against some England or some Surrey player when they were 12 years old or something. It's never happened to me. I don't understand. I've missed all of them.
I once run out Scott Newman. Remember the old lefty opener?
How could I forget?
I ran out Scott Newman from slip when he thought that the ball had gone dead. This doesn't paint me in a very good light.
I think it does. It just shows.
And he inched out of his crease. This was Surrey, Essex, under something or other. I don't know, 14s, 15s. And obviously everyone knew Scott. He had his sponsored Newbury bat and big reputation. And he creamed a couple through the covers and he left one, hit the keeper's gloves, trickled out to me, and he just moved out of his crease. So I just sort of threw it from first slip, ran him out.
You know the game, Phil.
The gamesmanship, maybe. Anyway, here we are. Look, Kemar Roach, as predicted. So the big man has been waiting, lurking in the perimeter, and here he is. Straight away, inconveniencing the batsman. Yeah, this is the game, isn't it? Right here. Of course, it will fly off James Fuller's bat as well. He won't die wondering. Keith Barker in next as well, who can hit a long ball. So you feel like this is, I mean, look, every hour is crucial in cricket, but in this context of this day, this hour and 5 up to lunch, this may well determine the outcome. Oh, it's just short, I think, yeah, just short of Rory Burns. And it skews away from him for a couple, but again, there you go, right? This is how he's going to play.
The game's about to hit the fast forward button. That's what we're about to see here. Roach will be bowling quick, be moving the ball quickly. James Fuller will be looking to score quickly. Be a fantastic passage of play coming up. He's just towed that. It's only it's the power of him as a player that he's even managed to get it that far. Rory Burns was interested. It only just died in front of him.
And there it is. Easy as you like, maybe stuck in the pitch somewhat, but Fuller's flighty knock cameo is done and dusted, and as predicted, Kemar Roach, as soon as he comes into the attack, has already left his mark on this innings. 7 down now for 241, the lead is 225, and Jamie Fuller goes for 23 from 26. It was short and sharp. And Surrey now facing the tail, really, for Hampshire. Keith Barker will be in due course, and then after that, it will be Abbott and Abbas, of course, the overseas.
Oh, it looks like Kyle Abbott's actually coming out ahead of Barker.
He is, you're absolutely right. Interesting. I wonder if he's maybe carrying maybe a knock, but he was warming up okay this morning. Maybe they're just holding him back, thinking that Abbott might dig in for a couple of overs against that new ball, try and take a little bit of the lacquer off it, and then Barker can come in and open those vast shoulders of his.
I wonder if they almost... I'll be interested to know if we can talk to Hampshire side later, if they're doing it the other way around. They're kind of... This is their... and I know you'll hate this, and I hate myself for saying this, but if this is their kind of Nighthawk territory of just going... Let's just send the kids in who can have a swing.
Don't cheapen things.
I'm really sorry, Phil.
Honestly,
it's a weakness of my own vocabulary that I had to resort to that. But it's what happened.
Yeah, okay. I forgive you. I forgive you. Anyway, a dolly of a catch to Ryan Patel at short cover, and
it was a dismissal of testosterone. I thought someone there, revving at the crease, going, "This is the moment I'm going to throw my hands at it," and he was through the shot way too early. Towed the ball for the simplest of catches to Ryan Patel at cover. Right, if Kyle Abbott swings wildly at the first ball, I'd like an acceptance of the idea of the Nighthawk thing, if not the terminology.
I'll never accept the terminology.
Okay, that's fine.
Here is Roach. Short and played quietly into the onside. Cameron Ponsonby, as ever, bang on the money. Although it's a good ploy by Roach, with 2 men out. Short boundary, he will play on Abbott's inclinations to to go for the big shots. That's the way he plays, tends to play. And of course it's an invitingly short boundary out that way. It's just great to see these calibre of cricketers, isn't it, on a Sunday afternoon. Kemar Roach, one of the all-timers really. Full and played quietly again under his eyes, Cameron.
I'm glad my stint's coming to an end pretty soon. Goodness me. Where's the Hampshire media contacting my phone book? I'm going to get it up. Tell us what's going on. I'm embarrassing myself with national radio.
Not at all. Still only 2 slips and no gully as well. So there ends the first over with that new ball. Where's your money for this end? Presumably it will be Abbott, you would have thought, Sean Abbott to come in.
I think Dan Worrell will take the...
You think Worrell, yeah?
The other end.
Okay.
And he just looks like he's limbering up.
Yeah, that's a good shout. He hasn't featured either this morning. You forget they've just got this panoply of quicks.
Well, they were able to do it with the omission of folks and the luxury to be able to look at a player like Jordan Clark and go, you know what, you can bat 5 this game, actually.
Yeah.
And we're going to have 5 seamers. And it's an example of, we talk about kind of the lack of spinners, or the relative lack of spinners in the county game. It's because if Surrey are capable of doing this, kind of the need for one disappears. You go, Cameron Steele, you're very competent.
Yep.
We'll have you in the 11. You can score 140.
Yeah.
If we need you to bowl, we'll give you a bowl as and when required.
Yeah. They've recruited brilliantly, and they produce their own. It's a great model. Here he is then, Dan Worrell. You feel like he could bowl that ball with his eyes closed, can you? What a performance last year by Dan Worrell as well. I mean, I'll never forget that spell he bowled during the heat of the day, that mad heat wave that we had for the week, where games were finishing at 4 in the afternoon and people were scuttling for cover, and he just ran in hour after hour. It was extraordinary stuff. Took the most wickets for Surrey last year in the Championship and was as important a factor in their title win as anyone, really. Brilliant signing.
Sorry, I've just brought that second fielder that was out on the boundary up for Kyle Abbott. So I'm going to try and keep him on strike.
Oh, just squeezes past leg stump off the inside edge. He's off the mark. Trying to leave it. Your prediction is absolutely nailed on here, Cam. Look, I get it. There's logic to it. There's cricketing logic to it.
As long as the process is correct,
sure, we
can all be happy.
Sure.
Results can vary.
But this is Hampshire's side, isn't it? You know, they're a versatile and flexible bunch. Yeah, nicely bowled again. A bit of late swing. There has been a bit in the pitch all day for the seamers. That has died somewhat after passing the bat, but there's a bit of lateral movement, and whatever target Surrey end up having to try and chase down later on in the piece, Hampshire's bowlers will be in this, and of course they've got a gun seam attack themselves.
You mentioned the quality of cricketer on the show. There was a wonderful kind of half-an-hour spell at the end of day 1 or day 2 when it was Mohamed Abbas and Keith Barker and Kyle Abbott bowling to Sibley and Burns, and you thought, this is very, very high quality cricket on display here. It was a little encore. You had the whole day of cricket to enjoy. Just a little taster at the end. You had test quality cricket.
Well, that's exactly it. You know, there are not just international quality cricketers on show, but really good international cricketers. You know, it's a joy to have Roach running in from the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion end, and seeing the likes of Mo Abbas and Abbott as well, Kyle Abbott. They are high-end, high-caliber international class cricketers. Full, bit wide this time. And you can let that one pass. I wasn't here yesterday. I've been a bit poorly, Cam, so I'm only just back to my fighting weight. But anyway, I gather that Dan Worrell didn't start especially well yesterday, and then produced one of the all-time deliveries I saw to remove the opener, Middleton, who looks a very fine player, by the way. But
it was a very bizarre 20 minutes where, and Rory didn't even really celebrate his wicket. There was almost a kind of an anger behind it, a kind of a thankfulness that he'd actually performed to the level he can do. But then we were bemoaning him for, well, he's not found his line and length here. It's not going very well for Dan Rory. He's letting his Surrey teammates down here at the moment. And you had a little look at the screen. He had 2 for 11 or 4.5, and you went, yeah. Oh, he's gone all right actually. He's done okay.
Yeah.
But I think the same here. That if we compare how when Sean Abbott's bowled this morning, he was coming towards us bowling from the pavilion end. There was a zip there. There was a real energy to the delivery, and I think Worrell's just cranking into his. Working into his stride. That was a slightly tired first over, I would call it. Perhaps I'm being overly harsh. But I am surprised that Abbott and Hampshire haven't quite hit the accelerator button, or at least haven't attempted to. I guess if you're 7 down, you think we could feasibly be all out in 10 runs time, and that would be not a disaster, but unideal if we could hunker in for a little bit and build that lead.
Yeah, I think the new ball, the presence of the new ball is key here, and I think Abbott, while he does hit a long ball, he is an orthodox cricketer as well. As we've seen just in this brief stay, he's got in behind it, and that probably makes sense, because as you say quite rightly, if they go too early, then they could be leaving Surrey almost a gimme. Anything under 250 you would fancy with that stellar batting lineup, that they would knock that kind of target off. Famous last words. And that has squeezed past mid-wicket, and that will run away for 4. First boundary for Abbott.
It is so short out in that direction. It can't be much more than 55 metres. You'll see on the replay here, it squeezes off the inside edge of his bat. For all intents and purposes, that feels like a dot ball. It beats mid-wicket to his right, and then it races across both the square and where the marquee had been over the winter. So it just carries its speed, doesn't slow down. And Abbott gets 4 undeserving runs, I've described it. Effort delivery from Roach there. Hearing him through the stump mic.
Good sprinkling of spectators as well. Good few thousand in, I'd say. And I imagine with the weather set fair as well, you might see a few more come in as the afternoon plays out. Do come along, folks, if you're watching or listening. We're in for an absolute thriller, I can guarantee it. There is that temptation to take things for granted, isn't it? You know, we're very fortunate we do this job, and you know, I have an office here at the Oval, and rock up on a morning and see Kemar Roach running into bowl, and you do have that. There is that tendency to take it for granted. But we're witnessing one of the great West Indian survivors here. You know, one of the finest West Indian purveyors of fast bowling that there's been. It's bowled in, bang on cue, beautifully executed by Kemar, who's now picked up 2 in 2.
Right on cue. One of the great West Indian bowlers. Clean bowls Kyle Abbott, and there was a fantastic catch. We might see it on the replay. Jamie Smith, the ball's taken the top of the bells, and he's caught the ball one-handed, chucked it back at the stumps and hit them as well. So a high quality display from everyone involved in the Surrey shirt there.
Yeah, Jamie Smith can do no wrong, and nor can Kemar Roach. Pure class. Wide of the crease, as is his style, holds its line through the gate, in fact. Maybe takes a tiny bit of the back pad. Cleans him up, and yeah, Jamie Smith, tidy work, sir. So there we go. The game is tilting towards the home side. 8 down now, Hampshire, and only a lead of 2-3-1. We've got plenty of overs left in the day. Minimum overs remaining, still 79 and a ball to come in this over.
Just seeing that replay, Roach gets this amazing natural movement into the right-hander, which is part why he's so successful against the left-handers. But the difference between that ball and the previous ball that was a dot is not only did it come in with his action, it then took off from the seam and kind of clipped Abbott on the back pad on its way through. It really was a fantastic piece of bowling. I would hazard a bet that little clip of Jamie Smith taking the catch and throwing it back to stumps, maybe on your Twitter feeds later. Keith Barker's here to have a swing, having been saved for his technical correctness to face the new ball. Something that I'm pretty sure is not the case. And he may be.
Sounds good. It's all about how you say it. If you say it with enough conviction. Yeah, so Keith Barker is a key man here because Ian Holland is ensconced at the other end, 41 from 124. He's not going anywhere, but he's not going to advance the game too much. He plays within himself. He's a nuggety kind of cricketer. But Barker, if he gets going, he can still have a big say, I would say, in this innings.
He saved the day for Hampshire in the first innings. He might be able to play a match-turning hand in the second.
It's well bowled, and he's just dropped his hands on that quite nicely. Big Keith. 36-year-old now, Keith Barker. He's had a fabulous career in county cricket. He's one of the most lovable cricketers out there. And he's got some numbers as well behind him, of course. 600s. Useful to have a number 10 with 600s behind you. Averaging a tick over 28 as well. And the small matter of 499 first-class wickets. And he'll be taking the new ball later on. OK, Dan Worrell to continue. Second over for him with that new pill.
Keith Barker, he really has had an unbelievably successful career. 154 matches, made his debut back in 2009, averages 28 with the bat and 24.7 with the ball. You think people make, well, of course, if you average 24 with the ball, you'll make a career as a bowler. There are a few batters out there who make a living averaging 28 as well.
I know who you're thinking of as well.
I'm not thinking that. That is absolutely not. You spent too much time with Ben Gardner.
Nicely done there by Dan Worrell, just letting him know that he's around. Big Keith, he's got his chest pad on as well. He's fully loaded up here.
Poor Keith Barker. He came in the first innings, and Will Jacks was on commentary. And as soon as Barker came to the crease, Rory Burns got the helmet and went in a short leg.
Really?
And Jacks goes, "Yeah, we've done this to him for a few years now. Just bump him."
Interesting. Well, there's two men out on that hook. And as you say, it's no more than 55 yards out to deep leg. Oh, it's well bowled. Angled across the lefty. He's starting to tick here, is Dan Worrell. It's fabulous to watch.
Am I inventing some discomfort in Barker's demeanour? I don't know whether it's physical or just the mental strain of facing Worrell and Roach with a new ball.
Hard to say. He was warming up okay this morning.
I think with the bat, Keith Barker makes the game look incredibly simple but incredibly difficult.
That's nicely played. Pick up a couple. No, in fact, just the single. So you've been here every day, Cameron?
I have been here every day. It's been a very pleasant surprise. I was just in for day one, but then a colleague's illness presented opportunities. Not that I would ever wish you on well.
One man's misfortune.
It's a fantastic piece of fielding from Ryan Patel there. Saved a certain boundary, diving away to his left. It was on the square, but that square's still looking quite lush and green at the moment, so he won't be burning his elbows quite yet. I do remember seeing photos, I think it was from the Surrey dressing room years ago, posted up on Twitter, and it was either Rory Burns or Rory Hamilton-Brown, or it was someone of that ilk, and an image of their kind of forearm and shin of just after a summer of fielding on the oval square, and it was not a pretty sight.
He's thrown a lot at that, but not got much of it, Big Keith. Surrey have their plans to Keith Barker, but he has his responses. Just been shown he averages the best part of 37.5 against Surrey in first-class cricket. So, while they might have their tactics and strategies against him, he's got one or two counter punches himself.
He batted fantastically well in the first innings, and he really hunkered down to begin with. Was hardly going anywhere really, but he was supporting Ben Brown at the other end. And just as his innings progressed and the ball got a bit older, he all of a sudden started playing this shot where he was running the ball down to third man, and it was just a sign of the trueness of the pitch and the trueness of his form in the middle.
Probably the first loose ball that Kemar has bowled this morning. He's been at the batsman relentlessly, as is his style, as is his wont. He'll be fancying a nice tidy finish here. Just a couple more. He's already picked up 2 with that new cherry, and with Moeran, the next man in, he'll certainly have his eye on him. Meanwhile, Ian Holland just goes about his business. Undemonstrative kind of cricketer, very resourceful. In the context of this game, where the scores have not by any means got out of control, 254, plays 270, plays 251 for 8. A stolid 44 not is a very useful innings indeed.
Well, the game was in a very precarious position for Hampshire when he came in. The lead's now 230, or 235 to be precise, but when he came in it was 120 or something. At 5 down, Hampshire were in a spot of bother.
Another fresh air shot. There's been more than a few of those this morning. In a funny kind of way, I guess Hampshire's seamers will be looking at what's happened and thinking, there's a bit in this pitch, and with these conditions, with lowish cloud, weather is set fair, of course, for the day, it's worth pointing out, but these are tidy, cool, mild conditions to be bowling seam in the middle of April, of course. Pretty close, gone up. Umpire unmoved. I say unmoved. He did move his right hand.
He needs to work on that technique. He can't be having the clicker.
It's a classic
on the go like that.
Alex Wharf under the wide brim back there at the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion end, and he was unmoved, if only to give a slight hint of life. Looking at that again, oh, it was pretty close. I mean, if he's not got maybe a bottom edge on it, then that is pretty close.
That stayed quite low there. That was back of a length, borderline short.
Short again to Keith Barker, and he's took that one nicely actually off his hip for a single. He knows what's coming. Yeah, that was very tight, let's say. Roach was pretty short. Kind of rather whimsical smile when it was turned down. Alex Wharf's seen it all before.
It has been a theme of the game so far that there's been, when bowling from the pavilion end, it has seemed to stay a little bit lower than when bowling from the Vauxhall end. And I think that LBW pill against Barker, it was a case of it was short and stayed low. And Simon Hughes yesterday actually was saying when playing here, he said it might be the slightest of hills, but you do feel like when bowling from the Vauxhall end that you are running uphill. So that kind of is in keeping with the idea that the carry may be a little bit more from the Vauxhall end as it kind of pitches uphill and slightly less going downhill. Anyway, I am subbing out for Felix White, I believe.
Dan Worrell to continue. Bang on cue. He's the metronome of this Surrey attack. He gives you absolutely nothing. What a signing he's been. Felix White, what a joy.
Walker, we've done this before, haven't we? But it's not on commentary.
It does feel like, yeah, the last waltz yet again.
How good has it been?
It's been gripping, and sort of low-level joyousness. You know, this is what county cricket gives you. A low-pulse joy.
I think gripping's a good word for it, you know.
Full on the pads again, and he's, as has been his style, Ian Holland, no backlift, just chips away, doesn't he? He's moving now within 4 of a half century, which would be crucial really in the context of this game.
I know you and Cam have discussed it, Phil, but I can't work out why Keith Barker is batting 10. I was watching Hampshire warm up this morning, and they play foot volleyball. And I did notice actually he wasn't involved in that.
Oh, okay.
So now I'm thinking with hindsight, is there something? There must be something.
Right, okay. Perhaps he is carrying something then. He played one out into the covers earlier, and you'd have thought, with every run counting, that if he was fully fit, he'd have tried to force a 2. Perhaps he is struggling a little bit. We'll try and get word from the Hampshire dressing room, see what's what there. Nicely done again by Daniel Worrell. He's always at you. Bowls that full length as well, giving it every chance.
Cam was telling me the other day, Phil, that where Dan Worrell grew up, there was a tree.
Right.
So he had to develop this angle that he runs in
at, okay.
which has stayed in his game. So it's not so much when he's bowling to left-hander, but to right-handers, he runs in at a really exaggerated sort of Dominic Cork type angle.
It's just short of mid-on. Rory Burns diving forward. It's run away for 4. Sign of intent there by Keith Barker.
Go on, Keith.
Again, he's not got much of it. But Burns quite deep there at mid-on, actually. Probably for that sort of shot.
Yeah. I noticed that, actually. Mid-on, mid-off are quite wide and quite deep. It's probably exactly that reason, isn't it?
Yeah. An unorthodox shot, but if you've been in an orthodox position, he would have gobbled that one up. That's the nature of this beast of a game, isn't it? In again. Just leg side, I think. Not too much concern there from behind the stumps.
That's not out, but I tell you what, the Roach one is.
Oh.
Is it not?
Well, look, there's a possibility of an under edge, but I didn't see that with the naked eye, and it was straight. Let me put it this way: if your boy gets rid of Alistair Cook a couple of days ago in the game down at Chelmsford with that decision, then this is out and out and out.
Yeah. But
did you send him a message, by the way?
I'm interested to discuss it with him, but I'm sure he will say that probably wasn't out himself.
You reckon? Okay.
We'll wait and see.
In behind it again, Keith Barker, and that's the end of the 86th over of this innings. 258 for 8, leader 242, 2 wickets left for Hampshire. They are eking their way to an interesting target here. I'm going to make way for the evergreen Henry Moeran. Felix, I'll see you later.
Good to see you, Phil. We'll be talking a bit later, for a bit longer, I hope. It's really, it's well set up. Do you know what, Henry? The game has been, for the duration of 4 days, actually, it's just had this tension in it where something's waiting to give, something's waiting to burst, and just as you feel it's going one way,
swings around, doesn't it? It's been a funny old game, but at no point has either side ever felt absolutely in control of it.
This is what I'm saying, exactly right.
It's a bit like when you watch someone cycle down the street and you can sense they're about to fall off and they're swinging one way to the other and you're just waiting to see what ultimately will be the moment.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean. I always hear Michael Affett use the analogy that long-form cricket's like an arm wrestle and at some point something gives.
Yeah.
And you really sense that here.
Holland's been excellent though, hasn't he?
Just sort of anchored it, hasn't he?
These two, you sense, could possibly just dig in, get it done.
Yeah, I mean, no one seems to know exactly why Keith Barker's batting 10. I was just saying to Phil, Henry, that I did notice the Hampshire players warming up playing sort of foot volleyball and Keith Barker wasn't involved in that, and so I'm just wondering whether there's some sort of course, if he is injured in some way, that's going to be huge later on in the day if he can't bowl.
Yeah. That's a sharp ball, isn't it? That's the delivery of a man that feels he should have got an LW shout in the last over.
Well, the great thing about Kemar Roach is that every time he walks back from his mark, from bowling back to his mark, he has the energy of someone who's been wronged in some way. So when he actually has, well bowled.
Well, that one wasn't missing. And behind it, it's Holland, who himself will be having to do various calculations and think about where this game's poised. What was the lead now that is up to...
It's 2:42.
Yeah.
So it's snuck there, isn't it?
Yeah, as it's crept along.
Yeah. Because taking a new ball is obviously important, and Roach had those breakthroughs immediately, and you just felt, okay, this is when it gives. But actually, 240 lead, 2 sessions.
Another close call. Do you think, how many would be too many in 2 sessions?
That's a great question. I was actually asking Jake that, working with us earlier today, just before the game started, and he was of the impression, you know, 300, you just over 1 session. If it becomes a game of short form cricket, and you got Pope and everyone in Hutch, and obviously Surrey bat deep. Abbott scored 50 and 40 balls only yesterday. Clark, Royal, Laws can all bat. I don't know. I don't think Surrey will be thinking, can we chase them? It'll be a matter of whether Abbott really gets at them and they find themselves 4 or 5 down, you know?
Of all scenarios that will test the mentality of Surrey's openers in the world of baseball, a slightly above par chase on the last day is going to say, well, do you want to be a part of this? Do you want to show that?
Brilliant point. Brilliant point. It's almost like it's been put there on purpose.
I can almost see McCullum in his flip-flops, sunglasses on, watching on.
What, like God? Let's see if you want to chase this.
Here's this little challenge for you. There's something up with Keith Barker. Because every delivery, one hand's coming off the bat.
It's a bit ginger, isn't it? It just feels like something's happening now. We'll know later whether he bowls or not, but it does feel like I can't think of many reasons why he would be batting at 10 otherwise.
Yeah, it feels unusual, I think it's fair to say.
He definitely pulled his hand off the bat there, didn't he?
Because it's that left hand as well. Bowling hand. Oh, in the air, should be taken. Jamie Smith says thank you very much. And Keith Barker, having faced a barrage of short pitch delivering over the last few days, eventually faces one too many, and as he tried to get out of the way of it, little bit of bat in the air, and it's a 4th wicket for Worrell. So 258 for 9. I think it's not unreasonable to think that the chase will be around about 250.
Yep. And
they should be batting before lunch, sorry.
You're right, sort of the story, that delivery is the story of Keith Barker's game, really. He's been bowled short of him a lot, and I think he's got out both times up from short ball, even though the first time he survived admirably. The way he's been pulling that left hand off the bat suggests maybe he's been hit there quite a lot, or something's up, because he's definitely walking back to him looking like a man who's carrying something, isn't he?
That was a proper get off, mate.
Yeah, exactly.
And I always like it when the batter's already walking by the time the catch is taken.
Yeah. Because there's a sign. It's a sign of sort of acceptance.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Right.
Yeah,
Cheerio. Out of the frame by the time it's in the glove.
I don't even need to look.
Jamie Smith, who's had to backpedal a little bit, but the sort of catch that as a keeper, it's a lovely old thing to get on a Sunday morning or Sunday afternoon. It's about 12:30. I imagine there's a fair few on the stream that are either preparing the roast dinner, or preparing to eat it.
It's quite early to be eating, isn't it? 12:30, or maybe you would.
I don't know.
Just get it all ready at 8 in the morning.
No, I suppose, yeah. It's a sort of 3 o'clock kind of number, isn't it?
Oh man, you could be eating a roast in front of a thriller, all being well.
What a lovely thing that would be, eh? I think we're going to have I think it'd be a real sign of intent from this Surrey side if they push for it. And I think they will.
Exactly right.
Can't wait to see it. So Abbas, the final wicket.
I think the point you just raised is the important one. because before we came here, I was full of these ideas that it was going to be county cricket, but not as we knew it. You know, people going to be going at everything and trying to make impressions. But actually, it's been a really sort of classic, traditional game of county cricket, hasn't it? 4-day cricket, been extremely tense. Batters haven't really got away. Expert bowlers bowling really tight lines. But this is maybe the moment when we find out.
So Abbas on strike. Worrell looking for a fifer.
Oh, he's on a fifer. I was hearing, I wasn't here yesterday, and I know you were doing the football, Henry, so, but I was hearing Cameron say that he actually didn't start brilliantly yesterday until we took that wicket, which is, I think the expression is an absolute seed.
What was it? There's certain phrases that are used. Seed, nut.
Nut, it's a nut.
Yeah. There's certain phrases that just make me laugh. There's phrases for a cricket ball that don't use the word ball. Pill, new pill. Seed, nut.
I might be on my own here, but none of those actually make me cringe.
Do they not?
I don't mind them.
I'll find...
Do you not like pill?
Don't like pill.
Do you not like seed?
Seed I can live with. I think pill feels a bit... it doesn't look like a pill, does it? It looks more like a seed than it does.
Yeah.
Pill. There's certain phrases that sort of do the rounds when it comes to cricket terminology.
New nuts. Don't mind new nuts.
So yeah, there's a sort of conquerish quality, isn't there? Oh, big appeal given, 5 wickets. And Worrell wraps it up with 2 wickets in the over. Abbas didn't look like he was going to hang around, and his duty now will be to try and take the wickets that'll put pressure on Surrey, who will be chasing a target of 243 for victory. This game is set up as beautifully as is possible, and in this morning session, all credit to the Surrey bowlers who have done a good job at wrapping up this tale. And we'll have a 10-minute break where we'll have to wonder, Felix, how they're going to approach this. Burns and Sibley are not traditionally big hitters. How do they go for it?
Well, exactly to say, this will be the test for them. Just to say quickly, Dan Worrell ends as he begun, swinging the ball. 5 for 40. Well bowled, Dan Worrell. He's seen it, he's swung it. He's been a real challenge to play him, and that ball just there, that will be what Hampshire need to take note at. That's the kind of length you'll be bowling, or just short of that. If Hampshire were capable of bowling those areas for a couple of sessions, then I still think all 3 results are possible, Henry.
Oh, I think we could be up for an absolute ripper here. I really do, and the forecast looks okay. I mean, that was beautiful, wasn't it? Swinging, and that would have been good enough to get many finer players than the Hampshire number 11 out, who will be encouraged by the swing and the slightly muggy conditions. Higher clouds today.
I love that fact that Cameron gifted us a couple of days ago that Dan Worrell grew up with a tree over in his garden where he played, and so that hence the pronounced angle that reminds me a little bit of Dominic Court when he runs in, and I just wonder whether that means that he seams and swings it at that angle. Do you know what I mean? Because it's coming in at a different angle to the rest of the seam attack. Yeah, that's even saying, yep, that's done something.
It was almost, come on. I'm going to turn around and appeal because I need to, but we all know where this is going. So 5 wickets for Worrell, who has done a good job, more than a good job in this game. And it's his 12th career 5-wicket haul across his 74 first-class matches. The man from Melbourne who plays his cricket for South Australia and the Adelaide Strikers. He's played international cricket, 3 ODIs as well, so somebody that has a lot of experience at 31 years old. I think he's a really good player to have in the side for this Hampshire side. He has been the main problem. Wickets of the 2 openers, Organ and Middleton. It was that innings from Gubbins alongside Holland that really seemed to be putting Hampshire in a strong position. James Vince will be disappointed with his return from the game, as will Liam Dawson, who got out for a duck in the first innings, made 10 in the second.
He got 2 beauties, Liam Dawson.
Couple of crackers. Brown was impressive again, 95 in the first innings before LBW in the second to Worrell. For that 32, Roach with a couple of wickets towards the back end of the innings. And then the last two in the final over, as it turned out, from Worrell. And an innings that saw a number of starts, but not necessarily going on from Hampshire's point of view. Nobody was too expensive. Roach and Worrell in particular showed really good control, as did Abbott, who could easily have had more than just the one wicket in the second innings. Clark and Steele doing a good job, and Laws, exciting young talent. Yes, a little more expensive, but you can forgive that for the 20-year-old, who is a real wicket threat, and I think Rory Burns will be happy to see him just targeting those stumps.
Yeah.
We mentioned that big partnership between Holland and Gubbins. That was really where it felt like the game was possibly going in favour of Hampshire. When Gubbins went early in the morning session, well, that felt significant. And then after that, just a further 50 runs put on. And 50 important runs.
Yeah, I mean, inadvertently, I'm just thinking to myself, you know, obviously at the start of day one, we learned that Ben Folkes was slightly, he had been through a lot the week before and he wasn't going to play, but it's meant that Surrey had all those seam options, and so they were all having fresh goes here, weren't they? And that's if you played into their own hands a little bit. Had all that variety in there, such high quality.
The interesting thing is the Hampshire bowling attack and whether we're going to see Keith Barker take that new ball.
That's so important, isn't it? Because if Keith isn't involved, then Surrey will really fancy this.
I think it'd be really interesting to see what the approach is. There goes the 5-minute bell. What the approach is from Burns and Sibley, because 243 runs to win, 2 and a bit sessions to do it.
Yeah.
You're looking at going at not a ludicrous pace, but a decent clip. Time to see yourself in, but not enough time to nudge and nurdle it throughout.
Quick question for you, Henry. What time will lunch be?
Lunch, I think, will be at the same time, 1 o'clock.
So it's a tricky 20 minutes, actually, isn't it, to come and bat? Not much can be gained from it. So I wonder if this is the moment right here, you know. What's the mentality? They're going to feel like they have plenty of time to get these runs now, so I don't think we'll necessarily see Burns and Sibley go at it in this 20 minutes. Like I say, they can only really lose in this little spell. But when we had a similar sort of setup at the end of day one, Hampshire bowled quite wide lines outside and off stumps, so I'd be interested to see if they bowl tighten up the stumps.
Well, that's the thing that we've got to wonder. It might be worth us having a little look at the wickets that we've seen, because it was a fascinating innings. I mean, that's a beauty, isn't it? I mean, that is as good as it gets.
Probably about to be taken
From
on.
Worrell.
And the cartwheeling stumps, Henry, as
which
mentioned.
we always like to see. That edge was like a little bit of a loose shot, fair to say.
Cue there.
Here's the one wicket that Abbott got. James Vince, again, it's just that slightly nothing shot, really, isn't it?
I thought that was a replay.
Oh,
good luck playing that.
done it again.
And like I said, Liam Dawson got one equally as good in the first innings. Oh, Ben Brown has kept low, hasn't it?
It has kept a bit low.
Yeah, I haven't seen many keep low, actually. It was going to take some of that to get rid of him.
This is the wicket early on this morning that felt like it was so important. Tom Sibley did well to do a belly flop as well as he took that catch.
Yeah.
A little chip to cover, and
yeah,
that was the wicket that Roach was hoping for. Could have had another, a couple of good LBW shouts. A little bit of pad onto the stumps for Roach to get his second. Barker looked discomforted throughout the innings, really, and that kind of told its own story. We do have a little bit of news about Keith Barker, or correspondence, more accurately. And it's the final wicket to go. Out, gone. Off you go. So then, 258 all out, 243 will be the target. Emma gets in touch.
Hi, Emma.
And says, Keith Barker told me yesterday he's got a broken hand.
Oh.
We don't know. I mean, we have to take Emma's word for it, but we've not heard any correspondence officially.
Wow, that doesn't surprise me the way he's putting his hand off the bat there. And how does Emma mention how Keith Barker told her that? Is it on Twitter?
Don't know. No, we'll have to find out.
Right,
Emma,
okay.
we need more, I think. Louise says, enjoying listening to Felix Henry. Surrey and Hampshire, mixture of cricket and music chat, an ideal Sunday companion.
I agree with that. Thank you, Louise.
And here come the Hampshire side, who themselves will think they've got a chance of victory. This isn't all about the Surrey run chase, because early wickets.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, it's a 20-minute window here. Can much be gained from it? Batting for 20 minutes? You know, are they going to feel like let's have a go here? I think they'll feel like they can get these without being at a canter. So I'm not sure if we're going to see souped-up versions of Burns and Sibley just yet, but I could be wrong.
Well, I'll be interested to see. I think they'll look to try and be reasonably circumspect for the first little while. So here comes the Surrey boy, Dom Sibley, born in Epsom, alongside Rory Burns from Middle Earth.
And
as it looks these days.
Well, I think I can see off in the distance there, Henry. He's not on shot now, but Keith Barker,
he's going to have a bowl
at the end of his mark.
Lovely old job. Well, let's have a look. I mean, I'll be interested to see if we do get it.
So if he's, I mean, I don't know if Emma's having us on.
A really, really unusual way.
A strange thing to text Emma.
I'll have you know that Keith Barker told me yesterday.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. People have done weirder stuff on Twitter, I guess.
I can see he's got some strapping on his right hand up the far end.
Right.
So it might be that is much more doable than if it was his left hand.
So it might. Okay. So
oh no, it's a wrist. Oh well. Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, right.
That is adding more credibility to Emma's story.
Yeah,
definitely.
yeah. No, Emma, I'll take back what I just said.
It's the left hand. I mean, look, he's got clearly his hands have been given a right battering for that short pitch delivery.
That's what it is. Was that from the barrage of fast bowling?
I think it probably was.
It's a cruel game, cricket.
Well, it is. Particularly because in bowling, you're always trying to expose someone's weakness. And if their weakness is short pitch bowling, you're only going to become weaker at it.
I don't even know if he's got a weakness. He's just a big guy. He's a big target to hit.
Right then, here comes Keith Barker. 2-4-3 is the target for Surrey. Rory Burns on strike. And that is exactly what he would have wanted first up. Lovely piece of batting from Burns, full on the pads and clipped away through the leg side for 4 runs to get Surrey up and running.
Yeah, well, famously, that is where Burns and Sibley's scoring areas tend to be. So, sorry, I apologise for talking about them as if they're the same person, but they both score through that onside. Rory Burns, you veer straight, yeah, that's his shot, really. And we had that in the first innings. Anything outside of stump, they were leaving really disciplined and ready to clip the ball away when it was too straight. And that's where Barker started.
And we spoke about Hampshire's desire to sort of find that wicket-taking ball a little too vigorously on the first evening. If they learnt their lesson, it's a little bit shorter. Again, he's holding that hand and walking a bit. It's funny, isn't it? When even if you hurt your hand, it makes you walk in a way that.
Yeah. Oh, it must be hurting to run on impact.
It must be.
Do you know what I'm looking forward to?
Lunch.
Abbas. Yeah, lunch. Oh, bold. I was going to say Abbas at this end to Sibley, but now you've mentioned it.
Sorry, I was thinking with my stomach. I'm really looking forward to Abbas with Sibley on strike. And lunch. So 3 slips. Again, there's the sort of 2 really close again. We actually saw on a couple of occasions in the first innings the ball going through that tight slip cordon between.
Yeah. Well,
those
James
two
Finch was
there.
quite deep, wasn't he?
Well, left by Burns, and Barker just testing that channel. The former Blackburn Rovers and England under-19 footballer.
Amazing. Absolutely incredible. Who did he play for? He played for a longer period of time for someone.
Rochdale, I think.
Was it?
Yeah.
The centre forward, you were saying?
I think he was. I'll tell you in a moment.
less chance for broken hands playing football.
You'd hope so. It was, yeah, he started at Blackburn, then went out on loan to Belgian club Cercle Bruges.
All right.
Then to Rochdale, where he played 12 games, didn't score a goal in that time.
Okay.
He, actually, I don't know what position he played. Oh no, he was a striker.
Okay.
Then St Patrick's Athletic in Dublin.
Right.
Banged in 3 in 7 games. You can't argue with that.
That's good strike rate.
Before cricket started taking over, really. It's a little bit wild. England under-19s, one appearance, 2005.
He just took a big, deep inhale of breath there, Keith Barker, to think, as if he was saying, this is really hard.
And what I'll be intrigued in is what the team was that he played in that game that he played for England under-19s.
Yeah, there would have been some household names in there, surely.
Yeah.
Speaking of household names,
here we go.
Moeran Abbas.
Abbas. So, Mark Noble played in that game.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Grant Leadbitter. And then up front.
Grant Leadbitter. Moeran Abbas, you know, it felt like he bowled it uninterrupted in the first innings, and that was because of the rain delays, but he's so beautiful, so effortless to watch. Here he comes.
This is going to be a really interesting battle. Big stride forward from Sibley. Get past that.
That's the idea, Dom. You've got to negate that movement.
He's a big guy, is Dom Sibley, and he's not afraid to take the stride forward.
Nice to see him getting a big confident stride in there, because that's where Abbas has done people, with it just seeming, just moving late, swinging late.
And it's on you quicker than you expect. He isn't running at that much pace. It's a sort of bustling approach more than anything. And then windmill arms. $239 runs to win. Got 15 minutes left of this morning session, and then 2 sessions for Surrey with the forecast set fair. It could not be set up more beautifully.
Really is set up well. I mean, there's a dark part of me that wants Hampshire to take a couple of wickets in this next 10 minutes, and then we're really set up.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. This is the sort of lines he bowled to Sibley first up at the end of day 1 as well.
He's definitely my favourite bowler with the name of a Swedish pop band within it.
The plural others.
Yeah. 4 without loss, 9 balls into the innings. The first ball was the scoring shot in the previous over. Lovely flick through mid-wicket from Burns. Good ball. Really good.
That's the ball with Tom striding. You know what, your head races in moments like this of all the possibilities that could happen, but by what, 4 or 5 o'clock, there's all kinds of places we could be.
Yeah, it's one of those where you just feel quite a lot of the game could be dictated by the next 13 minutes.
Yeah.
Just testing that temptation outside the off stump. Sibley's not going to be tempted.
It's interesting, it's back to that plan, isn't it? That sort of 5th stump line. Of course, assuming that he can bowl exactly where he's intending to bowl every ball, which we do assume of Abbas.
Well, he's one of those, the rare breed that is just so consistent.
Yeah.
It takes a very special cricketer to be able to be quite that metronomic. It's a bit straighter, and Sibley's happy just to push it into the offside. So, 4 without loss, 2 overs gone. My guess is that we wouldn't see anything too extravagant from this opening partnership for these 12 minutes, just because.
Yeah, why would you?
Why would you risk it?
That's our sense a little bit, isn't it? And they laid their marker down as well the first time they batted. They're just going to do what they do. As we said then as well, they're sort of their bag of eccentricities when they set up for both of them are sort of dulled down a little bit. You're not quite noticing all those quirks and kicks and movements.
Well left by Burns. Right then, Emma's been back in touch.
Oh, okay, Emma, can I just apologise before I hear this for suggesting that you might be being dishonest about Keith Barker's hand?
It's this, to me, absolutely, you can't argue with this. Emma says, he told me about his broken hand. When I asked for an autograph, he said, sorry for the handwriting, he's got a broken hand. Now that is a beautiful story in so many ways, because I will explain in a moment.
Oh,
I think the art of the autograph has faded a bit since the selfie came in.
Yeah.
And I think autographs are the way to go. There's a sort of permanence and artifact kind of thing about it. And I'm lovely to hear that. So well played you, Emma. But also the fact that you're still willing to give it a go.
Yeah.
With a broken hand.
Well, it also begs some other questions, Henry, but after watching Bowler's Ball, I'll raise. Again, it's just that sort of fifth stump channel, but they're intent on bowling at these two. Emma, you say he's got bad handwriting because he's got a broken hand. Now, we all know that Keith Barker is left-handed. So was he attempting to sign his autograph with his right hand, which is broken, or does he actually write right-handed and play cricket left-handed?
Well, this is very important information. Because I bowl right-handed and left-handed.
Do you?
So he could be.
Yeah.
Like the other way around.
There we go. So I think you might have answered it there.
The weirdest one for me is those that bowl with one arm and throw with the other. Timar Mills does that. He bowls left arm and then throws right arm.
Does he?
Yeah.
Kevin Curran was another one.
Yeah.
Jack Leach.
Yes.
Throws right-handed.
Weird, isn't it?
I didn't know Timar Mills did that. Oh, this is... They're desperate to bowl these areas to Burns and Sibley. Is it because they know if they bowl too straight they're getting clipped, do you think? Are they looking to nick them off?
I'd be tempted to just try and... You can maybe afford, with what, 10 minutes until lunch, you can have maybe 1 or 2 overs at most after this one.
Yeah.
I'd be quite tempted just to... You can accept you might concede a few runs, but at the moment it's just a sort of phony war because they can leave it alone.
Exactly, yeah, good phrase. I mean, I think we might have answered our own question. I think that's what they're nervous about, is as soon as you stray slightly too straight to Rory Burns and Dom Sibley, but in that case it was Burns, they're going to clip you away, they're masters at that.
But I don't think they mind seeing it because they got protection at mid-wicket, and so yeah, a couple of runs, but it's not disastrous that. 7 without loss then, 2-3-6 to win. Elsewhere in the county championship, Northants have won by 7 wickets against Middlesex, chasing down that target, a pretty minimal target, just 3 wickets down.
Middlesex have had a bad start, haven't they?
Had a stinker.
Yeah.
Lancashire lead Essex by 305 runs, 3 wickets remaining, so they're going to try and push to put pressure on Essex. Somerset need 244 runs to win against Notts, but they're 4 down at 51 for 4. And Kenton trail Warwickshire by 220 runs, 5 wickets remaining. So results set up all over the shop in Div 1.
Good few hours set up actually, aren't there now?
Yeah, I think that's the line.
That's your line, isn't
it?
That just feels a really challenging line.
In Division 2, Worcestershire have been set 314 runs to win against Durham, so they're about to get that run chase underway, and we're still in the first innings of the game between Leicestershire and Derbyshire. With a score at 370 for 5. Centuries for Hill, unbeaten on 114, and Ackerman out for 114. Nicely driven. They're going to have to be quick with that single.
Again, maybe this is the anxiety of bowling slightly too straight. Question for you, Henry. James Vince there, you mentioned a couple dropped a little short of him at first slip. Does it look like they've corrected that? Does he look like he's slightly more shallow? Or I don't know if he's standing exactly... They were noticeably deep in the first innings. Just wonder whether...
I think you're right. I think they've come a little bit forward.
I think they've come a bit tighter, haven't they?
I'm with you. Well done.
Battle. This is brilliant.
I find it amazing how cricketers, particularly our openers, and the ball's got that extra zip, have the ability to make that decision. Look here, it comes in. How do you make the call from this moment to the next to leave it? I wouldn't even see it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean. I've heard people say, sorry, Henry, but it's actually impossible to make a decision and change your mind in that short a period of time.
Right. So how's it happening?
I don't know. You instinctively, well, you must be. You know what I mean? There's not enough time for cognitive thought. But then again, there actually must be, because you've got a plan.
But maybe it's a bit like, you know, if you see a cup dropping off a table, you don't think, oh, I'd better catch that. You're just reacting purely to it. And habit and reaction comes from experience, I'm guessing.
It's a good battle here, high quality battle.
I think there's a bit of knitting going on up there, look. That lady in green.
Yep, she's doing it without looking, even.
Her mate's on Facebook.
That's high quality knitting, isn't it?
It really is, yeah. Hands a blur.
Look at it, it's not even making eye contact with a needle.
I wonder what she's making. End of the over, 2 from it, 9 without loss.
The abbess of the knitting world.
She is, she's absolutely metronomic. She is. I can see her, she's over there in the Galadari stand, wearing a lovely shade of pea green.
I've got a friend who I learnt yesterday can sew buttons, and I couldn't even conceive of being able to do that. You could give me 2 days to sew a button or knit something and I wouldn't even get started. So as I get older, I'm much more in awe of people with skills like that.
Well, yeah, it's a real art, isn't it?
I wonder what she's making. Is it a jumper?
Could be. Oh, it's a good ball. I think a bit of bat.
Do you think he hit it? I thought maybe Barker's height came into that, maybe.
She might be making an elaborate woolen sling for Keith Barker's hand.
There we go.
Let's have a look. What's she making there? Well, it's just in the early stages. And, well, someone's told a good joke.
I can't...
Good ball.
That's a beauty. I'm so in awe of that. She isn't even for a second. She hasn't looked at her hands.
Which we think is a good sign of skill.
Look at
it might be that when she finishes, she won't have a clue what she's
what's
made.
it?
It looks like it might be, well, the starting of maybe a nice white cricket jumper.
This is like Matrix level knitting.
I'd quite like to get into knitting. I think it'd be quite therapeutic, you know, watching a show on telly.
This is what I'm saying, yeah. I think just doing something with your hands, making something, it's good for you, isn't it?
Yeah, and you can see.
All right, get on with it.
Good for the soul.
No time for chatting. You haven't even got started yet.
Come on. We want that jumper finished by the end of the afternoon session.
Oh, Don Sibley's walking. Interesting.
Is he gets through the next 2 balls quickly, he might even have time for another over. And the more we get of Abbas.
Have they created as many opportunities as we thought they would? I don't know, but they have really. There's been an LBW shout, but Sibley hit or was going over, and that's pretty much it really. And there's that line again.
Doesn't need playing out, does it?
Abbas nearly got Sibley nicked off.
There's a gentleman right in the top centre of the screen scoring.
I was going to say he's not knitting.
He's not knitting, he's scoring. I love that.
Is he scoring? Do you know, I'm always fascinated by people when there's places available choose to sit at mid-wicket.
Not far away.
Are we going to get another over in?
I think we will. They're hustling through for it, and Abbas has just said to the umpire, we've got time, and indeed they will trundle them through for another. Yeah, look, here we go.
Is he knitting? He's scoring.
Yeah.
I love that. We started various initiatives at Tailenders getting people into scoring, and we often say that there's a... She hasn't even got started and she's on her phone.
Honestly, the modern age, you'd never have got that once upon a time.
A lot of Zen County cricket going on, in short.
It's well bowled. Yes, it's offering the opportunity for a run, but I think it's not just one where you can leave alone. You're giving yourselves a chance in that final over before lunch. Yeah, she's...
Sorry, I was saying, yeah, so with reference to scoring, I think, especially in the modern age, we're so distracted by 100 million things at once, phones, But when you're scoring, you cannot concentrate on anything else, really.
No, because you miss one ball.
Exactly. It forces you just to be doing one thing.
High knees from Abbas. A good challenging line as well, just that fourth stump.
So it's a really sort of cleansing thing to do with your time, I find, because even just for the very fact that I just haven't looked at my phone for 2 or 3 hours. And you also get a sense of, if you're really interested in cricket and into cricket, and if you're watching this, you will be, of how difficult it is to concentrate when you're batting for that long time. You live the period of time with the batters.
And that's quite a revealing thing in terms of the mentality required.
Yeah.
And you do so without having the ball pelted at your head as well.
True. Oh, this is the line. I hope they proved me wrong, but they bowled so far outside off stump to Dom Sibley in both innings. And if I'm not wrong, the way they got him out was just short of a length, getting him to sort of prod at one that was just over the top of middle stump. Wonder if they're looking, you know, to bring the odd one back into him.
Lovely murmur around the ground. 3 balls left until lunch. Ooh. Good leave. So there's lots of activities going on around the ground. We've got plenty of people just watching on, maybe thinking about what they're going to grab for lunch. There's a few. Look, I mentioned it earlier. There's a couple of wide-brimmed hats we can see. You can often spot people on your way to the ground. You can sense it going to the cricket. They've got the sun cream. They've got the sandwiches.
That's your starter kit. Your needles. Your scoring book. Henry, I don't want to disappoint you.
Go on.
Are you braced for impacts?
Yeah.
So Darren Hayward's been in touch, who I gather must be a friend of Emma. He's thrown Emma under the bus. He said Emma is also keen on getting selfies.
Right.
This is from yesterday. Oh, just a dad embarrassing his daughter. So Emma's got those autographs. Darren, I think it's Emma's dad's, taken photos with, looks like Ollie Pope, Tom Curran here, must be around somewhere, Sean Abbott. So it's a 2-pronged attack.
The point stands, it's lovely to see the autograph getting an outing.
I agree.
And if a selfie goes with it, well, it's the age we live in. It's the age we live in. Right then, 6 overs yielding 10 runs. I think that Surrey will be happy enough with that. They've survived until the lunch interval. 2-3-3 to win. So that means per session just over 100 runs.
Which is very doable, and exactly as we'd imagine. They didn't really have any intent to score quickly there, did they, Burns and Sibley? There was nothing to be gained by that. And they survived, they'll be happy with that. It's frustrating to see a similar pattern with just those lines and lengths. It felt really, they didn't challenge the bat very often.
No, it all felt a bit sort of easy, actually. And from the point of view of setting up the game, a wicket or two would have made it interesting. I think it's fair to say.
It would have done, but nevertheless, it is still on. And if you're in the South London area, obviously we'll be with you if you want to watch it on a live stream, making your roast or whatever. But you could get down and watch some high-quality county cricket for a few hours, couldn't you? And it could still go any way.
You certainly could. And that's the joy of the county game these days. There's so many ways of following it. You can come down, you can watch on the stream, you can listen on your local radio, every ball of every game. So there's so many ways to do it. But look at this game. It's ebbed and flowed. Two sides really sort of... It's almost sort of boxing match, isn't it?
Exactly.
Slugging it out. 254, 270, 258. It's a beautifully poised game of cricket, this. And Surrey require 233 as we see the ground staff come to the middle, beginning to do the various bits of work that are required to make sure that everything is intact. And we're seeing the first supporters dribbling onto the field as well, which is lovely to see. It's a superb thing, isn't it, when you see the fans coming out and getting a chance to stride across the hallowed turf.
I love that. It's my favourite thing about county cricket.
Me too. It's a great thing, isn't it? So the morning session has seen the wickets fall that have concluded the Hampshire innings, with those out in the morning, including Gubbins, Fuller, Abbott, Barker and Abbas, as it all wrapped up reasonably quickly. It was Gubbins' dismissal for that 84 that moved the game forward, rather shifted the dynamic. And then when Fuller, Abbott, Barker and Abbas came to join the action, no one really hung about to support Ian Holland. That is what left that total of 258. And the fifer for Dan Worrell, outstanding figures. And despite the efforts...
5 for Dan Worrell.
Yeah.
No one's got 100 yet.
No one's got 100. No, so that is something that we'll wait for. We'll rule it out in this second innings if these two can get in, Sibley and Burns. Burns on 9-0 out, boundary off the first ball of the innings, and got things moving, and that leaves Surrey, as I say, with 233 as the target elsewhere in the county championship, just before we say goodbye for the interval, as a lead of 331 now for Lancashire, who are going along in fine fettle in their second innings. Tom Hartley's on 73 not out, so really offering some useful batting for Lancashire lower down the order. Not against Somerset. Somerset need 238 to win with 6 wickets remaining. We know the situation here. Game between Kent and Warwickshire. 214 runs required with 5 wickets remaining for Kent. So after Zach Crawley got out twice in the same day yesterday, the wickets have been tumbling on this second day as well, so, on this fourth day I should say. In Division 2, Durham against Worcestershire. Worcestershire have lost an early wicket in their pursuit of 314. They're 3 for 1. And it's lunch at Leicestershire with a score at 379 for 5 in that first innings. Felix, thank you to you. Thank you as well to Cam and Phil Walker as our team bringing you the action today. And we will be back with the supporters having a little look at the outfield and this game beautifully poised. We're off to find some lunch, and we'll speak to you in a little bit. falafels, potatoes, broccoli. Felix, it was a smorgasbord of Middle Eastern delight.
It's like everyone for 40 minutes been thinking, what did they eat?
Well, no. Oh, don't often have Sunday lunch with a bit of falafel.
Did you know what I found confusing? There was no. Normally it's signposted what everything was.
Yeah.
But you know, falafels and stuff, there's no way of knowing really, is there? If
No.
it's meat or vegetarian.
No. It's a bit much like a revel in that sense.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. Savoury revels. That's what we had for lunch, savoury revel.
Yeah, a nice meaty revel. Right then. What a session we have before us. 10 without loss, 2-3-3 still to win for Surrey. And with a partnership that survived an awkward 20 minutes prior to the luncheon interval, I think we're going to learn a lot about Surrey's intent in this game from the first 15 minutes here.
Do you think so?
I think we might. And I'm excited.
I'm really excited. I left for lunch thinking this is Surrey's game actually, but halfway through the savoury revels, I just started thinking to myself, actually, it's quite a lot of runs to get. Is it not? It's quite a lot of runs still to get. And with this bowl, with this seam attack,
we've not really seen anyone go more than 3 and over either side.
Exactly.
And so overs remaining in the day, 66 times 3, didn't quite take us. It takes us close, but didn't quite take us to the target. So we're going to have to see a little bit of a foot on the gas. I wonder what the Surrey team, indeed both sides, had for lunch. I think the days are gone where players used to have like enormous pies and whatever else.
On the money first up, Keith Barker.
Because they always put on social media what they have during a test match at Lord's, don't they?
Do they? Yeah. Gloating.
Yeah. But nowadays it'll all be sort of protein shakes and.
Will it?
I
It probably
reckon
will
so.
be, won't it?
You know, grilled meat and sort of.
Savoury revels.
They might chuck in a savoury revel.
Oh, it's not far away from the outside edge, that was it?
That's not a bad way to start the afternoon session for Keith Barker, who he heads back like a man. Many more deliveries through his spell than he is. He's had quite a testing few days. See that strapping on his right hand? We've heard from Emma that he'd broken that hand. What I don't know is what's happening with our friend who's doing the knitting, what she's been up to at lunch.
Well, I'm glad you brought her up, actually.
All right.
Because Tom Cooper, a friend of mine, has been listening to the commentary. Here we go, she's in the shot.
Oh, there she is.
Tom sat not too far from her. He was listening, and he took it upon himself to ask her what exactly it was. Was it indeed a sling for the broken right arm of Keith Barker, or is it something else that she's knitting?
Yeah, go on.
Sorry to disappoint you, it's not a sling for the broken right arm of Keith Barker, but it is, drum roll please, on the money again, a cardigan.
A cardigan. Did she knit that lovely green cardigan there? That's what I want to know.
I haven't, I mean, I'm sure Tom will be listening. I don't want to keep hounding her. I mean,
it's a cardigan. Early stages of the cardigan.
She'll be doing selfies and autographs by the time we've left her.
Well, I
alone.
hope so. I wonder what's in that drinks bottle on the right.
You'd be surprised.
It's a little bit leg side-ish, and Burns will happily pick up the gift of a single to move the afternoon session just a little bit forward. 2-3-2 to win.
Interesting again that he started bowling much straighter than they did in that interval beforehand. I still haven't got to the bottom of these plans really, but they've both started to, both times in this game, they've started to bird in Sibley quite far outside of stump as a general plan, and it feels like maybe they're going to bowl straighter from now on.
Well, you're not going to
Round about there.
Get away with that sort of delivery to Dom Sibley. Unless you've got that protection in the deep, and they understandably do. But there's one thing we've learned from that over, is that anything on the pads is going to be gobbled up by these two. Here we go, right. I think that's probably the start of an arm, possibly, in the
What,
cardigan.
but she's knitting?
Yeah. Oh, hold on a minute. No, that's just a hanky.
That's the tissue, I think. I don't know if it's... we made the call earlier, didn't we, Henry, saying, if you're around, get down here. It's going to be really good. 3 results possible, 4 even, maybe.
Yeah.
There are a few more in.
Definitely.
Don't know if we can take the credit for that. Maybe Word's just getting round on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah,
Plenty of space there.
And those are the prime seats for me. You get high quality cricket and high quality knitting.
There we go.
Right, then Abbas to continue. Those 3 slips close together. Again, a little leg side-ish from Abbas. What I'd quite like to see, particularly for Barker to Sibley,
yeah,
is I'd like to see him going over the wicket, because it's just that angle going across.
Yeah,
for me is the one that offers a little more threat.
Well, first thing this morning we saw Nick Gubbins nick off, didn't we, to that exact angle? If that's what you're getting at.
Exactly what I'm getting at.
Historically, I mean, people often talk about wickets overall being quite flat, quite, you know, scored big totals here. It hasn't been that way. I don't know whether the weather's played into that a little bit.
Possibly.
There hasn't been many moments where it feels like, oh, there's nothing in it in this pitch for the seam bowlers, has there?
I completely agree. It's been really nice balance.
Yeah.
For me, 4-day cricket, if you've got 250 playing 250,
yes,
it's pretty much what you want.
It's perfect, isn't it?
And we've seen 254 and 258 and 270 so far. Oh, it's a good ball. Challenging that line, forcing Sibley to play. And as you lunge forward, you just got to hope that the outside edge doesn't come into play, and it doesn't. And Abbas will be encouraged by that, just that little hint of seam movement, as we see the sun threaten to make an appearance.
Wickets have sort of fallen in clusters a little bit, but teams haven't really folded, have they? You know, 2 or 3 wickets, and then your partnership's been really tense, absorbing cricket. I asked the question earlier, Henry. Why? I don't know if someone can answer this for me. If you go to a county game and there are seats available behind the bowler's arm,
yeah,
often people choose to sit side onto the wicket where you can't actually read what's happening. What are the benefits of making that decision?
It's a good question. I suppose one thought possibly after this ball.
Oh, good leave done.
Is particularly on the side of the Galadari stand out towards the gasometer, because
Yes.
the pitch is that way. You're closer to the action there than you would be if you were straight on. But why you'd be in the JM Finn stand towards the Tennyson School, which feels quite far, unless, I don't know, unless it's just your seat.
I hear you. Maybe that's what it is. You're very close to the action. You get good perspective from that sense. I think maybe the answer is that sometimes you come to knit cardigans and not necessarily watch every ball of cricket.
Well, yeah, and absolutely fair enough. Well left, simply raising those arms up high. I think also it might just be that there's a bit more of a buzz and a bit more of a vibe of you can have a chat without necessarily. If say,
as you can see off in picture there, that exact thing happening.
Exactly, because if you're around people that are wanting to watch every single ball very closely,
you
don't feel like you can discuss, you know, what your favourite chocolate bar is.
It drifts off a bit, yeah. See, I'm a bit like that. I often take friends who don't like cricket to the cricket, but there does come a moment where I just want to be concentrating solely on the cricket, which makes me probably quite a boring person to come with if you're not that way inclined.
Yeah, but I think much like a day at the cricket, on the field, there's an ebb and a flow to what happens watching, isn't it? And sometimes you just want to relax. And I say, why is that gentleman there? And those three there, why have they chosen those seats? Why have they thought, oh, hold on a minute, that one? See, why is that gent in the Panama?
Yeah, I mean, that's the question I'm asking, really. I mean, fair enough.
There must be a reason. But you see those white seats are a little close to the action. Oh, there's an appeal that is more enthusiastic from the slip cord than it is from the bowler. I think that was possibly a little high, a little leg side.
I think live height looked a problem. Maybe leg side as well.
We'll have a little look at this with the old slow motion. Impact, I think, is in live. I think it's going to go over the top of that leg stump, probably.
Both of the above, really. If you do go to county cricket and you prefer to sit side on, or you are doing that now and listening to us, please let us know what informs that decision. Just genuinely curious.
Yeah, I'm intrigued. I suppose you get a greater sense of the speed from side on.
That's a good point. You do. It's a bit more visceral, maybe.
And I guess also you always feel you're as far from whatever the action is, because if you're at one end rather than the other, for half the time the action will be sort of at the other end, so at least you remain.
Exactly, yeah. If you want to get in touch, surreybroadcast@gmail.com or Twitter to any of us.
There's been no evidence, I think it's fair to say, Felix, since lunch, that Surrey are looking to move through the gears here.
Not at all. It was, I mean, I was falling for it as well, Henry, when you were saying, oh, the carrot will be laid down from a mythical Brendan McCullum type godlike figure from the sky saying, will you go at this quickly?
Well, I wondered that, would they? You know, these two former England Test openers, would they be tempted to try and show what they can do? That's going to be runs down towards fine leg, and it'll just about be saved way down below us from Fletcher Middleton. Was that runs, do you think?
I thought he hit that. I haven't seen the umpire's signal otherwise.
Well, the scorecard says 3 leg buys.
Oh, very good. Maybe I missed that.
I think it's my favourite umpiring signal, the leg buys.
Leg buys, yeah.
Because they get, much like you see a dog approaching a tree, you sort of, there is a preparation involved before the leg is lifted.
There's a set-up.
15 without loss then. It doesn't matter how the runs come from Surrey's point of view. I'd rather see Barker going across the right-hander.
Oh.
And despite that, there's an edge, and it's almost a wicket. But, again, doesn't matter how the runs come.
Is that straight down the throat of the non-existent third slip? I think it might have been.
I think you're right.
Not quite got it right in that region, Hampshire.
Yep.
Yeah, that's third slipped, isn't it? Gobbling that up.
There we go again. Has it gone at catchable height? Would have been tough, but probably just.
Yeah, I think that's...
Now this is a battle I'm looking forward to seeing.
Here
the left-hander, Burns, with a Bass going across him. And Burns, who, in the first innings of this game, for this Hampshire side, found himself dismissed by a Bass, caught behind. So
oh, that's right.
It was one actually from round the wicket that just did enough. It's a beautiful ball, nothing that Burns could have done with it, really.
The Bass also obviously got the very important wicket of Ollie Pope, sort of cutting, late cutting. yesterday.
He looked dead set for 100.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh look, she's left her cardie.
Oh,
bowled, well left. She's left. Maybe she's on her way to see us.
And delivered a cardigan.
Oh no, it's just obviously a little warmer.
Question for you: if Sibley and Burns going at this rate, Burns is 10 off 30, Sibley is 6 off 26. You can see off the graphic. If they were to continue going at this sort of rate for a session, where would that leave us?
It's a good question. Oh, it's not far away from causing problems. There could be trouble. Oh, throw misses.
Pitch an outside leg stump as well, maybe.
Yeah, what do you think?
Well, because I'm just obviously you'd imagine if they get set, they're going to try and kick on at some stage. But I don't know if they'll have worked out actually if we just bat completely within ourselves and bat duration, we're getting there anyway.
Yeah. Well, that's true, and there's always time, you know, there's the firepower to catch up. I suppose it's that the logic might be that they're not going to necessarily win the game at this point, but there is the prospect you could lose it if you went too hard too early. And often with the whole, you know, baseball thing, sometimes actually it's been the setup of the patient start that has then allowed the flourish down the order. So maybe can't read quite as much into it. Well left. Abbas, very deliberate stride back towards us, staring at the ground, thinking about getting back to his suite at the top of the hotel in Southampton, what we were talking about a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I've gone re-inform me of that one.
So the story goes that when Manchester City were playing against Southampton, the Manchester City team were going to stay at the hotel at the Ageas.
Yes.
As they normally do. I've seen Pep there, actually, during a county game.
Okay. That's a good channel.
Good carry. And apparently the story goes that Manchester City asked if they could have the penthouse suite at the hotel for Pep Guardiola.
Yeah.
But no was the answer, because the room was taken by the star overseas, Mohamed Abbas.
Completely understandable.
Absolutely right. And their feeling was that, well, could this be changed? But no. And then this was posited by Cameron Ponsonby on the Wisden podcast.
I know, and yeah.
And then Keith Barker got involved, because you can't keep Keith out the game. That's two leg side-ish, and it's a lovely shot.
Shots done.
Easy pickings, and Abbas will be furious with himself because, again, maybe just looking a little too eagerly for that wicket-taking ball, and it was beautifully put away. I mean, that was immaculate timing.
I mean, that's a really real part of Dom Sibley's game, isn't it? He leaves very disciplined outside our stump, and he waits for that ball to be slightly too straight, and he's on it in a flash. And there it is in a nutshell. Oh, lovely shot.
Raced away, didn't it? And so the story goes that they put this on the podcast, and a clip with it was put on social media earlier this week.
Yeah,
and Keith Barker replied, actually during a lunch break, or a rain delay, I think it was. And so this is entirely true, and it's partly because the bloke that organises it is an Arsenal fan.
Been very Keith Barker centric, haven't we, at the moment? We've had Emma telling us about his broken hand after getting an autograph with him. We've had him corresponding with us about the Guardiola, not the Guardiola actually, the Abbas suite in Hampshire. And he's batted for a duration. And he's bowling now with a broken right hand.
He's been busy on so many levels.
Yeah.
Fuller, just a little bit of movement through the air. Ball 10 overs old. Didn't do much before lunch. I think the phrase is gun barrel straight.
You'll notice that the shorter boundary and off through cover for Rory Burns on that offside. They're leaving it tantalisingly open there. There's no one really sweeping. sort of deep backward point. But they're leaving that shot option on for him.
Again, leg side-ish. Burns will pick up runs. How many? Probably just a couple. As the throw comes in from Fuller. The scoreboard moves forward. Yeah, I suppose from Surrey's point of view, you try and get every little marker ticked off. 17 runs away from it being under 200. That feels more manageable. All 10 wickets still in hand.
217 required. Still a lot of runs. Still feels like a lot of runs.
Well left by Burns. Oh, we spoke about and sort of suggested maybe with the carrot that was dangled by circumstance as much as anything, how tempted they'd be to look to try and fulfill things in the Bazball model. And actually, I find it quite refreshing to see they're not trying to be silly and do anything wild. Nicely driven by Burns, because in some ways, you know, there might be a situation further down the track, potentially even this summer, where if England's method against Australia really doesn't work in the first 2 or 3 tests, they'll be crying out for someone who's been scoring runs in a more defensive fashion.
Do you really think though? Do you think if someone's batting within themselves and scoring a lot of runs, are they? Well, maybe.
I don't know.
It must be a horrible sort of existential crisis for people that have been taught to bat like this, and now thinking, what, I don't really even know.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to achieve here. Is this okay?
Yeah. It's very difficult because you sort of have to try and divorce yourself from the idea that everything that you do is all about that pursuit of an England call-up.
Yep.
Whereas perhaps for these two, they're at the stage of their careers where they think, well, look, we've got there, we've been there, we've done that, and maybe we know that our most likely route back, should we want to, should it happen, will be just scoring runs in the way we do.
Well, we did mention, didn't we, that there's all those ticks and sort of quirks of the creases sort of seem much more becalmed. They both at one point in England careers had a lot of sort of different triggers every test. There was just another sort of angle or trigger or batting outside leg stump or all these kind of things, and they look much more at peace.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think, you know, I did feel for Rory Burns in that last Ashes series in Australia, where obviously it started horrifically.
Yeah. And
there's an England opener in a series like that against that bowling attack when things aren't going right. It's not easy. Lovely bowling from Abbas. Not getting the swing, but he is testing the mind of Dom Sibley.
Do you think that, yeah, that short boundary, they seem to, that shot's always on for them. They're leaving that open and bowling outside of stump, aren't they? I just wonder whether they think, just go on, have a go at this outside of stump and trying to nick them off that way.
It's almost a game of chicken, isn't it?
There you go, yeah.
I don't often see that from Abbas, one dug in halfway down the track.
It's almost exactly case in point, just thinking, come on, just have a little go at that.
There's some more. There they are, that group of 3 in the background. They obviously like each other a reasonable amount, but not enough to sit in consecutive seats. There's a gentleman there that's taking up 5 seats. And only because he's got his arms stretched right out across 5 of them.
All right. Across 5?
Yeah, got the one he's in, and then each long arm is stretching out over 2 further seats on either side. And I quite like that, because there's a sort of...
He should be made to pay for those.
Do you think?
Ah.
So we'll see him again in a minute, I'm sure. Well left by Sibley. Happy just to see that ball going whizzing over the top of off stump. A little bit further wide.
You just get that sense of a bat, isn't it? Okay, so the dismissal really here is the ball outside off stump, and then when it seems and straightens in slightly, you're trying to either catch Sibley leaving outside that off stump or just tempting into that one.
Oh no, he's tucked one arm in, look, see, so he's now only over the 3 seats at the top of your
I'm
screen.
going to charge him for 3 then.
Very generous of you. Oh, that'll sting. Stepping outside the off stump, letting it hit the body, and he'll have a pad up there, but it will still be reasonably sore. He did have a coat on a seat next to him too. It's a bit like people on the train that put their belongings on the seat next to them.
Yeah, what, and don't
move it.
Yeah, yeah.
Nothing's more likely to make me ask to sit there than...
You really would, yeah.
Yeah. Because the best way, of course, of stopping someone sitting next to you on the train is smiling and waving.
Yeah.
And being like,
Or
oh,
being
do you want to sit here?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just about to have my yodeling rehearsal. Do join me.
You're doing TMS live tonight, aren't you?
Yeah.
You getting train up there?
Getting the train up this afternoon, yeah. So I'll be following from... I'll have to be following the latter stage of this. I'll be watching you guys on stream.
Oh, he thought about it there, Rory, didn't he?
He did, and he's... Keith Barker, we're going to be talking about him a lot if he does get a wicket.
Yeah.
Because he's on 499 first-class wickets.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Phil's just given me that info.
I saw Phil describe him as something along the lines of one of the most loved cricketers on the county circuit. I think that would be accurate, wouldn't it?
I think so. He's such a steady, reliable performer. Yes, we got the TMS show up in Leicester this evening.
Yeah, so you, Aggers.
Yeah, Glenn McGrath.
Glenn McGrath. And it's 3 of you in theatres?
Yeah, so we've got Leicester tonight, Northants tomorrow,
yeah,
Birmingham Tuesday. Next weekend we're up in Newcastle, Harrogate,
brilliant,
Manchester. Yeah, all over the shop. And stories I've never heard from the Ashes.
Oh, really?
Shane Warne as well, really.
Yeah, I can imagine the subject of Warne is quite raw, especially for Glenn.
Really interesting, and a couple of times what's really stood out for me is he's spoken about Shane Warne in the present tense, and said, oh, he's got such great hands, and you sort of it sort of catches you because
I noticed that on Tailenders. He did that for a split second as well,
because he was a guest on Tailenders, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. That's really that's so telling, isn't it, that sort of processing of grief.
Probably just the one. It is.
They'll be disappointed, won't they, Hampshire? They've just not created that much.
A couple of skew through the slips.
Yeah, I don't know. You've got to take wickets, so I'm wondering whether 3 slips would have been, I mean... Would have liked to have just felt like, I don't know whether it's with the field or just attacking the stumps of the ball, but I just feel like they were trying to win this game, attacking a bit more definitively, distinctively.
I suppose it's a big game of chicken for both sides, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's right on the line, this game. Who's going to blink first? Who's going to risk bowling those slightly more expensive lines?
That's it.
If you're Hampshire's point of view, or if you're Surrey, do you start taking a few more risks to get the scoreboard moving? Too high. A better fact, I suppose, is you look at what we've got left to bowl today. In theory, 59.1 overs. And if you said to a side, you've got basically 60 overs to get 216 runs, 10 wickets in hand, you'd say, well, what's the rush?
So it's 4 and over. basically. But of course, we can't guarantee we'll get all those overs in.
That's the thing. So just one from the over. I think that's the question, isn't it? How brave are you in expecting how much cricket you're going to get? Because it might end up being just... I suppose if you're Surrey, you don't want to be in a position where with 40 or 50 needed to win, bad light comes into play.
No. Especially with the depth of batting, you know, there's 9 batters really in this side, to be honest with you.
What's Carl Abbott having a chat with umpire Russell Warren? Looking forward to seeing Abbott have a bowl at some stage. I wonder how many overs Keith Barker's got left in this spell.
Yeah.
13 have been bowled so far in this innings. 27 runs so far. And Abbas will continue. That's well bowled. It's going to yield some runs here. At least 2. It'll probably just be the couple of runs. Again, the outer half of the bat is found without necessarily the suggestion that there's going to be an opportunity for the slips, but you can see why Abbas is getting the stint that he is. 6 wickets the first innings. He's about as good as there is in these conditions.
Economy-wise, he's just sort of, it's like looking at Jimmy's figures really, isn't it?
Yeah, he's economy rate in that. He bowled 27.5 overs, an economy of 2.3. That first innings.
You know what I love about watching him bowl is that he's very slight, isn't he? And almost gentle. So there's a real contrariness to the way he bowls for a fast bowler. There's no part of him that looks like it's built like, you know, look at some of the Surrey bowlers that are physically intimidating, big units. Even Keith Barker, you know, you can see where the speed comes from. He's just a sort of really, he's like a canny operator, isn't he? And really, really slight. He's sort of very rare and unique sight watching him run into bowl.
And don't get me wrong when I say this, but in comparison to other sports, you think of rugby and American football, there's so much more base, of course, about physical to physical contact.
Yeah.
But you can't be in the back row, in the front row.
Yeah.
Without being a certain shape and build.
Right.
Whereas you can be a fast bowler. Mark Wood is not particularly tall. He's not particularly well built.
Yeah.
But he's the fastest bowler right now, the fastest bowler in the world.
Yeah.
And I love that.
Yeah, yeah. We've obviously got another great in the game in Kemar Roach bowling for Surrey as well. When Kemar Roach bowls, you can feel the load and effort into his stride when he falls on his knee. It's like a big physical act. But with Abbas, it's almost like he floats through.
Yeah.
You don't see him land heavily the way most fast bowlers do. Like Mark Wood, that all that energy, he's just generating it from somewhere else, isn't he?
And it's so interesting because if you were to ask a non-cricket fan,
see, I mean, there's no sort of into that front.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he runs in as if he's sort of on lap 2 of park run.
Yeah, exactly.
It's quite gentle.
Exactly.
But if you sort of showed a non-cricket lover a picture of Jordan Clark standing next to Mohamed Abbas, you'd say, well, who's the one that's bowling more consistently quick and whatever? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
One is
exactly
a much broader athlete, if you like.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, Abbas is supremely fit, but it's a very different look and style. Well bowled, but it's quite well controlled by Burns down to deep third for 1.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and that's why we love cricket, isn't it? Different body types and personalities make it work for them somehow.
And you see it with batting, and again, it's a little bit the argument that we saw rearing its head in the Women's World Cup with the South African Van Neerkut, the captain, when she failed the fitness test, despite being their best player and their captain, and she fell, I think, 16 seconds outside the time to run 2K, and you thought,
that was crazy, wasn't it?
You thought, well, cricket is a game where people are different shapes and sizes, and I don't know.
There's also different metrics, though. Like different metrics for what cricket fitness is.
Yeah.
Because Jimmy was saying how Alistair Cook still does the beat test, and he still beats everyone at his old age. But it's a completely different type of fitness to what a fast bowler would require. He would struggle to run in like this constantly.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So short bursts of.
Yeah.
But where I suppose Cook his fitness has always been basically batting like a bleep test, isn't it? Sort of up and down and up and down.
That should be a book title.
Well played by Rory Burns. He's going to get 4. Taking that little step into the offside and sensing that Barker was going a bit straighter, he just had to get a little bit on it and was going to get full value. So that's nicely played by the Surrey skipper.
I don't know about you, Henry, but I would really want to see, if I was a Hampshire fan, Carl Abbott involved very soon.
Me too.
Just need some sort of breakthrough now.
I think it's a really good point. Can they afford this partnership to keep going? I bring news from Essex, where Lancashire declared 351 for 7, setting a target of 340 for Essex.
I can't believe I can see it, and I can't believe what I'm seeing.
In the first innings, Alistair Cook was out LBW to Jimmy Anderson.
Controversial.
Second innings, Alistair Cook out LBW to Jimmy Anderson for an 11-ball duck.
I've got so many feelings about this. Can we see it? Can we see it?
I bet it's knocking about.
It felt like he was hit outside the line a couple of days ago.
Lunging forward, Sibley will pick up 1 to the leg side.
Dom Sibley's shot.
It is. Let's have a look.
I would love to see this being hit outside the line. Come on, let's have a look. So Henry just got it on his laptop.
Let's have a look.
And that looks more out to me.
To me, that looks pretty out. It's kept low.
I love that the game stopped here. It's like very symbolic for the fact that actually everyone in England just wants to see this ball.
Let's have a look. We'll slow it down and Ooh, a bit leg side-ish.
Oh, suddenly.
Oh. Anyway, he's out. Here comes Barker again. Oh, that's come creeping in towards that off stump.
Oh, I don't know if that is out next stump as well.
It looked more out, but I'm not sure it was more out, if you see what I mean. So, Anderson's bowled 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 2.
Classic. Classic Jim. Probably singing Wichita Lineman as he's doing it.
Do you think?
Possibly in his head.
That's a lovely image, that. And again, Burns takes that little step across. This time goes in front of square and we'll get 1 to keep the strike. And how long until we see a change from this Hampshire bowling attack? I wonder. We say goodbye to Felix for the time being. Yas is back with us, wearing a glorious mustard yellow shirt today. How are you?
I'm very good. I'm an Arsenal fan, and Arsenal have gone 2-0 up in the first 12 minutes against West Ham, so I'm doing very well.
Have they? Well, that is exactly what you needed.
But I'm really excited about what we could see in the final session here. Surrey obviously going steadily at the start of their second innings, but that required rate was at 3.5 at the start of the session, which is probably a notch or 2 above the natural scoring rates of Burns and Sibley. And the longer that is the case, that required rate will rise and rise.
Around the wicket will come a bass to Burns. What do you think would be the ceiling of a required rate for Surrey?
I don't think there really is one. With the players they've got, Pope, Smith in the middle order, likes of Jordan Clark, we saw how Sean Abbott batted in the first innings. I don't think there will be a ceiling, but the higher it gets, the more risks they'll have to take. And it's not as if in the first innings Surrey weren't trying to be positive and their run rate was about 3.2, I think, at the end of the innings. Pope struck at 57 in his 91, which is probably slightly below what he normally does for Surrey. He was looking to be proactive, but he found run scoring slightly more difficult than usual.
That's a lovely drive. Really, really beautiful cricket shot from Rory Burns. It was over-pitched, but you still have to put it away, and that is as good as anything we've seen today. 41 without loss, Burns to 27.
I think it'll be interesting to see how the Hampshire change bowlers go. Mohamed Abbas has bowled a lot of overs in this game, partly because of all the rain delays we had on day 2. It meant that whenever we came on, Abbas would open every single time. So he bowled, I think, 28 overs in the first innings. He's into his 8th already in the second.
A little quicker that from Abbas, shorter too. Do you think, we've been talking about it, Felix and I, and wondering whether the prospect of England's selection, or the potential, and all of these things that we've been talking about, and Bazball and all those sort of things, where that comes into the mind of Burns and Sibley when they approach how they bat for Surrey this season. Naturally not quite fitting that mould of the aggressive opener.
I remember talking to Felix on day 1 about how he always lumped the two of them together. Burns, I think his scoring rate is pretty standard for an opening batter. He obviously has quite a quirky technique, but once he gets going, he scores at a reasonable rate for an opener. But I think one of the terms that we've heard a lot from English players in the Bazball era is talking about trusting the process, and I think it will be the same for players like Burns and Sibley. They know what has brought them success in the past. Their Surrey teammate Ben Folkes has stuck to exactly what he does for Surrey and has done pretty well sticking to that with England.
It's the inevitability, particularly in an Ashes year, of the focus always is when a player domestically is looking to start their season. The questions will be asked about how that fits into the overall picture of what's going on with the international side. But maybe we've put too much weight on that. Maybe we've actually, in the same way as England, some sort of England conversation is too focused on the Ashes, maybe domestic cricket is too focused on the England conversation. Ooh, that's a nasty ball. That just leapt off a length, hit the thumb possibly. Well, the sort of moment as an opener you kind of dread, one that in the final day has just done something off the surface you're not expecting. It looks like it's the middle finger possibly. Yeah, don't punch hands, whatever you do, gents.
I think players like Burns and Sibley will know that the currency is still scoring runs. If you can score heavily early season, there is so much cricket to be played before that first test of the summer. I'm sure both, by the way, will be fully concentrated on success with Surrey, but they'll just know that England recognition is a byproduct of immense success at county level. That's how both of them got their England call-ups in the first place.
We are going to see Carl Abbott have a bowl, which I think was inevitable. Felix was calling for it, and Keith Barker's wait for his 500th first-class wicket will go on a little bit longer. But Abbott, who was excellent, without always the reward in the first innings, is going to have a go bowling to Rory Burns with 2 slips in place. 2 on the boundary on the offside, 2 on the leg. Oh, bit of a mix-up, have to be quick. And the ball does strike the stumps at the non-striker's end. Sibley is back in time.
Quite noticeable that Hampshire already have 4 men out on the boundary in Abbott's first over. I guess 2 are protecting the very short boundary on Burns' offside. You've got a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary and a man at the deep fine leg as well. So plenty of scoring opportunities actually for Burns. enormous space on the leg side. Gets any bat on it really towards the square leg umpire. That's
well, probably two. Yeah. Bit of blue sky above the oval. That's what we like to see. There's a few supporters as well on the top deck of the Galadari stand, which we didn't see necessarily on the first day when the wind was howling round. The protection offered by the lower tiers was slightly more tempting.
It's a very healthy day 4 crowd, and I would urge anyone who's watching or listening to this who lives close to the oval to get in if you can for the final session, because I'm sure it's going to be a good one.
Well, I think it could be. Can see a very young Surrey supporter arriving over on the right hand side of the screen. So nearly the phase where the target goes under the 200 mark. Just little things to tick off. What about Middlesex's start then? Yes. Another defeat.
Another defeat. Win for Northants as well. And that's a really big win for Northants, especially in a round where there's a lot of rain around. To get that win when other teams around them might not. That's a beauty. I think it's a very strong Division 1 this year. I think maybe up to 6 teams could launch realistic title charges, which means I think staying up is going to be really difficult. So Kent beat Northants last week, but Kent were beaten by an innings, or not yet anyway, but they're on track to lose by an innings against Warwickshire in a game that lost the entirety of day 2. Somerset 2 wickets away from defeat against Nottinghamshire at the moment.
Good over from Abbott first up. Maiden to kick things off. Yeah, Warwickshire against Kent sees 183 runs required for Kent just to force Warwickshire to bat again. And they've only got 3 wickets remaining, so it really is going to be a hefty defeat. As long as there's no weather interruptions, I don't think there's any nasty stuff forecast in the Birmingham area. Elsewhere, Somerset, well, they're heading towards defeat against Nottinghamshire because they need 206 runs to win, but they're 89 for 7. Essex require 333 runs to win against Lancashire, which is a number that is befitting of one of their greats, Graham Gooch. Jimmy Anderson taking an early wicket, that of Alistair Cook again.
A very entertaining innings by Tom Hartley at Lancashire early in the day. So Hartley's only played 10 or so first-class matches, but he's thought of quite highly. He went on tour with the England Lions, I think, for both white ball and red ball tours of Sri Lanka. And although before this game his first-class record with the bat wasn't much, I think he had a high score of something like 25. They rate his batting at Lancashire, and he hit 73 or 50 as they sought quick runs at the end of their innings.
Well, Abbas is continuing and seems to just have the most amazing engine. Keeps going, doesn't seem to ever really alter the pace.
He really earns that penthouse suite, doesn't he?
He does.
He really earns it.
We'll
bowls a lot of overs.
Yeah, I mean, I hope there's a jacuzzi to sort of stretch out and luxuriate upon return to the south coast this evening.
I love games like this where all the scores are roughly between 230, 240 and 320, 330. One big stand either way makes such a big difference.
We were talking about that, and it's almost the ideal setup for a 4-day game, isn't it? Pitch is offering enough throughout to see the game quite finely balanced, and it, as you say, a good partnership feels like a massive impact. A good spell of bowling where you pick up a couple of wickets similarly feels huge.
I think the slowness of this early season pitch has probably helped Hampshire more than Surrey. I don't think that Surrey were really allowed to run away with it with the bat in the first innings as I think they would have liked to. I think they did really well to battle through Abbas and Abbott, but when the likes of Ian Holland and James Fuller came on, you could tell straight away that Pope wanted to attack, but he couldn't really in the way that he normally does. I think that's something to do with the slowness of the pitch, especially from this end. The ball very rarely going through it more than knee height to the keeper.
There's a conversation just between deliveries between Abbas and Burns at the non-striker's end. It's not been express in the last couple of overs from Surrey, but we're theoretically still 54 overs to bowl after this one, and 201 I should say, still to win. There is plenty of time, and it would only take, say, half an hour of Ollie Pope, Jamie Smith really moving through the gears to actually make this start not seem too slow at all, but actually good foundations for the innings. Bit of carry there outside the off stump, but left alone by Dom Sibley. Another maiden goes by, and Abbas waits for his first wicket of the innings, indeed, as do Hampshire. 42 without loss.
I said it earlier, but I'll say it again. Mohamed Abbas has done a lot of bowling in this match already. I think a big part of this chase for Surrey would just be blunting Abbas, seeing him out, then targeting the chain bowlers.
Asked the question earlier. When coming to a cricket ground, what's the thinking behind sitting square on rather than behind the bowler's arm? Because behind the bowler's arm is your view you'd normally have on television, but lots of people, myself included, quite like being square on. Felix was wondering why that might be, why people might choose that.
I'm not really sure, to be honest. Why do you like
I quite like seeing the pace of it, the sort of slight visceral sense of quite how quick the game is.
I think the pace thing, you get a better sense of the pace the lower down you are.
Yeah.
So I was sitting in the press box, which is 2 floors beneath where we are at the moment, the other day, and I think you get a much better feel for how quickly the bowlers bowl when you're closer to ground level.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true.
I guess here with the pavilion as busy as it is, you just get more space if you're sitting side on.
Well, that's also true. It's well populated, the pavilion. You can see behind Sean Abbott and the Galadari stand, plenty in there as well. Far from that off stump, but well judged by Rory Burns. Not tempted to chase anything. It's all quite slow going at Chelmsford at the moment, where Alistair Cook was out for an 11-ball duck. Nick Brown has 9 from 14. Tom Wesley is 1 from 24. Brilliant piece of bowling. Lift, bounce, fizz through past that outside edge. Abbott really getting it to do something, and that extra bit of zip and pace almost finding the edge of Burns' bat.
It's the sort of carry we've only really seen from the 2 Abbotts across the game. The pitch does just feel quicker when the 2 Abbotts have had the ball in this game. Some very, very skillful bowlers on both sides, but those 2 have been able to extract just that extra bit of bounce that eluded the others.
Covers up in defence again. Should say Essex going slowly, well, because 330 to win. You're not going to be pushing for that victory. You're going to try and hold on and see if you can get away with the draw.
I think you're potentially quite content with that declaration if you're Lancashire. If you're Essex, rather.
42 without loss then. 2 balls left of Abbott's second over. He's yet to concede a run. And a maiden in between his 2 overs as well. Good bowling. channel where you can't quite leave it easily. And Burns just rehearses the stroke, but he doesn't look overly perturbed. You can hear the planes overhead. So it's pretty much the first day we've been able to see them coming in as well. Be a run there, should be. Barker moves to his left and Burns will keep the strike. So procession of dot balls comes to an end with the score 43 without loss after 19 overs.
I was just going to say that's the first run in 3 overs.
Here we go. Here's that Alistair Cook dismissal. What do you think?
I think he might be reviewing that if that's in a test match. I think that's out still, but with that angle it's quite hard to actually get an LBW if you're hitting someone on middle leg.
Here we go, we'll see it again. So Anderson into Cook. You can see why it's given, but it could be going over the top of leg stump. Lovely to be able to see the action. So many ways to follow the county championship this year, which is just such a treat. You've got the live streams, you've got every ball of every game on the radio as well with BBC local radio. There's podcasts everywhere you turn. You've got the loyalty of the yellow of Wisden on your shirt today as well.
That's not why I'm wearing yellow, but they're very protective of getting the exact shade of yellow.
Has it got a name? Wisden yellow?
I'm not sure if that's the official name.
So James Fuller into the attack. That does keep low.
But I know a few years ago a set of mugs were produced that was slightly off shade. It's the wrong shade of yellow.
I know you mentioned Arsenal have gone 2 up inside 10 minutes. Well, West Ham have got a goal back. We remember what happened last weekend.
I was going to say, not a good recent history of being 2-0 up away from home.
Driven hard and really well stopped at backward point.
Do you want a James Fuller stat, Henry?
Always.
So, I mentioned earlier in the game that Fuller, interesting play, bats 9, bowls about half as many overs as Abbott and Abbas do. Yet his strike rate with the ball, so the number of deliveries it takes him to take a wicket on average, is actually slightly better than Abbas's for Hampshire in the last season. Yeah. So he doesn't bowl that much, but he's an impact bowler. He attacks and he does so well.
That's a really nice piece of timing. Big chase in the deep will just about save the boundary, but Burns is starting to look a little more confident and comfortable, and arguably a little indication that having settled, there's room to start pushing forward. The requirement under 200 now with Burns 31, Sibley 11. If you'd told me which of the two bowlers has the lower strike rate, you'd never guess it'd be Fuller. You really wouldn't.
Almost by the way that Hampshire use Fuller. He doesn't bowl that many overs. I find it really interesting that he occupies a position in the side pretty much as a specialist bowler whose batting is more than handy, but at 9 you don't get to see it that much necessarily. He doesn't bowl that many overs, but when he does, it can be very, very effective.
Good progress being made on the knitting front, just to the left of Rory Burns. Things look like they might have moved up a gear in the terms of the knitting rate too. Some decent carry.
He bowls a heavy ball, doesn't he? I still don't really know what that means, but I can spot it.
It's funny that, isn't it? It's one of those things where it is quite hard to define, but entirely obvious when you see it. Look, there we go. She's apparently knitting a cardigan. And it's been very busy. I'm quite keen to get into knitting. It looks so therapeutic.
Have you ever tried before?
No. It's the sort of thing that looks quite hard. were comparing it earlier to scoring at the cricket, sort of something that requires enough concentration to lose yourself from the distractions of a mobile phone or whatever else.
So whenever I play cricket, so I bat 9 on a good day, I always insist on scoring.
Really?
Because it forces me to concentrate on what's going on in a way I just wouldn't otherwise.
That's interesting.
So I wouldn't say I love it, but it fulfills an important function for me.
Yeah.
So I just don't think I'd be really paying that much attention otherwise.
That is the danger, isn't it? So more of a bowler. What sort of thing?
Well, Phil actually once compared me a little bit to a bass.
Oh,
which
really?
is a comparison I'll
You take that?
definitely take that.
A little bit uncontrolled from Sibley, but there's never that much danger of going to the hands of Barker at mid-on. So, metronomic, bustling.
Yeah, last year was a very good year. Last year was a very good year. Went around about 3 over the course of the season. Averaged less than 15, I think. I say I think, I definitely know that.
How many wickets?
I think last season was 23.
Oh yes, lovely.
Predominantly in the twos, occasionally get looking in the ones where they're desperate.
I think that's quite a nice place to be. Good in the twos, occasionally call up for the ones, but not the regular consistency of the high pressure stakes of the ones.
My problem with playing in the ones is that I'm just way too slow to be dangerous, so I just have to bowl stump to stump with the keeper up.
Right.
Which is just a lot less fun.
Oh yeah.
On a very basic level.
Well, you want to feel like you can attack. Oh, there's a group at the front of that stand. I think they're probably just looking up your bowling figures from last season and agreeing that a more prolonged time in the ones is calling this campaign. Is that an edge? No.
Almost a Pope style advancing down the wicket there from Sibley. The premeditated element of it. He was down before Abbott had bowled.
Funny looking shot from Sibley. Step outside to the off stump, plants that leg forward and then tries to whip it into the leg side. I mean, everything about that felt slightly sort of unbalanced.
Another very good delivery from Abbott, beating Sibley's outside edge again, bowling back of a length, hiding the ball outside Sibley's. That was 5th, 6th stump really, beating him twice in a row. That ball that Sibley came down the wicket, do you think Abbott saw him? Because if Sibley had actually just been in his normal position, that ball was pretty much short and wide and there to hit.
Well, you'd have to assume so, given how much control we've seen from Abbott so far. He's only conceded the 1 run from his 2.5 overs. There'll be a second run of his quick throw comes in from Barker, who has been in the wars a little bit and had to get down quickly. It wasn't far away from causing problems. I feel Keith Barker has had physically quite a tough few days.
Very difficult. I mean, Dom Sibley's not a player who I think we'd normally associate with feeling bogged down at a low scoring rate, but that single there was just his 2nd run in the last 10 overs. So he's 2 off his last 22 balls. And I think even he will be feeling the pressure to not let that required run rate spiral too far out of control. 2 very different games being played here at the moment. Burns is striking at pretty much exactly 50 over the last 10 overs. Sibley at around about 10. Surrey's combined run rate is 2.2 runs and over in the first 21 overs. The required run rate is just below 4. And Hampshire, credit to them really, they're bowling really, really well.
That It's a nice shot, show of aggression. The crowd like that as well, because it's just a little hint perhaps that having had this platform set, maybe there is just a chance now to push forward a little bit. Liam Bradbury's in touch. I'm sitting 10 rows behind the knitter. Do you want me to ask her if she'll knit us something? Well, it's a thought. What would you go for? A hat?
Yeah. Can always do with one more woolly hat.
I think so. And also that's quite a quick thing to make. Beautiful ball. Sibley just about withdrew the bat. Another message that we've had regarding the question as to where you'd want to sit in the ground. I like this from Emma. Emma says, regarding county seat choice, I always start behind the bowler's arm to get my eye in, then complete a slow tour of the ground over the course of the day for new perspectives, hear different chat, ending low side on as the shadows lengthen. Bliss.
I love the idea of getting your eye in as a fan.
How good. Absolutely, why wouldn't you? Oh, leading edge. Skews into the offside and a little bit of a stumble.
I think Sibley will feel like that was a missed opportunity there. Fuller straying a little bit towards leg stump and a little bit fuller than what we've previously seen from him as well. We know how much Sibley enjoys that area through mid-wicket.
Well, I love the idea of gentle perambulation around the ground to get your eye in, see the different perspectives. That's one of the joys of the county game. Round the wicket then comes Fuller to Burns, jabbing that ball into the offside and close to the 50-run partnership here, which would represent a lovely platform for Surrey.
In defence of what Burns and Sibley are doing, it's been such a new ball wicket this game, hasn't it? We've seen how dangerous Worrell has been with a new ball, particularly for Surrey, and how much harder it has been to make those inroads without the new ball in this match.
Nicely driven by Burns out towards deep cover for one. Now there is the 50 partnership. So the applause around the Keir Oval, acknowledgement of the partnership that has gone on to reach 50. They made 44 between them, this pair, in the first innings. We saw the Hampshire partnerships earlier on today. It was that one between Gubbins and Holland that looked like it could potentially put Hampshire in a winning position. When that fell for 89, it rather opened the floodgates.
Quite interesting there. The little trigger movement that Sibley made is not what he normally does. He kind of rocked back in a way, almost anticipating a slightly shorter ball.
It didn't come. And at the end of the over, 22 gone, 50 without loss. The target, 193 runs away. Elsewhere, I mentioned that Essex game. Well, they're 23 for 2 now. A wicket for Bailey to get Brown LBW for 15. So Essex need 317 runs to win. They're not pushing for that. Lancashire looking to take the 8 further wickets that would get them a victory away at Chelmsford.
Word on Ben Compton, by the way. 4th innings 100 last week for Kent in their win over Northants. Kent really struggling today. They're 136 for 7 in their second inning against Warwickshire. Following on, they still trail by 159. 7 wickets down. Ben Compton, who obviously opens the batting, is still there unbeaten on 56. So he's doing another brilliant job for his team.
Zach Crawley out twice yesterday.
Both to Chris Rushworth, both LBW. The second one was particularly unlucky, I thought.
Late cut from Burns down towards deep third for 1.
Mentioned it earlier, but those 4 men out off Burns really does restrict the scoring. That's a slightly looser ball from Abbott, but with the men on the boundary, it is just that much harder to find the boundary rope. Turning 4s into 1s means that there are more singles on offer, but fewer boundary options as well.
take you around the rest of the championship, because there are plenty of things to be keeping an eye on. Northants have beaten Middlesex by 7 wickets. Somerset require 180 to win, but they're 8 down, so Notts looking for those 2 wickets. It'll seal the deal for them in that game at Trent Bridge. We know what's happening here, and as I just mentioned, 3 wickets remaining for Kent, who have struggled at Warwickshire. In Division 2, Worcestershire's 2 down, looking for the 254 further runs they need to win, so Durham hoping to pick up the 8 wickets they'll require. And Leicestershire have just declared on 451 for 9 in their first innings in that game against Derbyshire, so that is going to be a draw. And that's something truly.
But fair play to them to get the 5th batting bonus point.
Absolutely.
That much harder this year with needing to score 450 rather than 400 to get that 5th bonus point.
How disappointed would you be if you were a Surrey fan and they, say, reached 60, 70 runs shy of their target, 1 or 2 down? Would you feel that was a missed opportunity?
100%. 100%. I think, yeah, as I mentioned earlier, with the batting they have, they bat so deep. I think there becomes a point not too far from now where I think they really should have a licence to play with a bit more freedom. I think this is still fine. I wouldn't get too nervous if I was a Surrey fan right now. The run rate's 2.22, which is on the low side, but I think run scoring, or at least wicket taking, will become harder and harder.
Yeah, the older the ball gets, and bearing in mind that there's still 47 overs to bowl with this ball, it's not going to be a case of crying through the overs and trying to get through to get that second new ball. They're going to have to do the business, Hampshire, if they want to take these wickets. With the ball that's in James Fuller's hand now, down below us at the Vauxhall end of the ground, with Burns on strike and 192 to win.
It's exactly what I mean about the sweeper. That's a really loose ball from Fuller. Burns has absolutely nailed it, but straight to the man on the point boundary.
And that's, I guess, good captaincy from James Vince, because he knows that the focus has to be on having enough men in to create the opportunities, but also you can't risk boundaries coming quickly. It's slightly too close to the pads of Sibley will get a run.
But I talked about how wicket taking will become harder in terms of how the pitch is playing with the ball being older. But you'd imagine that Hampshire's best bet really to get back in this match in terms of winning it is frustrating Surrey, is slowing down that scoring rate and kind of forcing them to take risks they otherwise wouldn't want to be taking.
Again, more work for that point sweeper to do.
3rd ball in the over, where I think that's Middleton in the boundary who's collected it. You wouldn't often see a bowler like Fuller bowling to a player like Sibley at the moment in the, what are we, 24th over of the innings with just 1 slip in. Sibley's only on 16, but there's only 1 slip in and you have 4 men on the boundary rope. Pretty deepish mid-off as well.
One thing that hasn't happened in this innings is there's been no point where it's felt like Hampshire have been significantly on top with the ball, which has surprised me a bit actually, given the firepower they've got with Barker, Abbott, Abbas. There's not really been a stage where you thought, okay, well, this is a real struggle to stay in. There have been moments where it's been a game of patience for Burns and Sibley.
Bit of extra lift from Fuller. He's done that a couple of times. Yeah, And I'd say though that they have managed to control Surrey's scoring pretty well. Like you look at players like Jamie Smith, Cameron Steele, Ryan Patel, they all struck well below 50 in that first innings. At no point really did Surrey's rate of scoring run away from Hampshire. At no point in the game, other than Surrey's new ball burst on day one, has the side really felt like properly on top. It's a loose shot from Sibley.
It's a sort of lazy hang of the bat. So it was neither one thing nor the other, because he didn't particularly swing hard at it, with the prospect of smacking it away through backward point for 4, nor did he in any way try and withdraw the bat. Just a little bit of refocus required, perhaps.
Just 5 boundaries so far in the Surrey innings. 24 overs, just 5 boundaries.
Well, Bazball it isn't.
It is not.
But it doesn't need to be, actually. There's been so much talk about the requirement for people to play in a certain way this summer, but Red Ball cricket has got by in the way that it has for a very long time, in the old-fashioned way, if you like. Much more like what we've seen in this innings. The good ball from Abbott. Somerset now 9 down in that game, with real struggles for the Somerset side, who, as always, there's a reasonable amount of expectation. Another good ball.
You mentioned Middlesex earlier. I think Somerset could be in for a difficult season. They've recruited on paper pretty well. They've revamped that top order, but they found top order runs hard to come by. I know it's early stage in the season, but already seeing that familiar pattern at Somerset where it's the lower middle order that so often bails the top order out. And you wonder how sustainable that is over the course of a season. As I said, Division 1 I think looks particularly strong this year.
Another good ball. I mean, how many times have we seen Lewis Gregory coming in and scoring runs when things have looked awkward? Mentioning that game, Brett Hutton's had a great game. He's picked up 9 wickets, 6 in the first innings, 3 in the second. Stuart Broad, I should mention, went wicketless in the first innings, but second innings has picked up a couple, so he's come to the party with 2 for 21 from his 8 overs.
The delivery he bowled to get rid of Cam Bancroft in the second innings is quite something. Almost Tom Laws-esque.
That was the first Tom Laws to Liam Dawson ball of the game for me.
Ooh. Definitely up there. Dan Worrell's wicket of Fletcher Middleton yesterday was pretty much perfect as well. I think it was one of those where Middleton knew exactly what Worrell was trying to do.
Yeah.
Worrell had been really honing in on that spot, but he just couldn't do anything about it.
Tight lines from Abbott, who's not going to allow opportunities for Rory Burns unnecessarily, particularly with Burns starting to move a little more in the way of somebody thinking, okay, well, we're set now. Let's see if we can start eating into this target. 189 to win, all 10 wickets in hand, in theory. Another 47 overs to go after this one. Edge taken. Burns goes for 35, and it's a good sharp catch in the slip cordon. Abbott gets his wicket, and there is the first breakthrough for Hampshire. And Burns looks really frustrated. As we mentioned, he had just started to look a little more comfortable, but trying to cut one that was perhaps too close to the body, and the thinnest of edges goes through, whereas sharp catch is taken by James Vince.
Got to say that wicket was coming Abbott has been absolutely brilliant. We're wondering why it took so long for him to come into the attack. But as we see here, just outside off stump, moving away a little bit. Burns goes for the cut shot, probably a little bit too straight. And as we'll see here, an excellent catch at first slip by James Vince.
It's a funny old shot that from Burns, because he was in position to cut it and then almost at last minute looked like he was trying to turn it into the leg side. If we look at this angle, they're in position to try and cut it and then almost closes the face on it and gets in a right angle. It's a good catch, because it did go quickly and that slip cordon is quite close in.
I don't think it's a coincidence that that Burns wicket falls just as the required run rate goes over 4 runs per over. I think you've seen in the last few overs Sibley and Burns attempting shots that they weren't really going for earlier on in the innings. That innings run rate is now down from 2.22 runs an over that we mentioned a couple of overs ago. It's now 2.16. Surrey need more than 4 and over across the rest of the innings to claim victory here. And at no point in the game have we really seen run scoring at that rate over a sustained period of time. I know we saw that Sean Abbott counter-attack at the end of the Surrey innings, but really that side, both sides have found it really difficult to score quickly. I mean, the partnership that changed the game on day one, Ben Brown and Keith Barker, that was a very slow partnership as well, very attritional.
Yeah, you look at how the innings have played out across the match. Bring you that in the Mo. Gone fine, but Barker will get in quickly. So just the 1 run. Oh, in fact 2 runs. Good running from Sibley.
They were helped by quite a wild throw from Barker. I think Sibley wasn't necessarily struggling, but I think it would have been pretty close with a flat throw straight into the keeper's hands.
So first innings, the run rate across the 79.3 overs was 3.19. Surrey's first innings 3.14. And then 2.93 the Hampshire second innings. So no side has got actually close to 4 and over. Fuller shuffles in again. And this over will have a change in the commentary box. Phil Walker's going to join us again to cast his poetic eye over proceedings. I have a Spurs and Arsenal fan on TV. Straight ball to Pope first start. Pope was brilliant in that first innings, playing superbly well. 91 off 157 balls, 10 fours in there, and a strike rate only bettered by Sean Abbott with his blitz towards the back end of that innings. But Pope did look a class above.
He did eventually. I would say at the start of his innings, when he was just getting in, he offered that chance straight up that went through first and second slip, and there were quite a few miscues that just fell short of fielders in the ring. He was excellent as his innings progressed, but kind of the way that Pope starts innings at the moment, he looks to be so proactive. You almost feel as a bowler he will always give you half a chance.
I wouldn't say sort of skittish early on, but there is an eagerness to move around in the crease and get the scoreboard moving that can present opportunities. 2 balls left of the over then. Nicely driven, but there is protection at deep cover. Pope up and running, the requirement 185. How many do you think in the last session would feel comfortable for Surrey to chase? 120?
120 would be reasonably comfortable, but I don't think Surrey are going to have 120 going into the last session. 185 more to win now. You're probably looking at 140-ish.
the end of the over. 26 gone. Right then, where is Phil? He's on his way in. I'm going to leave you. Yes, in the company of Phil Walker.
Sorry, 58 for one now. 28 overs into the run chase. 46 overs to go. That required run rate for Surrey just creeping up over by over. Now 4.02 runs per over required for Surrey, as I'm joined by my Wisden colleague Phil Walker, freshly back from COVID. How you doing?
I wouldn't say I'm fighting fit, but I'm hanging in there. Yes, thanks for asking. But it's all right. You can sit next to me. I'm testing negative, so don't worry about any of that. But it's not been a nice week, that's fair to say. Anyway, to the here and now.
Abbott's been so good in this game. I like how Hampshire don't open the bowling with him. I like how they almost trust his skills. They know what he will extract from the pitch no matter how old the ball is, so you might as well give that new ball to Barker, who will attack the stumps a bit more.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I love the fact how undemonstrative he is. He's gone past the bat at least a dozen times already today, and yet you wouldn't get any sense of it whatsoever. He just turns on his heels, gets back and goes again. This is a key mini passage in this afternoon session, because you feel, of course, if Pope does get away, if he gets to 20 in, you know, characteristically slightly skittish, frenetic style at times, but if he gets to 15-20, then this is, of course, his fiefdom. This is his place, and you feel like he is the absolute linchpin in this run chase, really. But Abbott has been hard to resist all afternoon. He's one of these natural quicks as well, tireless. Beautifully done. That's the signature shot. That braced front leg, and then he just whips those hands through the full pitcher, wide of mid-on for 4. It's his first boundary, Ollie Pope, and he's away.
He really tried to be proactive at the start of his innings first up, but Hampshire was very good at containing him. They didn't bowl any bad balls to him. I know Abbott strayed a little bit straightish there, but Pope, I think he was striking at about 50 after his first 40 balls, and he was definitely trying to be more attacking than that.
Pick up a single there into the onside, and again, just that kind of half stride into the shot as well. So much of it is to try and get the body moving, get the feet alive to the situation. It can get him into trouble here and there. We've seen it at test level, but it makes sense. There's logic to it as well, and there's nothing worse than coming out to bat and being passive, and you get that sometimes with English players, certainly English players of a certain era before the revolution.
I think
and Ollie Pope has embraced it.
I think more so than any. Oh, it's close.
Tight one. He's okay. Just a little hesitation there by Sibley initially, but there was a long one there to mid-on, who's slightly deep. He needs to keep doing this, doesn't he, Dom Sibley, because he's hanging in there a bit, but it's been a stodgy knock so far, and they've bowled very well to him in that corridor just outside off, just slightly short of a length. But whenever anything is in at him, then that's his scoring area, whether it's dropping it quietly in the onside or, of course, that vicious whip shot that he has through square leg. But he can't afford to be too passive here.
I think Pope, more so than any other Surrey batter, won't mind the extra pace from Abbott. I think he struggled a little bit against Ian Holland, actually. When Holland came on, he kept advancing down the wicket, but Holland was pretty consistent and the scoring opportunities weren't coming to him. But I also think that one thing that Vince has done really well is how early he went in dropping men deep. They're protecting, what, 3.5 and over not that long ago. That's up to 4 now.
Yep.
But they were very quick to drop 4 men deep. And Sibley and Burns weren't brilliant at rotating the strike, because 4 men deep means there are lots of gaps in the field to just nick a single into. And I think you'll see that Pope will be really proactive at that. As well as looking for the boundary, he'll be looking for those 1s and 2s. especially the boundary towards the Archbishop Tennyson School is huge.
Yeah, this is the way that Pope does it now. He refuses to be cowed. He has to dominate the situation, and of course he has that staggering record here at Kennington behind him. He's obviously ensconced now at 3 for the national side as well as for Surrey, and that is the pivotal role really in this side.
Just another plea from me really, that if you live close to the Kia Oval, get yourself in. We are going to have blockbuster final session. I don't think it's going to be easy for Surrey, even if these two put on a stand now. At no point in this game, other than that cameo from Sean Abbott, have we really seen either side score freely for any kind of sustained period of time.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's an easy trap to fall into, to just look at the bald statistics of it. 179 needed from 44 overs, and to think that it should be a stroll. But we've seen early season pitches, scores of 250, 260, 270 in this game, and you're up against a test quality seam attack.
And I think pitch chat early in the season can be quite simplistic.
Yep.
So the reason why, or one of the reasons why it's harder to score runs, is because it is just harder to score quickly.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily the ball's doing more, just the pitches don't have that hardness in them.
Mm-hmm. Another short one from Fuller. This is his ploy. He's come in and done a useful job here as the fourth seamer so far.
I think he's been done for a no ball there for 2.
Of course, yes. That was very short as well.
But it was interesting that I mentioned when Henry was on that Ben Compton is having another excellent day for Kent in the 4th innings. He's 75 not out, with Kent really struggling. I think he's a type of player who has just got a sound technique, and on these slow pitches it's just really hard to get out. It's almost a different challenge to batting later in the summer.
Mm-hmm.
That's really lifted.
There's good carry in this track if you bend your back. We've seen it all day. He's doing a very good job here, James Fuller. Unheralded cricketer really in this setup, certainly among the seam attack, but he's running in hard here. He's hitting the pitch and getting something out of it. Dom Sibley's 20 from 72. In the context of the chase, that's not too bad at all, but you feel like he needs to try and find a way just to break these shackles. He likes it there, of course. Single out to deep square, 2 men on the boundary at that, on the onside.
He's a fascinating cricketer, Fuller. Bats 9, 3rd, 4th seamer definitely for Hampshire. This winter he played Karachi Kings in the PSL pretty much as a batter. He was part of the Eastern Cape side that won the SA20. Again, not really bowling that much, but not really batting that much either, just kind of there to fulfill both roles depending on the situation.
Pope's area again, just wide of the man at mid-on. He'll pick up a couple. Getting into his work here, the England man. 69 for 1 now. They will have taken that, I think, at the start of this run chase. It's not been easy though, as Yas says. How did you see Burns' innings? What was your impression? Because I know you've been keeping a beady eye on him, thinking that there's a logical, rational route for him back into that Test side potentially.
I think there's a logical, rational route for one of many openers who have all done similarly well in both county cricket and also have similar England records over a reasonable period of time now. I think he looked pretty good. I thought the spell, I think it's been a very new ball match. We've seen how incisive Worrell has been in particular. And I think the way that Burns and Sibley got through the new ball on the first evening when Abbas, Abbott and Barker were right on it was really impressive. That was a really high quality passage of play.
Yeah, and you saw it as well this morning. Surrey blew the tail away with the new ball, and Dan Worrell got it hooping as you'd expect. But an absolute jaffa to Mo Abbas. I don't know if you saw it, Yas, but it would have cleaned up many a good player.
His ball to Fletcher Middleton yesterday was basically perfect. I like how he bowls with his, you kind of know what he's going to do every ball, he's just going to bowl that away swinger. But even though you know what's coming, that doesn't mean as a batter you can get through it.
So with Abbott back into the attack, Surrey 69 for 1. Pope just getting going on 8, and Sibley, it's been a bit of a struggle in truth. He's looked a little bit shaky outside off stump, so that line just short of a length to the rising delivery, but he's been strong on his pads as ever. He's just trying to get through this mini session, get up to tee, not out, and regroup. A little bit high, I think. So then, Yas, Felix White asked the question earlier today, why do people watch from mid-wicket? Why do people watch from the side of the pitch? My first thought is, well, you're away from everybody else.
That's what I said as well. That when the pavilion's that busy and you want a bit of peace and quiet.
There's something about the solitude, right? If you go and watch a 4-dayer. We've had a load of messages in though on this one. This has clearly energised the fan base. I'll come to a few in a moment. Building up as well. We'll pick up one down to long leg. Dom Sibley is just ticking along. So yeah, here we go. So Johnny Pepiat. One reason I know people have been sitting side on, especially this week, has been to try and catch the sun, of course. The pavilion gets no sun until a bit after lunch usually. We were in winter coats and woolly hats on Thursday. Perhaps then they settled after being there in the morning. Yeah, well that makes a lot of sense. You're out there in the big outdoors at mid-wicket. It's this vast amphitheatre of a place these days, of course. The People's Ground, which you say that I coined that phrase, Yas. I don't know about that.
It's more that I couldn't find any online proof of it ever being used by anyone ever.
Okay.
But that's another challenge for our viewers, actually.
Where did the origin of the People's Ground begin? Who can claim that? Who coined that phrase? Graham Stevens, he might have an answer for us. I sit mid-wicket as I feel it gives me a wider perspective of the whole match. I can usually get an idea of the line, of the shot, the batsman winds up to a shot. Also a greater chance of the ball being hit to you in T20s, of course.
Yeah, I think it's very, very different sitting in mid-wicket to square leg.
Yeah. Easy pickings for Ollie Pope, who started this innings nicely, ominously as well for Hampshire.
I think he's going to find it really, really hard to resist the urge to just flick it over that short leg side boundary. Take one step across, and I don't think he'll really mind that there's a fielder there once he gets his eye in.
Oh, it's a big drive and another fresh air shot by Dom Sibley. I think element of frustration in that one really. It's out of character, out of his comfort zone as well, and outside his eye line. It's not really an area that he tends to attack, but he's thrown everything at that. He lives to fight another day.
But an error in execution more than judgment, very much there to hit.
Yeah, but it's a sign that he's not entirely at ease with his game, because normally he just lets that one go past. You can bowl it there all day long and it's not going to be interested in it. I don't mind the intent at all. So here we go, Ian Holland against Ollie Pope. So the sort of nagging, irritating medium pace of Ian Holland.
I mentioned this in the first innings. I was surprised that Ben Brown didn't stand up to Ian Holland when Pope was at the crease, because Pope was starting outside his crease and advancing every other ball anyway. So you're thinking, what does Pope not want? And it is having the keeper standing up. I think this will be a genuinely fascinating passage of play. You know exactly what Pope will be looking to do. They've got through the excellent first 4 bowlers.
So we had him in a bit of trouble in the first innings,
Yeah, so as I said, Pope was walking down the wicket a lot.
Yeah.
There's one ball in particular that came into him a little bit that went through the gate with Pope 3 or 4 feet down the wicket.
There is something in that a player of Pope's calibre is used to facing pace, height, heavy balls. And when you come up against a kind of an archetype of the county treadmill, if you like, without wanting to suggest anything negative to Ian Holland, who's a very, very useful and resourceful cricketer, but you're not going to get this type of cricketer too much in Test cricket. But they can get under your skin.
Especially on a slow wicket, not a lot of bounce from this end. You know, you see there Pope looking to cut, not a million miles away from playing on.
It has echoes of Tim Lamb against David Gower, right? You know this. Tim Lamb was a workaday medium pacer for Northants. Later worked for the ECB. I think became chief exec at the ECB. Gower could never lay a bat on him. Got him out for a pair in a Leicester Northants game. Nicely punched to mid-off. No run.
But interesting, Pope was 9 off 11 going into this over, but 4 dot balls in a row straight away from Holland, finding run scoring just slightly harder already.
It's good from Holland. He's playing a key role here, sucking some of the energy and the life out of the chase. And we know, we've watched enough cricket to know what happens when that kind of momentum gets shifted away from the batting side. That's when mistakes start to happen. He's got to sit in here for a moment, Ollie Pope.
Holland starts with the maiden.
Yeah, well bowled.
Very, very good start.
Right, back to our mid-wicket correspondence. So, this particular person does not want their name attached to their email for the following reasons. Please don't mention my name in case they're watching. However, this is something that greatly annoys me. My family insist on sitting side on at mid-wicket every game, regardless of pitch location. We will sit and give judgments on LBW decisions and make comments about, quote, what the ball is doing. You can just feel it dripping out of him. Even when there is zero way of seeing it from our seats, every time they justify it by saying, well, this is just a member stand. We have our little group. Abbas in again. And he's squeezed a single. Nicely done, actually, up to mid-off. Keith Barker on his toes a little bit. Every time they justify it by saying, well, this is the member stand, and we have our own little group who sit around us. But I'd rather sit in the cold stand where we can actually see what's going on in the game. Spitting feathers, this chap. Anyway.
I guess it's about what you look for in a day at the cricket.
Yeah, of course. And the beauty of it is that you can move around. You know, you get a different vantage point and a different sense of what the game is telling you.
There he is again.
Yeah, there he comes. Down the track, smothering the seam, smothering the swing, and dropping it into the offside for another single. Clever batting, really. The key is being in a relatively secure base when at the point of contact, because if you're moving too much into the shot, then you can lose a bit of shape, you lose a bit of timing. He's got this relatively down, though, I think, Ollie Pope. It's clearly something that he's brought into the forefront of his game. And he sees his role at number 3 as an enforcer. It's a good shot for a single, parried just behind square by Fuller.
At what point does Pope make that decision to come down? Because it does look premeditated sometimes. So why does he do it some balls? What is it? What's he trying to achieve when he takes those 2 or 3 steps down the wicket?
I think initially it's to get the blood pumping, it's to get the feet moving, and you see it more and more, especially in one-day cricket, of course, but you're seeing it creep into red ball cricket as well.
Ben Brown's got his lid on. He's standing up to Abbas as well as Ian Holland with Ollie Pope on strike.
bang on the money. We're right in line here where James Vince is at first slip. We're seeing it's a tricky, devilishly tough job to be standing, especially against a seamer with the keeper up. Because at least when the keeper's back alongside you, you get a clear sight of it, but you're hoping for an edge that the keeper doesn't intervene or get in the way of the sight, but it's very, very difficult.
I almost think he's too straight.
Yeah, well, indeed, ideally you'd want to move maybe an inch or two to the right, open up the angle a little bit. That's 4. Rare leg side delivery there by Moeran. Runs away just off the inside edge as well. That's runs to Ollie Pope. Moves on to 14.
Very rare loose ball from Mohamed Abbas. Pope doesn't middle it, but he did stray to his pads and he picks up 4.
Do I dare say on air, Yas, that Moeran always reminds me of your form of medium pace? Your bustling.
Henry asked me what kind of bowler I am,
right,
and I said, well, Phil has made the Abbas comparison in the past.
I'm here to tell you, folks, that Yas is, let's say, a poor man's. Is that too harsh?
Not at all.
A gentle imitation of the great Mohamed Abbas. And you're a joy to face in the nets, Yas, I'll tell you that. Here he comes again. Into the body this time, tucking Ollie Pope up a little bit.
I'm not sure being described as a joy to face in the nets is necessarily a compliment, but I think you kind of do mean it as a compliment.
I absolutely do. Look, it's all about stamina. It's all about how much somebody is prepared to run in and bowl at you. You have your moments against me, for sure. But it's more the fact that you'll just do it. You'll do it all afternoon, and you are indifferent to having a bat.
Yeah, I increasingly don't turn up to net sessions now with my kit.
Well, we had our first net over the Easter weekend, didn't we? And it was a joyous experience. Yeah. Very tidy work. Pick up a single there into the onside, Dom Sibley. No bad thing to get down the other end and let Ollie Pope do his thing. Again, on the paper, you're thinking 164, still 40 overs, minimum 40 overs to bowl in the day, weather set fair. You'd think Surrey are very much in the driving seat, but as we've seen, it's a tough pitch to score fluently on. Point, in fact, again, not quite there to drive. A bit stodgy, perhaps. No pace on it.
It's also where Hampshire got to be right on it. They can't allow too many overs like the last one, where Surrey just quietly pick up 7. 3 or 4 of those, and the run rate, required run rate, will go back down below 4. This is really good for me in Holland. Really, really good. He's bowled 9 deliveries now. He's only conceded 1 run. He's bowled, I think, 8 of those 9 deliveries to Ollie Pope, who's, as we know, always looking to be proactive. Pope yet to score off in Holland in this innings, actually. He'll be ticking, Pope.
He will be.
Looking to score every single ball.
Yep.
And that is now 9 he's faced off Holland, where he's yet to score. So he's 14 off 15 off the rest of the Hampshire attack, 0 off 9 against Ian Holland.
Yeah, you called it up, Yas. It's an interesting little subtext here within this run chase, these two. The question is how funky he dares to get, I suppose. Because there are ways out of this mini stodgy situation, of course. But the game situation is an old-fashioned white clothing, red ball run chase with a bit of cloud around on a day 4 pitch in April. It's not the time for ramps and scoops, and yet he's got them if he dares to play them.
It's another dot ball, 1 run off that over. He's just so used to being on the move to any form of seam that this will feel unnatural. It was a great take by Ben Brown there. I think penultimate ball that over down the leg side.
Yeah, he's a fine cricketer. Brilliant signing to get him the start of last year. He's a superb cricketer, one of those that's, you know, chance of higher honours has probably passed, but can consider himself pretty unlucky. I mean, he was untouchable really down at Sussex for the many years. Averaged best part of 50, didn't he, with the bat? Very, very good with the gloves. And that will run away for 4. Slight misfield down there on the boundary by Fuller. And much needed boundary, I would say, for Dominic Sibley, who again has thrown his hands at one wide of the off stump. Another sign that perhaps he's getting slightly down on himself and wanting to break away from the pace of his innings up to now. It was actually Fletcher Middleton down at third man. Apologies to James Fuller.
So he's so great, is Mohamed Abbas's control, that you think that the line he's bowled to Sibley in the last over or so must be deliberate. He's trying to get Sibley to play those shots that he otherwise wouldn't normally even consider, but game situation dictates that he must play them.
And yet just one slip, no gully. It's tricky, of course, as a skipper on a final day run chase. You know, how much you dare to gamble. You have to sense when the moment is to strike, but you feel like another half an hour of this up to tea and so on, and then early post tea. This is the game for Hampshire, really. Right here and now, they need to get rid of these two. Another 45 minutes of these two, and then that chase becomes very manageable indeed.
You can see from those two balls there why Abbas would be tempted to just bowl it 2 or 3 stumps wider to Sibley. Sibley is so confident in defence, you know he's not going to take any risks 4th, 5th, 6th stump, but when it's wider, that's when the edge comes into play. But as you say, only one slip. So actually, not the easiest dismissal. You need to get him out in a very specific way for that plan to work.
Yep. He's gone for it.
Ooh.
And a second boundary of the over, and a second minor misfield as well on the rope by a Hampshire fielder. It's a good shot that by Sibley because he got 2 men out. Abbas has thrown in the bouncer, that not known for, of course, but he's got on top of that, hit down on the ball. It's a good shot. It might just be the kind of shot just to get him going as well, get him out of this slump.
Felix Organ's a fielder who makes a misfield at fine leg, but I do have a bit of sympathy for him. It is very, very difficult to field there, where the winter marquee, you can see the marks in the outfield where the marquee was placed into the ground. Already seen a couple of times this game the ball taking some pretty irritating turns.
That's good from Sibley. He's getting right out to that, playing with real intent there and looking slightly more comfortable this over.
I mentioned it earlier when I was on with Henry. Abbas has bowled a lot of overs in this game. He bowled 28 overs in the first innings. He's into his 12th now. That's 15 runs he's conceded of his last 2 overs here. That's not what you'd normally associate with him, having gone for something like 17 across his first 9.
Finishes with a dot. That's your stint done for the moment, Yas. What a joy, what a career highlight. I'll talk about this for years to come. It's going to be Felix White joining us. Gonna just quickly go round the ground, see where we're at with the culmination of other fixtures here.
Please do, Phil.
Thank you, darling. Right, so Essex 57 for 2 on the block against Lancs.
See,
26 and a half overs gone in that one, and so a session and a bit for Essex to bat out, to get out of that one with a draw. I saw that Mr. Anderson saw off Mr. Cook.
Oh, I was going to say.
Short and wide this time. First hit me ball by Ian Holland, and Ollie Pope is in rich form. Brilliant in the first innings.
Shot.
Picked up where he's left off, cutting that one beautifully past point for 4.
I don't mind the plan, Phil, I've got to say, of standing up to Ollie Pope, because you've got to put the squeeze on him somehow, and it just sort of like quietens those trigger movements and him just fidgeting and just trying to get at you. But those classic soft hands he's developed, sort of backwards of square, which has become part of his game since playing with Joe Root, really.
And there's more runs. Just one for the boundary rider out of extra cover, but he's moving beautifully here. And yeah, look, the echoes of Joe Root are in every element of his stylings, right? And he speaks of it himself. He recognises it himself. You imagine playing with Root day after day. You know, it'd be impossible not to try and absorb some of that majesty, right? And you see it in the way he goes about his business. The mannerisms are similar as well. But I love the way that he's evolved his game since being given the nod at number 3. You know, he recognises that historically, at least in 4-day cricket, 5-day cricket, your number 3 is not just your pivotal player, but the man around which the tenor of the tempo of the innings evolves. And you saw it with the greats of the past, you saw it with Ponting and so on. Pope is trying to fulfill that role. He's trying to kind of become an extrovert in that role.
Yeah.
He's not a naturally showy kind of bloke, right? But he's growing into that role more and more. You see it for England. Famously, he gave Ben Stokes a call, didn't he? In the build-up to that first Test match last year.
Right.
He called him up after Stokes got the gig as skipper, and he said, just bear me in mind for number 3 if you fancy it. Stokes said, well, it's funny you should say that because you are my man for it.
Didn't know that.
And again, it speaks of his ambition, right? You know, and again, he's not a demonstratively over-the-top kind of cricketer. He's not like an alpha cricketer, if you like. But in that story, you get a sense of his inner steel, inner belief.
Yeah.
And he's ambitious. He's got big, big hopes. Not just to be a good Test player, but to be a memorable one.
Yeah.
How are you, anyway?
All the better for hearing that. It's absolutely sure. I'm going to squeeze one there,
yeah.
I'm very good, thank you, Phil. And the reason I just, in reference to Ollie Pope, that's the shot that reminds me of Root most of all. Is, you know, when Joe Root is batting against quicks and he can almost catch the ball and guide it sort of backwards of square. Thought it was really interesting. I brought it up the other day actually that in Wisden, in your magazine, there's a great piece with Joe Root's dad saying that when he was younger he would bat against older men that would refuse to bowl anything but their quickest at him, and he learnt this sort of responsive catch and guide type thing because the ball was literally moving beyond, like, whistling past his ears. And it just, I like Ollie Pope has actually developed that as well, just almost by osmosis, by being around him.
Yeah, it's a shot brilliantly conceived as well, because you play it with a full face of the bat, but you play it so late. Kane Williamson is the master as well.
Yes.
Root and Williamson both play that shot immaculately, and you let it come to you, but with a full face. But the hands are so soft, and they're so passive in the shot, that the ball runs without any danger. It's not like you're playing with half a bat. You're playing with a full face. Just
lovely.
Beautifully done.
Get some spin, Phil.
Yes, Liam Dawson, first bowl of the afternoon, the left-arm spinner.
Oh, Dom, calm down, Dom.
Yeah, statement of intent by Dom Sibley, who was definitely getting a little bit frustrated with himself. Threw his hands at a couple and got one away, and then that hook shot in the previous over against the Bass is obviously now out of the attack. And again, just another little sign that he's beginning to grow into his work here. He's on to 35 now, Dom Sibley.
Oh, it's lovely to see some left arm spin finally.
I had a feeling you might say that.
Been waiting for this.
Did he bowl much in the first innings, Liam Dawson?
No, there's hardly any spin at all. Cameron still bowled 4 overs of leg spin, having bowled well last week. Liam Dawson's hardly been involved at all. He has got 2 beauties batting at 5 that have cleaned him up.
Yep.
I don't know if the pitch has turned. I mean, the pitch has seemed. A lot of wickets have come about from the ball just moving a fraction of good length. So I wonder if it will spin. I don't know if we really know the answer to that yet.
It's not going to spin much, if it spins at all, really. This is not how oval pitches tend to play out in recent years, at least.
Oy.
More runs. This is easy pickings now for the Surrey pair. Yeah, I mean, the basis of Surrey's sensational romp to the title last year was leaning on Will Jacks to do a containing job.
Sure.
But just rotating this gun battery of quicks, and and the pitch reflects that.
Yeah.
More runs, and in fact, it might be in the gap, might be a couple. No, just going to settle for one. Oh no, they're coming back with the relay throw.
Good running.
It was good running. It was tight. It was good stuff. And again, a sign that Pope is really fancying this run chase.
You say battery of quicks, Phil.
Mm.
Surrey have used 4 in this game. Roach, Worrell, Clark, 5, sorry, beg your pardon, Abbott and Laws. How does Jamie Overton get back in the team?
Well, they rotate. You know, that's an envious squad. Yeah, they have a squad that all other clubs in the country look at, and they've done it on numerous occasions now. They just rotate that battery of quicks. So there we go. At 20 to 4 on Sunday afternoon, Surrey walk off feeling pretty good about life. 98 for 1 to win. In the final session, Felix, we're looking at 145 with a minimum of 37 overs to bowl. So you would think Surrey in the box seat. It's not been an easy chase. It's a stodgy-ish kind of day 4 pitch. Early season, and Hampshire keep on coming at you with that pace attack of theirs. But you'd rather be in Surrey's dressing room at the minute.
Oh yeah, you definitely would. There's been so much tension throughout the 4 days, and it has been like a arm wrestle. We're wondering when it's going to give. I'm just wondering, has that moment happened now? Has the balloon been popped for Hampshire? That didn't feel like they attacked the stumps enough. Didn't get not many opportunities created there. I was expecting them to be much more at it, actually.
Yeah, I would say they didn't get the rub of the green. You know, there was a number of balls that passed the outside edge in the early part of that session. Sibley rode his luck a little bit until he got going in the last 20 minutes or so. Pope has been pretty much immaculate since he came out. And of course, Rory Burns got things going with a pretty fluent 35 before he nicked off to Kyle Abbott. But that's the only wicket to fall so far. And Hampshire will be feeling a little hard done by and a little down in the dumps, I think. I'm just going to quickly run through the other scores before we get a cup of coffee. We'll be back, of course, in about 15-20 minutes with the live coverage. But just running through the scores, Kent 7 down, hanging in there for dear life against Warwickshire, who lost 4 wickets and have cleaned up Kent, 158 and then 195 for 7. They are hanging in there, trying to get out of it with a draw. As I say, Essex are 2 down, hanging in there themselves, trying to get out of that game against Lancashire with a draw. Worcester need 200 in the final session and they're 5 down. 213 they still need against Durham, 5 down. My man Jack Haynes, who is an outstanding young player, he got a few, but he's now gone. So you would think Durham would be driving home their advantage there. Northants won earlier, Notts won earlier as well. And that is pretty much that as things stand. Okay, folks, we will be back in about 15 to 20 minutes. Surrey 98 for 1. They need 145 in the final session.
Great, I'm getting on the pitch.
Welcome back, everybody. The final session of this absorbing nip and tuck taut cricket match is about to unfold. 98 for 1, Surrey. Ollie Pope has been immaculate for 22. Dom Sibley has been stoic for 36. Surrey need 145 from the final session. Hampshire have been insistent with the ball, but maybe the rub of the green hasn't quite gone their way up until now. They need a possibly unlikely 9 wickets to force what would be a famous win. There is a minimum of 37 overs still to bowl in this game. The weather is set fair. I'd be very surprised if we don't get a positive result one way or t'other. Yas Rana is alongside me, as it's looking like Mohamed Abbas will be preparing to resume. Yeah, it is Mohamed Abbas from the JM Finn end.
As ever with James Vince, if in doubt, give the ball to Mohamed Abbas.
Yes,
he's done a lot of bowling in this match.
As you said, he has. He's bowled his heart out. Took 6 for 64, I think it was, in the first innings. He's not had the same results in this second innings. Wicketless up until now. Kyle Abbott with the only one to fall, nicking off Rory Burns for a tidy 35, sprightly 35 for Rory Burns, but no joy yet for Mo Abbas. That said, he is one of county cricket's bankers, a match winner in any conditions, but especially early season.
Be interested to see how he goes in this spell. I wouldn't say he was loose in his last spell just before tea, but wasn't quite as immaculate as usual.
It's well run by Dominic Sibley. Again, a good sign that he's beginning to find some kind of order in his game. He was scratchy and a little bit, kind of almost sort of, there was a self-awareness to how he was playing in the first hour or so. I think he was quite conscious that things weren't quite working for him. Dared to live a little, threw his hands at a couple of wide ones, connected with one, good hook shot, and then he was away. He's looked much better in the last half an hour or so of play.
Reflected in his scoring as well. Last 10 overs, he's 20 off 29, Pope's 22 off 32, so actually scoring at pretty similar rates. That single from Pope brings up Surrey's 100. They get there in the 36th over, 36.4 overs left in the game.
So they don't have to go at any kind of lick, really. You can do the maths for us here, Yaz, but
it's just under 4s.
Just under 4s it is.
And it was just over 4 shortly after the wicket of Burns, so these two have actually managed the required run rate really well.
Short and well played again by Dom Sibley. He looks a different player in the second half of his innings.
I mean, you mentioned it in your intro to the session just there. That Hampshire win is just feeling really quite unlikely at the moment. You've got to go some to take 9 wickets in the session. And kind of with that knowledge behind you, that can allow the batters to bat with more freedom, I guess.
Yeah. You can maybe read into things what you imagine or what you want to see, but seeing them traipse off at tea, they did look like a side who felt that perhaps their race had been run in this game. Edge down to third man, very fine third man on that short boundary, but again, just the one slip, and I've been surprised at that, really, because, okay, there's plenty of different ways to skin a cat, but the ball has moved laterally all day, all match. And yet Vince has just positioned himself next to Ben Brown on his right shoulder and had nobody around him. It's not the first time that a ball has flown through that vacant area. You feel like it's now or never, really. And with a bowler like Abbas, who gets late swing and late movement, you would think that he would be imploring his skipper to get another 1 or 2 in there, because it really is now or never for this side.
Vince has had 4 men back for quite a long period in this Surrey second innings, and initially it were kind of like it's preventing the boundaries. Balls that would otherwise have gone for 4 singles, and Surrey weren't rotating the strike that well when it was Burns and Sibley at the crease, but recently these two have been really good at rotating the strike, and it's overs like this that will really frustrate Hampshire, really. Surrey taking 4 singles off the first 4 balls of the over, not really taking a risk in doing so. I think Surrey will take that first over after tea, 4 runs from it.
Well, there is the model, right? This is how they go about this run chase from here on in. They don't need to take any undue risks, don't need to go airborne. Play the ball under your eyes and pick up those singles. The field is spread here. Hampshire waiting for something to happen. I thought Kyle Abbott was excellent and luckless as well. He just got that one wicket, removing Rory Burns for 35, but he will resume from the Mickey Stewart Pavilion end, and you feel like if it's going to be anybody, based on what we've seen this afternoon, it will be him. 6 overs, 1 for 9 in his first spell. He was insistent, coming in hard. He's a real champion bowler in county cricket.
No messing around now from Hampshire. Abbas and Abbott on. Abbott has only bowled 6 overs in the second innings out of 36. Barker preferred with the new ball, which I understood, but 6 out of 36 feels a little bit light for a bowler as accomplished as Abbott.
Played a miss. But again, as we were saying this afternoon, he just turns on his heels and walks back, doesn't he? Doesn't give much away. I guess that comes from the absolute belief in in your quality, right? He's not trying to prove anything because he knows how good he is, and he knows if he doesn't get you this time, there's every chance he's going to get you next.
What do you think the thinking is for James Vince right now? As you say, one slip, it's been like that for a while. 4 men back. He hasn't really changed things for quite a long time, and the match situation has actually changed quite a lot in that period.
And another, that's 2 in 2, and that was a poor shot really by Ollie Pope on the move, but he lost his shape. He ended up wafting outside his eye line. It's not a percentage shot. It's one of his shots to try and run it down to third man, but not when you're on the move like that so much. Just a loss of concentration. And again, this is what can happen. Again, on paper it looks pretty straightforward. 1-4-1 to win at 35 overs in hand. You've still got to get them, and a couple of wickets changes the complexion. That's more Pope-like, driving that beautifully into the offside and comes back for a couple.
He played one of those dabs to third man off Abbas in the first innings brilliantly, middled it, flew through the vacant third man region. But here, with the extra bounce, extra pace from Abbott, and the third man in place, you middle that is going for 1 maximum. And it's quite a high risk shot for 1.
Yeah, you are increasing the likelihood of a mistake when you are advancing but also trying to hit behind square. So it's almost like a kind of contrary shot in a way. Beautifully done. Shot of the afternoon. Ollie Pope advancing down the track to a test quality seamer and punching him perfectly past mid-off. That is a touch of absolute class by the man of the moment, who moves easily now into the 30s. Another half an hour of Ollie Pope and you feel like the back of this run chase will be all but broken.
There'll be more than just a handful of Surrey fans who've come in just for the final session here, having seen the match situation, and they've got their money's worth right there in that shot from Pope.
He's got away with it. In fact, it might even run away. No, he's just going to be stopped at deep mid-wicket on the boundary. Comes back for a couple. But that, if it was immaculate the ball before, then that was inauspicious, let's say, the following delivery.
I don't mind that. I think that boundary is so short. You've got 1 man. He's dropped further back now, mid-on. Mid-wicket's in fairly close. You've got to really miscue that. I know it's not conventional, but to me that's a lower risk shot than that dab for 1 that
everyone's drunk the Kool-Aid round here, folks. Abbott in again. That's the shot he was trying to play earlier in the over, but from a more solid base there, so the balance was good. Runs it off the face of the bat down to third man.
9 off the over, 13 from 2 overs since the tea break. Quietly, very productive start to the final session of the game. That required rate down to 3.8.
So you've got the calculator going, have you? Lovely. So, quick run around the grounds. Kent are still hanging in there, 8 down now. Trailing by 95 to avoid an innings defeat. So the runs are immaterial, but they're 8 down. Scrapping for their lives against Warwickshire, who have completely dominated them at Edgbaston. Joey Everson, good player. 55 not out. Pretty much a lone hand, trying to resist Warwickshire's victory march on that one. Might just be a leg by there into the onside. He's coming back. No. Thought about coming back for a second. Probably wise not to. Don't need to take undue risks. So yeah, Kent hanging in there by a thread. 2 wickets needed for Warwickshire to complete an innings victory there. Knocked one earlier against Somerset. Somerset struggling in early season. And Northants won as well to go momentarily top of the league. Beautiful scenes for the underdog. They've got a very, very good, resourceful cricket team, Northants. One of the other live games is Worcester. 5 down against Durham into the final session. Another play and a miss by Dom Sibley. At least he's showing some ambition, right?
I'm enjoying it. It's definitely a deliberate ploy from Abbas to just hang it slightly further away from Sibley's off stump than he otherwise ordinarily would. And because that's a shot that Sibley doesn't normally play, Abbas is properly in there with a chance of taking a wicket. Go back to what you said earlier about there only being one slip. If Sibley gets it wrong, there aren't that many ways he takes the wicket. Quite a big gap between Vince at slip and Ben Brown, the keeper, as well. He's more at second than first. Gets the edge, down to third man for 1.
Yeah, that would have been on the way down, but again, another example that there is a bit of lateral movement, as there has been all day. It is baffling, but then James Vince has forgotten more about cricket than we'll ever know, so there's obviously some theory behind it. Ben Brown back up to the stumps now, with Ollie Pope back on strike. Trying to squeeze him, but he's an irrepressible batter, growing into his role more and more. Beautifully bowled, squared him up. But another one that goes past the outside edge. Hampshire, they are rather becalmed. It's almost like their fate is about to be accepted here.
Hats off to the groundsman. Seeing that bounce on the final session of day 4, it's been a really good pitch. It's kept everyone interested. We're not seeing that much spin, but that's partly because both sides are so seam heavy.
Well, the pitches here for the last 2 seasons, then this being the third, have been superb. There's been pace and carry throughout the year. They've held together, they've offered spin here and there. They are not roads by any means. Shot, Ollie Pope, 4 more. He's ticking.
That control that we're so used to from Abbas has eluded him just a little bit as the day's gone on. He's bowled over 40 overs in this match, and this time he's offering a little bit more width to Pope. To be honest, it's not that short. Pope has done very well to cut that to the right of the man at third man.
Shot of a class player, not that short, not that wide, but he stays slightly leg side of it. And again, this is a reflection as well of his technical evolution as well. You know, he famously took an off-stump guard at the start of the 2021 season. Didn't quite work out for him. Picks up another single into the offside. They're doing this well now. And since he's moved slightly more to the leg side, now a middle guard, keeping his pads outside the line, it does open up that shot to him. He was getting a bit crabby in the 2021 season.
He's always been so good on the cut, and you thought that with that off-stump guard, he was just restricting one of his super strengths.
That's it, exactly that.
Almost absurdly with Pope, that his record at the Oval is almost held against him. But I was looking at some of the scores from last summer. Not a single side scores 350 against Surrey at the Kemar Oval. So all this chat about it being such a batter's paradise, it's not quite true.
No,
There's something
it's not.
in it for all good players, proper cricket wicket.
Exactly, and that's what we saw last year. It was a fabulous cricket wicket last year. We saw some really good games, some tight games that Surrey would inevitably triumph in at the death. Rather stifled appeal from behind the stumps. Well, considering he's middled it, I can understand why Ben Brown ducked out of that one. Maybe the merest suggestion of a flick of the front pad, but that sounded ominously out of the middle of the bat to me. And he's standing up now to Kyle Abbott.
Takes some doing.
Yes, indeed.
You won't often see a keeper standing up and first slip standing that deep to a bowler. But Pope has quietly moved on to 40 not out of 46 balls.
Well, this is his pace now. And he's formulated a way of doing it against all kinds of bowling. Obviously, it doesn't work all the time, but when you are that proactive and you're so wedded to that kind of creativity and boldness, then you're always going to score a good lick. They're doing this very, very easily now. Hampshire feel like whatever hopes they have in this game are ebbing away.
And that energy is infectious. Sibley has been so much better at pinching singles just like that since Pope's come to the crease. Those gaps in the field were there for Sibley when he was partnered by Burns, but the game just feels like it has a different pace when Pope's at the crease. Bowlers on the back foot, fielders on the back foot.
Short and wide, runs again. Just letting it come on to the bat, not trying to overhit it. 3 down at Chelmsford, Essex. And Dan Lawrence has gone, leg before to Toby Bailey. So that game is still very much alive, I would say. Essex need to bat 36 overs to avoid defeat against Lancs. And all of this stuff is relevant. You know, you look at these two sides here. These two sides are absolutely legitimate championship options, title winners. You'd say definitely the case with Lancashire. Perhaps even Essex could creep into that equation. At this stage of the season, already you're beginning to see the real quality come through.
I wouldn't write off Warwickshire as well.
Indeed.
They've got a totally revamped bowling attack for 2023. I know they very nearly went down last season. They've added Hassan Ali, Chris Rushworth. Chris Wokes is going to play a lot of games. And if they get over the line today against Kent in a game that lost an entirety of a day, no day 2 there, that's a serious win against a Kent side that start the season well against Northants last week.
Stifled appeal. Yeah, and it's all feeling rather forlorn for Hampshire just now. Still, you never know. Still 122 to win, so we're at the absolute halfway point, Surrey. 33 overs to bowl still, so the run rate's not an issue at all. Just looking at that Kent innings, as you said earlier, Ben Compton played well. Good opening bat, nuggety kind of player. And Joey Everson is hanging in there with Conor McCurr on loan, of course, from here. And he's in support of Joey Everson as Kent try manfully to repel Warwickshire, who have absolutely dominated that game. Another big 100 for Sam Hain, who started the season well, and Dan Mousley as well, one of your players, Yas.
He's one of my players.
I saw some highlights on Twitter. He's a good-looking player. One of many.
Change in bowling here. Liam Dawson is coming to the attack, and there's just an entertaining little conversation between James Vincent and Mohammed Abbas. Abbas was jogging to the umpire, about to give him his jumper, and I think Vince then had to not just tell him that he wasn't bowling, but actually explain why. I don't think Abbas is used to being brought out of the Hampshire attack without him having the final say-so.
He has looked like his race might be run, though, as you say, bowled in north of 40 overs in the game. So Liam Dawson's going to bowl left arm over into the rough. 2 right-handers, of course. I say rough, there's not that much. There's just a mere suggestion of a bit of rough stuff outside the eye line to the right-hander, but the field is spread. There's no slip for the one that goes across him. And it's going to be very hard to contain him. Very hard to contain him, even if he just drops it quietly into the onside, and there's singles everywhere here.
I think Ollie Pope will be thinking about that reverse sweep early on. One man behind square in the offside. Dawson turning the ball away from him.
There it is. Called it. Just a single, but absolutely bang on, Yas Rana. I wonder if we'll see his own sweep shot as well. The wrong leg sweep shot.
That he said that he first played without ever practicing it, totally instinctively, against none other than Rashid Khan.
Yeah, I've seen 1 or 2 other Surrey players play it in the nets as well. It's very funky.
Sibley.
Fabulous shot, Dom Sibley. Probably the shot of his innings as well, in front of square. Signals are changing the field, but that just means that there's now space in the into the onside. You can just drop it underneath your eyes and amble through for a single. This is procession now, really, for this Surrey pair.
Massive gap, 3 point in the offside.
Beautifully played as well. Oh, and there's another misfield.
I think that's James Farrow in the boundary.
That's the third misfield now of this innings, leading to boundaries. Feels like a rather defeated team out there, Yas.
I was just going to say that the energy between overs did not give off the impression they genuinely believe they could still win this game. Really, aside from James Vince, there wasn't, everyone was moving very slowly, shoulders dropped.
Yep.
Hands on hips, not looking forward to the start of the next over, and 9 off 3 off the first 3 balls from Dawson in his second spell. Sibley moves on to 47. Just so many gaps in the field now. Dawson not getting a huge amount of purchase even on this 4th day pitch. Sibley confidently just knocks it behind square on the leg side.
It's hard to see what other options he has. Keith Barker carrying that injury to his right hand. I had visions of Malcolm Marshall at Headingley with his non-bowling hand strapped up and doing demonic things with his bowling arm, but not today for Keith. He's looking a rather forlorn figure as well at mid-off. We wonder how bad that hand injury is and what role he can play in future weeks, really. And he's rather exhausted all his other options. It's just skidded on a little bit with the arm, but Pope is alert to it. And again, so many spaces now, he can pick up a single at will.
Less than 3.5 and over now needed by Surrey.
So from what you've seen, Yas, first couple of weeks of the season, you probably watch more county cricket than all but 100 people alive. Where are you leaning as Sibley comes down the track again, full of confidence now, frustrated that he didn't bisect the field, but he pick up another single to deepish mid-on. So as another over comes to an end, and 133 for 1 now, just needing 110 from 32. It's a cakewalk at this point.
I think Surrey and Lancashire are the 2 strongest squads on paper, but if you have rounds like the first 2 where you don't get full days of play necessarily, it brings teams like Hampshire, like Essex, like Warwickshire actually, with what they've got this season, really into it, because those are rounds where teams like Surrey and Lancashire might find it slightly harder to force the win. You know, Hampshire and Essex are almost bolstered by the lack of batting depth, almost, because those games become 200 versus 180 shootouts. So I don't think you can ever really discount those guys. The strength and depth here at Surrey and also at Lancashire, I think those 2 sides will be very hard to beat over the course of the season. And actually, I think Division 1 is particularly strong this year, so just getting those wins will be harder than it has done in previous years.
Absolutely agree with that last point. Abbott in again. Easy single into the offside. And that is 50 for Dom Sibley. He came through it early on, but he's expanded and blossomed his game in the last hour or so to play very nicely. 106 balls, just those 6 boundary 4s, and a very, very welcome half-century for the returning man. It was a big signing for Surrey over the winter to get Dom Sibley back to the place where it all began for him. And now re-ensconced at the top with Rory Burns.
He was 22 off about 70, and he's hit 28 off his last 29, so a really well-paced innings from Dom Sibley. this stand with Ollie Pope has really taken the game away from Hampshire. Still a long way to go, 108 runs more to win, but that required run rate is plummeting down.
Yeah, and it will be important for him as well to get that score under his belt. He'll be eyeing a red inker, no doubt, for the end of the game. Outside chance of 100, of course. This is all too easy now. But yeah, a useful knock for Dom Sibley, returning to Surrey colours. Got a useful 30-odd last week. This is his first half-century of the new campaign. And he'd have come with a bit of pressure, knowing that Hashim Amla as well, of course, has finished up, and he comes with the promise of runs. Interesting, slight technical adjustment since we saw him in England colours.
Slightly more side-on than he was during his England days.
Exactly that. And not quite as exaggerated a pre-delivery trigger with the hands, going too far outside the line of his eye. Hands a little bit closer to the body. So a bit more contained in defence in particular. Seems like he can access mid-off a little bit more freely than maybe, you know, when he was playing for England a couple of years back. Mighty good signing.
I've always been a big fan of Sibley, and he's much younger than I think people think. He's still only 27. Because he obviously broke onto the scene here at Surrey when he was so young, 17, 18, and then actually played for England, I think when he was only 24 when he broke into the England side. There's still feasibly 10 plus years of professional cricket ahead of him. And he is just one of the most consistent run scorers in the country, and has been now for a number of years.
It's good from Kyle Abbott. He's keeping his pecker up as best he can, running in as hard as he possibly can at the fag end of what's been a bruising four-dayer.
And I think there'll be a lot of people listening to us thinking, why do we bang on about England so much? Why do we have to judge every player's career by what they do for England? But Sibley moving back to Surrey, having won the championship last year, there's a chance for this Surrey team to do something really special.
Mm-hmm.
There's a young core. Wherever you look, there's another one.
Yeah, indeed. You know, the famed conveyor belt keeps on churning them out. Another one in this game, Tom Laws, who picked up 6 very good wickets. Emerged out of nowhere last year, but again, nothing surprises you. Jamie Smith as well is another one who, I mean, I've spoken to you about him before. I think the sky's the limit for that player. Change of bowling here. Jamie Fuller back into the attack. Another one off the outside edge, but played, it's a thick edge. One of those peculiar cricketing terms. Now you can have a thick edge, but yeah, that's what that was. All along the floor, down to third man.
The Liam Dawson experiment only lasted 1 over. We've not seen a lot of spin in this game.
Yeah, those 2 reverse sweeps were statements of intent. More runs. 2 into the onside, at least. Moves on serenely to 46. It's been a mini clinic, this, isn't it, from Ollie Pope? Only 1 or 2 slight aberrations in concentration, but aside from that, it's just been technically brilliant and full of creativity and sparkle, as we've come to expect.
Obviously, the match situation is different, but I think the way Pope has started this innings has been a much more confident manner than the way he started the first.
Beautifully bowled. Not Hampshire's day, you feel. Not the first time they've gone past the outside edge.
Sibley comes down to have a little chat with Ollie Pope in between balls.
Yeah, I saw Sibley's double 100 here when he was a kid.
2013?
Yeah, is that what it was? So as a teenager. I mean, remember, he was a record-breaking schoolboy cricketer. Everybody knew about Dom Sibley. Came into the side and just strummed a double hundred against Yorkshire.
So Sibley's my age, pretty much. And from the age of 8, everyone who played cricket in South London in that age group knew about Dom Sibley. It was kind of just taken as read that he would end up playing for Surrey in England, which he played for Surrey at the age of 17, scoring double hundreds against Yorkshire at 18.
More runs. That will run away as well. Great work. Superb work at deep cover to save a single. Pope comes through and on to 49. Another classy punch through the offside.
You're doing well to get a 3 to that boundary.
Yes, indeed. Mohamed Abbas wasn't reading it in, to be fair. His race is definitely run.
Nick Gubbins on the cover boundary.
Feels like a long time ago since Nick Gubbins nicked off in the early part of the day, and that was a key moment really when you look at it. Missed out there, Dom Sibley. He's frustrated with himself. Full bunger down the leg side. You think he'll be able to flick that one away in his sleep, but no matter. Another over passes by, and Surrey now need just 101 from 30 overs.
Days of cricket are just quite long, aren't they, Phil?
They are, especially when you're feeling the after effects of a little viral infection. But no, it's been absorbing stuff. It's been great to be back as well. And if you look around this grand old place, there's plenty of punters in as well, appreciating some high-class county cricket. This is what we're here for. He wants to finish it soon, doesn't he, Ollie Pope? Do you get that sense? He's trying to just contain himself, but he wants to express himself at all times. Just one away from yet another 50. What does he average now at the Kia Oval?
It's pretty much, I think, it's pretty much exactly 90. He got 91 in the first innings, which basically didn't change his average at all.
Yeah, I mean, let that sink in. That is 2 players in one. Remember when Ramprakash averaged 100 across 2 seasons? Can you imagine having a player in your side averaging 100? You're playing an extra batter every time. 2 brilliant batters in one.
Sorry, weren't even that good back then as well.
He carried them certainly in one of those seasons. To do it once is ridiculous. To do it twice is freakish. 117 first-class hundreds, Mark Ramprakash. And now quietly the best pundit in the business for me. More runs for Ollie Pope, and there it is. Mark it up. Yet another 50 for the machine. Oliver Pope. He takes guard, and he's 50 not out before you've even really noticed.
Ollie Pope at the Kia Oval is statistically one of the best players ever on any ground. He's just so consistent for Surrey. And the game, as I said earlier, just feels different with him at the crease. Surrey still need another 99 to win. The run rate is well under their control, but you do feel Pope finds run scoring so easy to score at a strike rate of between 70 and 90. He does that without taking many risks. It is a different game if Pope is not at the crease. Vince will look to apply the squeeze, but whilst he's there, you feel that it's very much Surrey's game.
He keeps on running in, Kyle Abbott. You have to admire this. He's been utterly luckless all afternoon. He's a natural-born bowler.
He can't bowl with Ben Brown standing up too often.
Kent, meanwhile, still just 8 down, still hanging in there. And Essex still 3 down against Lancs, so it will take an Anderson masterclass to see that one through for Lancashire.
Hampshire just haven't been able to have one of those really quiet overs for quite a long time. There was a period when Burns and Sibley were together where I think there was a 20-ball period where Surrey went without scoring a run. Even when there hasn't been a bad ball, Surrey have just been able to tick over the scoring, just taking 3-4 singles per over at the very least, and cashing in when the odd loose ball is sent down.
James Vince trying to rally the troops. He looks a rather isolated figure at wide first slip. Fuller in again. More runs off the pads for Ollie Pope.
I like that we get to see so much of Pope playing the county championship. Someone who he has truly nailed down his spot in the England team. It's not something that you're always used to. One of those top England players play as much county championship cricket as Pope does.
Well, whisper it. With some players, you get the sense, and you even hear rumours, that if they miss the odd game, they wouldn't mind too much. You know, that golf course or that Cresta run is begging. He's fluent now. Dom Sibley, that's taken off stump. Absolute assurance and control. With Ollie Pope, he wants to bat all the time, doesn't he? He wants to play every single game available to him. He's knocking down the coach's door if they're resting him, or if the ECB have had a word in Alex Stewart's shell-like. He wants to play, he wants to bat. He is in the absolute prime of his career and his life, right here and now. I know he's desperate to try and make some headway in white ball cricket as well. Four more, unstoppable.
His heart would have been in his mouth briefly. That was slightly uppish. Wasn't a million miles away from the man at point, but that has flown away to the backward point boundary.
Yeah, 150 up now as well. These two have been irresistible since tea.
It's funny that you mentioned Pope's desire to play more white ball cricket. You see innings like this and you think, 50 over cricket, this must be perfect for him. And he obviously doesn't get the chance to play 50 over cricket.
Short and wide. Rubbish sometimes gets wickets, and Pope mildly frustrated there. It was a slightly leaden-footed waft. But he survives, no bother at all. 56, he's now overtaken his partner. Yeah, I mean, he said to me once how frustrated he is that 50 over stuff because of the vagaries of the calendar. 4 more. You're not stopping that with a 50-yard boundary. Relentless in his hunger for runs.
Thought for a second that you called that a little bit too early. I thought a millisecond after you said it, who was going to get there, but you called it right. 4 more to Pope. 10 off this over already.
And that's the 100 partnership, and when you look at those numbers, just from 114 deliveries since tea, they've been absolutely irrepressible. It's been superb stuff to watch. Hampshire are a beaten side here, and Surrey are ominous. This is a message sent out against one of their championship rivals. Down the pitch, beautiful Oliver Pope. Imperious.
Ponsonby shot the match. We know how much he likes coming down the wicket. Ben Brown not standing up to him at the moment. Takes a couple of strides down the crease and creams it to Fuller's left for 4.
He'll be eyeing 3 figures, no doubt about it. 64 from 67, going at basically a run a ball. This is his tempo now. Just 84 to win. This is happening very quickly, yes.
I was just going to say, 40 minutes since the start of the session, and Surrey have already scored 61. Done the bulk of the work already. It's very much a question of when rather than if at the moment, unless something very dramatic happens.
In he comes still, Kyle Abbott. Dominic Sibley, take a bow, sir. Not gone all the way, but he's stepped out, opened his shoulders and clubbed it through square leg. Kyle Abbott does not deserve this.
I was going to say, Kyle Abbott runs in like a man who's definitely not given up. He is still absolutely charging in. He's over pitch a little bit, and I think as Surrey approach the final target, they'll be eyeing up that short boundary more and more.
It's good. It's good to see. Batting as fluently as we've seen him in a long time here, Dominic Sibley. Enjoying his work.
Kyle Abbott had a little word with Tom Sibley after that shot before.
But this is a message, right? You know, all the other contenders, as Alex Stewart said a couple of weeks ago on the eve of the season, we're not going to defend the title, we're going to attack it. And this is a message right here against a side that are legitimate challengers.
It's funny you say that. Obviously, still a long way to go, but I do wonder if Lancashire's relatively conservative declaration today, leaving Essex 340 to chase on the final day with just over 2 sessions to go. I wonder what Lancashire fans think of that.
I thought the same. I'm actually talking to Keaton Jennings tomorrow, so I'll ask him for you.
That's your first question.
But it did look surprising, especially with Essex really struggling with the bat, consistently struggling with the bat. Lawrence is the only person to have really made any runs for that side. It's a full banger on the pads. Thank you very much. 4 more. Ollie Pope just continues along his way. 68 now and a run of ball.
I wonder if that Yorkshire-Leicester result played into it a little bit. Seeing Leicester chase down 389 in not that much more than 2 sessions. I wonder if that played into it.
Well, it's not over there at Essex, of course. You know, Essex still have to bat 30-odd overs. Let me have a look for sure. So, yeah, 30 overs left in that one, exactly 30 overs. And with their brittle middle to lower order, it's still not done. But if they do get away with it, Lancs will be kicking themselves. False shot there by Ollie Pope, but he gets away with it. No bother. Yeah, Wesley is still there, the skipper, searching for form himself. But to offer 2 sessions to get 340 rather goes against the spirit of the day, doesn't it?
It's also not how Essex get wins.
Yeah.
Essex are a side that they win the low scoring games.
Yep.
Again, unless something quite dramatic happens, we might stop mentioning what the required run rate is for Surrey. It is now down at 2.7 runs per over. This first 45 minutes of the evening session has completely changed. Completely changed. At the start of it, yeah, the Hampshire win was unlikely, needing 9 wickets for the victory, but Surrey needed a lot of runs, 145. Only 15 or so runs fewer than what England needed at Trent Bridge famously last year against New Zealand, and obviously we all know what happened there, but going into that session people were far from convinced that England would even go for the win.
Yep. Well, with 74 needed and all the time in the world to get them, 2 players ensconced in the middle, Felix White is waiting on my shoulder, and I believe he's got an 11 of cricketing musicians to reveal. I think he's been trying to crowbar this one in since Thursday morning, and I think with the game drifting inexorably to Surrey, I can see him rolling them out. Yeah, the nod from the back of the box is confirmed, so hold on to your hats, folks. He's not going to mention Roy Harper, which is silly because he's the one for me. I also have another suggestion, but we'll come to that later. Short and wide, or rather he makes room to make it short and wide, but they now have 3 men out on the offside boundary.
There's a bit of a committee meeting with the Hampshire Brain Trust before the start of this over. Fuller is still in the attack, but he's bowled from around the wicket. Hampshire have really retreated with the field. You now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 men on the rope, all either behind square or just in front. So you don't need to be a rocket scientist to work out what the ploy will be here from Fuller, but we saw Pope in the England-New Zealand series just gone in New Zealand, how he'll look to play. He's not going to be ducking and weaving too much.
Well, he stuck Neil Wagner in the stands 3 times in the first 45 minutes, didn't he?
And there was a shot that both Pope and Brook played to a similar field here with mid-off and mid-on up, where because you know how short the ball is going to be, you can kind of take a step back and just swat them straight. Because there's no mystery to the length. You know roughly where the ball's going to be. And you kind of saw that first ball from Pope giving himself room.
Yeah, how will he go this time? He's done the same. They've followed him this time.
That's well bowled by Fuller.
Yep.
They had to try something different. And fair play, actually. Fuller has started well. But again, there's so many gaps in the field that Surrey can just milk single after single. The run rate is no longer an issue.
There's every chance that the game would have run away from Vince even earlier, but I can't help thinking that he's been too passive this afternoon. It's obviously a balancing act, of course it is. But we saw enough in the pitch and enough in the air to suggest that he could have gone harder early on. Began with 2 slips, even with the first ball of the innings. Not tried anything really particularly funky when the lacquer went off the ball and you had to start thinking outside the box. There wasn't really much evidence of that. It's been quite pedestrian, quite predictable.
I was surprised by that as well. It's been such a new ball dominated game. Surrey have done so well with both new balls. Burns and Sibley for Surrey have been very resolute against the new balls. But I thought that's where you attack, get Ollie Pope in early. And it's not a fragile Surrey middle order, but it's not quite as dominant as it has been in previous years. If you get into them early, who knows what could have been possible.
Playing a miss to finish the 46th over. Surrey 173 for 1. I'm going to take a breather. And Felix White's going to come in alongside Yas. I wonder if I'll be back. The way that Surrey are playing, this might be the final stretch. 70 to win, 26 overs to bowl. This is Surrey's game, and ominously so.
Brilliant first 48 minutes of the evening session here for Surrey. They needed 145 runs when we started the session only 48 minutes ago, but that equation is now down to just 70 runs. There are 26 overs left. So Surrey well on top at the Kia Oval. Looks set to secure their first win of the 2023 County Championship season. And I'm joined by Felix White.
Ah, yes. Can I be honest? A sense of slight deflation, because it was so set up to be a real classic. And I always loved the analogy that Overton often uses about, well, it's about Test cricket, but how it's a kind of arm wrestle, and then at some point there's a moment where something just gives, and he felt that across the last 4 days, is that it's been so tensed, and the bubble just got popped halfway through today. I can't work out exactly when that moment was really, but it's just sense of a procession now, which is such a shame, because I thought that was the last thing, a last place we're going to end up in really.
Barker into the attack now. Yeah, I see what you mean, but you mentioned the word classic. We've seen a little bit of a classic here from Ollie Pope, 71 off 74.
True.
He's made batting look so much easier and run scoring so much easier than every single person who's played in this game.
I think you're right in saying that. I think it's just that level above, isn't it? It's been so evident.
He's just got that mode that he can get into that other players can't at the moment.
Oh. All right, Dom Sibley, calm down. I was having a little bit of I heard you saying it slightly before, but he's looked much more at ease, Ollie Pope, than he did in the first innings. This has been chanceless, but he sort of stuttered around, didn't he, a bit in the first innings?
If you have a look at this replay, Dom Sibley getting down on one knee and going for that expansive shot over the leg side, which he did pull off, in fairness to him, a couple of overs ago against Carl Abbott. Barker in again. Bit fuller.
Oh,
that's gone through for 4.
Yeah, I think Sibley's been inspired by Ollie Pope, hasn't he? Even, I mean, did I see this? I think he reverse swept Liam Dawson.
First ball that Sibley faced in that over as well. It was
shot. It's a great shot.
No, I've been really, really impressed by the way that Sibley's played. Pacey innings really well. I think he understood, him and Burrs understood that for Surrey to win the game, they had to first make sure that they couldn't lose it, and that's basically what that partnership did.
Yes, exactly right.
Firmly driven to mid-on. And it must be a mental thing as well for Hampshire. They would have started the final session knowing that victory was so unlikely.
Yeah, right.
9 wickets is so difficult to take in one session, and the run rate was just about in control for Surrey.
Yeah.
So Surrey only needed 4 or 5 good overs to totally take the game away from them.
Yeah. Yes, but nonetheless, if you look at the field, Yas, mid-off, mid-on, very deep. No one's in its slips. There's a sense of resignation to it. And I heard Phil say it just before I came on, but you do sense it's been a bit passive, hasn't it?
Definitely, yeah. I think even more so in the last 5 or so minutes. There was that little period where Surrey took 5 boundaries in a 8 or 9 ball spell,
yes.
and that I think that completely took the energy out of this
Hampshire
defence.
That's the right phrase for it. Bless Keith Barker, who's really been through it the last 4 days, and he's ended up running in with a broken right hand. Still working hard. Having to suffer the indignation of Ben Brown standing up to the stumps to him.
I was thinking when Carl Abbott was bowling and Brown was standing up when Pope was on strike, it can't have been often during Carl Abbott's career that he's had a keeper standing up to him.
No, right. Anyways, we take drinks. This might be a decent moment, as Phil threw to earlier. We had the first couple of days, I thought it was quite a flippant thing at first. I thought it was going to get it done in about 10 minutes, but we had so many people corresponding, Yas, with the concept of a musician's 11. Now, this was based on a shot of John Lennon on a film set, I think in the early 1970s, I might be wrong, in a brief stint as an actor, attempted stint as an actor, where he's flicking the ball through mid-wicket on a sort of makeshift cricket pitch, and it spurned lots of people getting in touch over the last few days, telling us about musicians that played cricket, so we can compile a musician's 11. Up top, this is amazing information we got through. Sigrid is opening the batting for Norwegian pop star. She's opening the batting for Elton John, based on a photo of Elton John gesturing to block the ball in pads. Oh.
Fuller short again to Sibley.
Bit Larry, that, wasn't it?
Explain the Sigrid cricket connection.
This is a fantastic question, which I don't even know if I can remember. Sigrid actually got in touch with Tailenders, because her manager, her Italian manager, had got into Tailenders and then cricket, and she has a touring crew that liked the game. So she ended up having this fascination with cricket and Jimmy and asking Jimmy a question.
Fuller in again.
Her,
quite as short as the previous few deliveries from Fuller. Sibley pushed it into the offside for a single.
Her question was, which musicians would you like to bowl out, or something like that? To which we were all surprised that Jimmy answered, I want to bowl out all of the Kooks. Which was stunning and slightly unnecessary. I think even Jimmy was taken aback that he'd answered that. That comes from a deep place of some sort of feeling towards the Kooks. Oh.
That's sensational from Ollie Pope. He'll pick up 6 for it.
I can't believe what I just seen.
As we talked about in the previous over, Pope knows what length Fuller is going to bowl with this field. 3 men out, 4 of them behind square, 2 just in front of square. He knows it's going to be short. He gives himself room and he just helps it over the keeper's head. Not for 4, but for 6. Sensational shot from Ollie Pope.
Wow.
He's just got so much time.
Wow.
And it's the kind of shot that very, very few players in the world game can play, let alone just the county game. Short again. Nails a pull shot, but this time straight to the fielder at square leg.
You're right, Yas. I misused the word lost classic earlier, because there is something classic about watching Ollie Pope in this sort of innings, isn't it? It's something that we'll look back on in 10 years and think, wow, we were fortunate to be here, actually.
And also, genuinely, I don't think the game was definitely Surrey's when Pope came to the crease.
Yeah.
He's accelerated it so much for the home side that I think it's almost easy to overlook his contribution. And the impact he's had on the man at the other end, Dom Sibley, as well. He's been scoring at a completely different rate since Pope's come in. Just takes away the pressure of the situation.
That's the telling thing, isn't it? Yeah, but Dom Sibley's come out of his shell as well. How do you think Hampshire will reflect on this game?
It's a good question. It's a good question. I mean, they did well to fight back given the way they started it.
I think it's an interesting one because they've always been in the game, but they've never been in front. There's never been that sense that they're in front of the game at any point, has there?
No, it's a good point. It's a good point. Ben Brown and Keith Barker did so well to kind of battle Hampshire back into the game, but that was very much battling to get back to parity rather than a position of ascendancy.
Exactly, yeah. All right, while we're changing overs, let's rattle through this musicians 11, shall we? So I'm losing the will to live still, trying to recite this 11. I thought it was going to be a 10-minute long exercise. So up top we've got Sigrid and Elton John up. Harry Judd's batting free from McFly because we know that he can play, and it's important to have players that can play, even if they are all musicians. At number 4 is said John Lennon, whipping the ball through middle wicket. We'll just watch Keith Barker run in here.
Pope attempts the cut shot.
He sort of got out cutting, didn't he? In the first innings. Number 5 is Captain Sensible from the Downs. Thank you to everyone who sent pictures in of him at the Oval. I think he'll swing his bat at 5. Paul Quigsy McGuigan is batting 6, and we think bowling little seamers, don't we, as like sort of Collingwood-esques. Do you think? Yeah, he just nibbles it around, doesn't he?
Biffs it as well.
Yeah, here comes Barker. That was inspired by the supersonic film. Yas brought it up and actually sent it to me the other night just to check that it was real, where Noel Gallagher's reciting Oasis's Glory Years and says that Griggs is more interested in watching Test cricket, and I don't blame him. Batting 7 and wicket keeping Woody from Bastille. Lovely guy, brilliant wicketkeeper, brilliant drummer. We'll just watch Keith Barker run in before I go through the bowlers. Very important. Right, I've missed a few people, as Phil's pointed out, because obviously he's had COVID, or as you put, freshly back from COVID, which sounds like it was a holiday. but Phil's been freshly away on holiday with COVID, and he's come back alarmed that Roots Manoeuvre's not in his team. Neither is Roy Harper, who both have cricketing links. Here comes Barker again. Oh, bowled. So I've missed him out because Phil wasn't around on holiday with COVID, and instead we've got Rebecca Lucy Taylor, aka Self-Esteem, who bowls leg breaks. She's told me this herself. So we're going one spin and she's going to rag it. Okay. She bats a little bit as well, and she's captaining the side. At 9 is Katie Perry. She opened the T20 ceremony, women's, didn't she? And Jeffrey Boycott, we know, is a fan. Here comes Barker. Oh, he's bowling Yorkers now.
I thought they had to play. They couldn't just be cricket adjacent.
That is absolutely true.
What's Katie
that's
Perry's
why it's taken 4 days to deliver this team. And we've ended up deciding Katie Perry. I think someone said we assume she plays because she's been around cricket enough. And at the time, I don't know who I was with, but I think Cameron decided that was acceptable. Here comes Barker. Oh,
Sibley flicks it away.
Sums up the game situation, really, doesn't it? And then to complete the bowling pack, we had to get a Rolling Stone in there. I'm not sure if Mick Jagger would bowl seam up, but we decided that he's going to be one of the frontline seamers, batting 10. Left arm fast, I've written. I don't know what that's based on. And then at 11, we know that Chris Martin bowls quick. He's tall, gets bounced, bowls short of a length. And like his namesake, who could not bat, we decided he'd have to be batting 11. Last minute left field shout. Steve Malcolmus from Pavement apparently is really into cricket, from California. And I wish I'd known that earlier, otherwise he would be batting up top. But because I found this information out too late, he's going to be carrying drinks for a whole week. Oh,
falls just short of Ben Brown. Ollie Pope's getting progressively more funky as the innings progresses, and he kind of top edges a attempted reverse ramp, gets away with it.
Showing off now.
Picks up 2. Surrey just 48 runs to win. I think you've done well though. I think you've done really well. You've had a lot of suggestions, and
it's thanks, Yas. I think it's been a collaborative exercise. I don't want to take all the credit, and Phil Walker on my shoulder is apoplectic about a few missing names, but this is cricket. Oh.
Pope goes to the reverse sweep again, and this time he nails it. 4 more
shots.
He moves on to 86.
Do you know what? This is a moment when you realise this guy is another level. He's just playing a completely different game. How much time does he get? Yeah, okay.
Good take from Ben Brown.
What kind of a summer is Ollie Pope going to have? Is it going to be a definitive summer for him as vice captain for England through the Ashes? It's going to be so interesting, isn't it?
He definitely has the opportunity
to
be one. I think what's been so good about this innings is we've seen in the last 15-20 minutes just how many shots he has at his disposal, and how he kind of battled the instinct to play them.
Yeah.
Because of the match situation, but
totally.
Now with the game firmly in Surrey's position,
lovely shot.
He's been more expansive. Flicks it into the leg side, picks up just 1.
Such a great point that you raise, Yas. So his applause going nice for 200. The game's completely dead and done now. But that's a really beautiful point you raise, I think, and that's where the game is sometimes simpler for someone like Dom Sibley, because they've only got a few shots. So your head doesn't get muddled in some ways. And you can imagine that, that's the problem he's had sometimes for England, is he's tried to do too much in too short a period of time. And that is one of Dom Sibley's aforementioned shots. Yas is going to make way. Thanks for joining us, Yas. It's been a joy. And in his place, still seething about the omissions for Roy Harper, Roots Manoeuvre, and no doubt other names that he's going to throw out now. Editor-in-Chief of Wisden Cricket Magazine, Phil Walker.
Afternoon, Felix. Roy Harper, come on. When an old cricketer leaves the crease, I remember playing that to you.
I remember this the first time
a few years ago. I think you said he has a voice similar to your brother.
Yes! What a great memory. And it's so true. I remember that moment as well.
In the here and now, meanwhile, Ollie Pope can do no wrong, even when he tries to. A filthy little inside edge, back past leg stump. Ben Brown is stood up. It flies past his left hand and away for 4 more. And suddenly Ollie Pope is into the 90s.
Incredible. On
to 91. Scoring his first innings, of course. And he's just unstoppable. As you said quite rightly, Felix, he's just on a different level, different plane to all other batters in this match. It's been a tricky pitch to score runs on, certainly to be fluent on. And he's strummed a couple of 90s here every day of the week.
Let me ask you, Phil. I'll just ask Yas the same question. It's not unusual for him to be playing this type of innings, when they're scoring his runs at this rate. But he does look a different type of player now, and I just wonder, what kind of a summer is he going to have? Is he going to have a definitive Ashes summer?
He'll have some days out, because he's too good not to. He's great to watch because he's combined 2 different philosophies into this current package, this full package.
Yeah,
I think that might be running away for 4 more. It is. He's doing this very, very quickly. On to 95 now, Ollie Pope, from just 88 deliveries. This has been a masterclass. There's a fair number of folk in here as well, many of whom will have seen him do something similar before, but this is batting of absolute imperious authority. Yeah, he's combined the orthodox with the boldness of the era, right?
Yes.
The spirit of the age.
Yes.
Make that 96.
That's spot on, Phil. I think that's why he's such a heartening cricketer for a lot of us, aren't we? But want to see the game evolve, but also those beautiful shots. We don't want to see them being lost from the sort of aesthetic of what we see.
Yeah, exactly that. His maiden Test 100, Port Elizabeth, 3 or 4 years ago now, was a masterpiece, I thought, at the time. And I remember talking to him after that. And that innings illustrated what we're talking about, because the first 100 or so was a pretty self-contained, technically orthodox knock. And the last 30-odd was full of the fun of the fair.
Yeah.
And he was going after the quicks, the real quicks as well at the time. And he was flicking them over his shoulder, and he was making room, and he was carving over point, and he was getting down on one knee and flicking it over his left shoulder, and all the rest of it. All the stuff that you get is almost as part of the package of the modern cricketer.
Yeah.
But it's underscored with that orthodoxy. Meanwhile, Dominic Sibley's enjoying himself as well. It will run away for 4.
Shots.
Runs across the billiard table that is the oval outfield, and there is another boundary. This is an absolute romp now by these two.
Do you know
sorry, Felix, we've had 1 hour and 7 minutes since tea, and we've had 115 runs.
I was just going to say, Phil, do you know what? Fair play to Dom Sibley, who has really read the room here. When he was batting Rory Burns, they understood the severity of that situation. They got through that hour and a half. And with Ollie Pope, he's opened up a bit, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. I think he got irritated with himself because he was bogged down, frustrated. I think he wanted to move the game along, and he threw his hands at a couple in mid-afternoon session, and he connected with 1. It ran away for 4. It seemed just loosen his shoulders up a little bit. Then he played a good hook shot off his nose, and suddenly he was away. He was into his innings, and since that point, he's looked as fluent as I can remember seeing him.
Yeah.
Slightly evolved technique from the previous iteration when he was playing for England. He's back where he belongs as well, of course. This is where it all began for him. And it helps when you've got a budding genius at the other end. On strike now against the left-arm spinner. In fact, correction, it's Felix Organ.
Oh, is it? Right.
Yeah. Oh, almost bowled around his legs. So, this is his repertoire of sweep shots, Ollie Pope's. And I've never seen anyone else do it, but he sometimes sticks his right leg down the pitch rather than the traditional left leg.
Is that right?
So
he opens
with the reverse sweep, it's not uncommon to see a right-handed batsman stick their right leg down and play the reverse sweep.
Sure.
But he plays the conventional sweep with his right leg pointing down the pitch. Now, if you just try and picture that, no one else has ever done it before. And he said he did it entirely impromptu, one game. Picks up another single to take himself on to 97. He did it entirely off the cuff against Rashid Khan. who was bowling quick, leggy darts into the pads. And for whatever reason, whatever possessed him, he just thought it just makes more sense to stick my right leg down the pitch and to sweep in the conventional leg side way. And it makes perfect sense because you're going with the body rather than against the body, right?
Yeah.
For 150 years, people have been sweeping off their left leg, right-handers. But again, just another little glimpse into his imagination, really. You know, he's a bold and creative player.
I was imagining Dom Sibley sweeping with his right leg forward then, but there you go. Do you know what that's made me think as well? This new crop of England players in that Test side. Just watch Felix White run into bowl. You get the sense that most of them can hit the same ball 360 degrees if they choose to do so. And that's definitely a case with Ollie Pope, isn't it, where he opens his body up. But if he's in that vein of form and he decides to, he can hit the same ball wherever he wants.
Yep. And again, it's the Joe Root thing. It's the Joe Root doctrine. If you have options against every single delivery, the key, of course, the secret, the elixir of batting is working out when to play them and at what point. But Pope is learning that more and more. I mean, he's completed county cricket, we know that. The question, as you asked me just now, can he translate that into a long, fruitful Test career?
How many is that?
That is it. It's run away for 4, and that brings up an absolutely sparkling, stunning 93 ball 100 by the machine that is Ollie Pope. He averages north of 90 at the Kia Oval. Let that sink in. North of 90. He is a phenomenon. Just 93 balls, 13 fours. That joke 6 over the keeper's head. That filthy naughty shot. And 100, absolute pure class. Joy to see.
It's been, Phil, it's been chanceless actually, hasn't it?
Yeah, so you've had a couple maybe where he's ambled down the pitch and not got in position and maybe wafted, but you can literally count that on one hand. I can only think of 2 times when he's played and missed. Aside from that, he's just been unstoppable. Utterly unstoppable.
And it's been beautiful to watch.
Yeah, well, this is it. He's compelling when he's in this kind of form, and he's in this kind of form more often than not.
And he's brought Dom Sibley out of his shell as well. The interesting thing with Ollie Pope as well, I think, is he's vice-captain, obviously, of the England Test side. Should Stokes, it's feasible and conceivable that Ben Stokes, given that the Tests are so packed together, Stokes won't play one at least. Would Ollie Pope captain the England side?
4 more.
Lovely shot.
Gorgeous shot. Dom Sibley has enjoyed the latter part of this afternoon. In Pope's slipstream perhaps, but he now moves on to 75. These are important runs for the man who's returning to the place where it all began. 223 for 1, Surrey, and we are in the last rights of this game. It's been an extraordinary run chase when you think that it was a nip and tuck cricket match up until this point. 254 plays 270, plays 258, and now these two have just absolutely strummed it through the afternoon. So Ollie Pope, England captain. That is an interesting debate to be had.
Because he's in there, you know, that will be protocol, wouldn't it? Usually.
So he's not the official vice captain.
Okay.
They haven't named an official vice captain. They may well do in the build-up, but that would be far too conventional for Stokes, wouldn't it? You would say that he is an obvious option. Another option would possibly be Ben Foakes, who doesn't have much captaincy experience, but he's now ensconced in that side, and he's a safe bet and a good head on his shoulders. It feels early in the piece for Pope.
Yeah.
But he is a boy in a hurry. He's a very ambitious cricketer, as we were saying just now on the previous stint. He actively sought Stokes out to encourage him to bat 3. He said, look, I'm ready, I want it. And Stokes said, OK, well, let's give it a go then. You're the best young cricketer in England. So that shows how ambitious he is. He's obviously got a very sharp and agile cricketing brain. But we shall see.
We'll see.
You know, Stokes's body is held together with, you know, sticky plasters here and there, right? And we're seeing it in the IPL. He's not really bowling. He's not played the last couple of games. Another full bunger. He's hit that hard, but straight to the man at deep square. So just the single. It's certainly not inconceivable that Ollie Pope could be captaining England in an Ashes Test match this summer.
Just quickly, the man on strike who just nerdled that for one. Just struck me as well, but we shouldn't overrule the fact this is quite a landmark innings for Dom Sibley actually, in his first game back at the Oval, playing for Surrey. As I say, it feels like he's really read the room.
Yeah, exactly that. This is where it started. He left under a bit of a cloud. It was quite a protracted transfer to Warwickshire.
Right.
But all's fair in love and war, and he's been welcomed back with open arms, of course. Alex Stewart recognises that with the Amla moving on, he needed a player in a similar vein. Sibley is the perfect replacement, really.
Yeah.
Homegrown, going to be available, knows the club and knows the ground, knows how to score runs here. I mean, I saw him make a double 100 when he was 18 years old. And you're right, Felix, to call it out, because he'd have felt a bit of pressure, I think, coming back into the fold, opening the batting for the reigning champions.
Yeah.
Pope will get the headlines, but this is a significant knock for Dom Sibley. You're absolutely right.
And it's a bit of smart call, isn't it, on Surrey's, but Surrey have made, because he's going to be available across the summer, you would imagine. And this is why are they favourites again? Because if you look at that seam attack as well, most of those players will be available.
Yeah, they are favourites, and rightly so. And I think, especially after this game, this is a statement win, and we are on the verge of it. 15 to win. Pope is 104. Memorable knock, this one, Felix.
Yeah. Just saying to Yas, I think we'll remember this for a while, actually.
Yep. He's gone hard into the leg side, and he's picked the gap perfectly. 4 more. That's his 17th first-class 100 as well. Ollie Pope, he's just turned 25 a few months ago. He's averaging just about around 50 in first-class cricket and just north of 90 at the Kia Oval.
What's that?
He's tried to send that, finds it down the offside. Instead, it's landed somewhere in into the vast expanses of the leg side, but everything he tries works.
Liam Dawson finding a funny side there.
Yeah, you have to have
Which I think you have to. He's had one of those days.
You've got to have a bit of gallows humour if you're a county cricketer on days like this. It's good to see by Sibley. He's determined to get to the close, not giving anything away. Important knock, as you say.
Opening up now.
So have you enjoyed yourself back here for the first time this summer?
Yeah, I feel I've really missed it. I didn't realise how much I missed it. But
it's your safe place, right?
Exactly right. It's not yours, it's your workplace, isn't it? As far as the last thing for your safe
There's
place.
the right leg sweep shot, reverse, so more conventional. He might just get out the Ollie Pope special, the conventional sweep off the wrong foot. We shall see.
It's been really high quality for 4 days, almost constantly. And I think that's the magic, isn't it, of the county championship, is that anyone can come down here at any time, even if you've only got an hour, and watch some of the, and I'm not overstating it, the greats of the game.
Yeah, exactly that. There's many high-class international cricketers on show here, just as they were last week up at Old Trafford.
Yeah.
Yas made the point earlier this afternoon that it's a particularly high standard in Div 1 this year, and it does feel like that. Just a quick run around the grounds before we're done here. Essex 4 down, hanging in there. it's not been a great game for Essex at Chelmsford, but they still have 6 second innings wickets in hand against Lancashire, so they will be hoping that they can just get over the line with a draw. Big one, huge, stunning, imperious. It's the story of Ollie Pope's afternoon. Second 6 of the day. The first one went exactly over the keeper's head to the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion, and this one's come exactly over the umpire's head to the JM Finn stand. What a player. What a player.
There's a real matter-of-factness as well, isn't there?
Yep.
This is just what he does.
2 to win. The whole thing's only taken 55 overs as well. And he's gone again. And it's cleared him to win the game. What a way to go. Ollie Pope. The good people of Surrey cricket have witnessed something very special this afternoon. 122 not out for the golden boy of English cricket, Ollie Pope. Dominic Sibley as well. A fine and important knock, a statement knock for the returning man, 79 not out. And Surrey have absolutely strolled it here, 247 for 1. It took them no more than 55 overs and 2 deliveries to get this one done. It's been a nip and tuck cricket match until this afternoon, and it opened itself up for the majesty of Ollie Pope. Felix White?
Phil, that's a thing, that's an expert thing of real beauty that we've just seen from Ollie Pope over the last few hours. The way he opens up, it's completely chanceless, I think, pretty much. The way he took the game away from Hampshire, the game has been so tight for 4 days, really nip and tuck, it really felt like it was going to go right to the wire, but he's just shown that he's just that level above everybody else on this cricket field, to be completely honest with you. And he's brought with him Dom Sibley on his return to the Oval, who's played landmark innings himself. And towards the end, really heartwarmingly, started opening up himself and playing some shots.
Yeah, he certainly freed himself up watching this Pope masterclass. Sibley played beautifully in Pope's slipstream, but the story again will be Ollie Pope. I make that 213 runs for once out in a game where no team made more than 270.
Wow.
He's playing a different game, folks. And it is a big, ominous statement to the rest. This Surrey side, as Alex Stewart said at the start of the season, they're not going to defend this title, they're going to attack it. And this is what we're seeing. Superb entertainment here. The crowd rise to recognise a very, very special, unique talent developing into something that English cricket can be very proud of and very excited by. He bats at first drop for the best club side in the country, and he bats at first drop in the Ashes upcoming. This could yet be the season of Ollie Pope. 122 not out to see this one home, 91 in the first innings, playing a different form of the game to everybody else on show. And Surrey have made a big, big statement there. They went up to Lancashire last week, came out with a very creditable draw, probably the better of that game, and they've now taken down Hampshire. Hampshire are legitimate title challengers, and they've taken them down by 9 wickets in the end.
That's a real statement win. You say it's a statement in innings, but it's a statement win for Surrey, because Hampshire would have had real designs to come here and win this game, having gone very close in the county champ last couple of years. And I think Surrey turned them over massively last year, didn't they? So it would have felt like a real sort of vengeance game of cricket for them. And they hung in there, they hung tight, they really battled in the game, but they've just been outdone by something just on another world. What beautiful knot from Ollie Pope.
It feels like a long time ago, but if you just round up the day, it began with all 4 results possible, of course, and with Hampshire having dug in well yesterday evening, resuming 5 down overnight. And the first to go this morning was Nick Gubbins, 208 for 5 at the time, and so the best part of a lead of 200. And Gubbins, who played brilliantly last night, he just pushed forward to Tom Laws, didn't maybe get a full stride in, and the catch flew to second slip, where it was gobbled up by Dom Sibley, who's caught very well actually in this game. And that began a procession. The new ball was key, taken bang on 80 overs, and Worrell came in alongside Kemar Roach. Roach knocked a couple over, Worrell took 2 more to make it 5 for the innings for Dan Worrell. 5 for 40, what a signing he's been since the start of last year. He really is pure class. And with Hampshire bundled out for 258, leaving Surrey 247 to get. And as we've said, after that, it's just been a masterclass. There's something very special playing out here, and we've seen it yet again, rammed home. Ollie Pope is the start, but this is a team that continues to deepen its resources, and it's hard to see that they're going to be anywhere other than the top 2 or 3 at the end of this season. Closing thoughts, Felix?
Well, it's been brought to our attention that Pope actually scored 100 off 70 after tea. So it's a stunningly quick knock, and it sort of sums it up because it's been a really gripping, absorbing 3.5 days. And it's been topped off with just sort of a Hollywood fizz right at the end, isn't it? So it's almost perfect narrative art for a game of county championship cricket.
Yeah, he took two sixes down the ground to see off the game. If you need 12 to win, why not get them in 2 hits? 122 not out from 102 balls. The day has fallen to Ollie Pope, and Surrey have made a statement here with a 9-wicket win. Thank you ever so much for your time, for all your comments, all your support on social media. We will be back with the next home game. Hope you've enjoyed it. Thanks ever so much, and here's to the rest of the